Hey, J-Bone Nation! Shaming of Jay. He's not a dopey dumb bitch. He gets laid. The court jester. The court DJ. It's time to dive into the case. To the case. All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Bob.
So, yeah, I obviously had this set for the wrong time. So I did. I got Jay texted me last night, which of course I didn't see because Ali and I went to a show, and then Dizzy fortunately hit me up, and I saw both texts. I was walking the dog, ran back. Truncated version of our intro, so we don't want to miss a minute at this, which we haven't. We're live right now, so I'm excited about this one, man.
Yeah, me too. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting because we saw Hannah Gutierrez, but it's very clear just from the one day of the motions that I saw, that Alec's attorneys are much better than Hannah's attorneys, and he's got a whole team. It's going to be really interesting, and also the prosecution has a new team member, so it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
Yes, yeah, I agree. I think that especially I call him Bald Pee Wee or Bald Paul Rubens, like his bald lawyer. He really kind of reminds me of Pee Wee Herman or Paul Rubens, that actor, who rest in peace. He knows his shit. You can.
He
tell.
seemed really good. I'm glad you can confirm that.
Yeah.
I'm a layman, but he seemed to know his shit and was very good at articulating his arguments.
He was, and the younger kid.
1 2 1 2.
Oh yeah.
1 2.
About to go.
1 2 1 2
Testing
1
it.
2.
This is like a movie production, Jay. It feels like we're like watching a movie. So, Jay, you were peeping this early. You said, "Who you seeing in the crowd, man?"
Well, first of all, Gloria Allred is there because she is representing the family, I think, in the civil suit. So she was talking to Anjanette Levy is there. Matt John, for folks who follow, like Anjanette Levy, Matt Johnson, but like the Law and Crime camera like walked, and like it was like there's like 5/10 of like coverage. There's and people just waiting to get in there. So it's obvious. I mean, obviously it's a big deal. When's the last celebrity trial? Was it Gwyneth? Was Gwyneth the last one? So like,
yes, yeah.
This is a story that people who don't normally follow true crime, that are usually with us, might be following because it's Alec Baldwin and it's Hollywood.
Yeah, and I mean, like you kind of think about time, right? You think about in terms of like the maximum punishment that he could meet or could end up getting is 18 months on this thing. Same as Hannah Gutierrez's sentence. And when you think of somebody lost their life, you're like, is that equitable? Is that the right amount? But man, 18 months for a dude who's lived Alec Baldwin's life with that clan of kids, man.
Getting away from that many kids might be a little break.
Maybe that's a blessing in disguise.
At a younger age, I couldn't handle that many kids, and he's a little bit older. I would not be able to do that, but good for him if that's what he wants to do.
Is Josh? Let me see if Josh is. I think somebody sees him in the chat. Let me see. Josh, if you're in here, come in, dude. Come on in. The water is fine. Yeah. So I was already getting it. I don't know if you were getting it on your chat. The younger attorney, a lot of people were like, "Oh, I don't like his he's too vigorous. He's too animated."
No, I didn't.
Yeah, right. So like I was getting that. A lot of people were not loving Red Pant Lady.
Well, yeah, that. So I'm familiar with I covered the first trial, and she is like, she's good. She knows what she's talking about, but everything she does is like, it's always like the worst thing has ever happened to her. It's like, well, she's very, but she knows her shit, but also she annoys me, but also I think she's doing a good job. She's very just like, I don't know, just everything is like, well, like she's just, I don't know how to describe it, but she gets very, like, it's all dramatic, and
yeah, like the kind of and I was watching Hannah with you. Obviously, I think I was on a bunch with you, but I think that like her. So confirm this if you know this is to be true. Is she a defense attorney by trade?
Yes, I believe she was brought on for this case. They specially brought her on.
Because she kind of has that vibe. You know what I mean? Like kind of the more. I wouldn't call it aggressive, but she comes off like a lot of people are like, oh, she's condescending, you know, she's like the smartest person in the room kind of vibe. I just like she knows her shit. I think that this is going to be a hell of a trial. I think that we've got some skilled attorneys on both sides here. The new addition to the state side, she seemed fine. She seemed very nice.
She did. She seemed cool. She seemed good.
Yeah. So, but I think this is lining up to be a very, very interesting trial. And there's just a lot of really interesting issues, you know.
Yes, absolutely.
It's one of those cases where it's not a whodunit. You know, we know who did it. And it's one of those cases where we're trying to figure out, and more importantly, the jury's trying to figure out who is ultimately responsible for this. Is it just one person? Is it many people? As we know, Hannah was convicted. We also know that a couple guys have pled out, you know. So ultimately, in terms of the actor side of it, which I thought it was a really interesting scenario during the pretrial motions where they were arguing in the motions in limine with respect to the differentiation between producer actor, like, you know, like, and the judge basically ruled you can't have it both ways.
Right.
You can't argue out of both sides of your mouth with respect to that. Either he's the producer, and but like Ali and I were saying, that's more of a civil suit. If you're going to sue the producer because he wouldn't be the actor, it's hard to, because it's one person. You know, Alec Baldwin had two roles. You know, but a lot of producer credits are based on, you know, you putting up money. You know, you're not the hands-on producer. You're not the one making sure that you're you know, that you're doing the hiring and making sure that everybody's up to par and all that stuff. I don't think that he was in that role, but I anticipate we're probably not going to see as much of that evidence because I think they're going to have to stick with the actor side of it.
Yeah, which, correct me if I'm wrong, essentially, because I was curious going into, was it because he's a producer, he's rushing people to do this and that? But really, it seems like what they're arguing is he should have known better. He shouldn't have pointed his gun at her, regardless of who. It seems like that. You know, his argument is he didn't pull the trigger, but then we have this expert who says he had to have pulled the trigger. So it's going to be interesting. And, you know, another question is going to be interesting, Bob. And I'm sure if it was your client, you'd say, no, don't testify. Will Alec want to get up there and talk? Because you know he wants to. And I have to say, I said this during the pre-trial, particularly with this Carrie Morrissey, who can come off abrasive, that like he kept a great stone poker face. I'm sure we know from Alec Baldwin, just from following throughout the years with paparazzi and with other things, that like it's tough for him, but I thought he kept a poker face. I thought he did a great shit. Like I could, like, some of those things were aggravating me with the prosecutor. I can imagine they were aggravating him, but I thought he did a good job just keeping a poker.
I mean, look, the dude can act. If he can't sit there, if he can't sit there stone faced through this trial, I don't know. Yeah, Jay did get his butter whipped. It looks great. Oh, there's our boy.
Hey, Josh.
What's up, Josh?
How are you guys doing,
brother?
Good.
Jay tried to give me some warning last night that this thing was starting early, or at least on paper it was starting early, and I didn't see it. So I was out walking the dog, and then Dizzy, one of our amazing mods, hit me up. She's like, you know, this thing's starting at 8:30. I'm like, oh shit. I was halfway around the cul-de-sac. I'm like running.
Put your hat on and get on camera.
That's it. That was the move. Hat, camera. So what are you thinking, Josh? You thinking, did you watch any of the motions in limine?
I did. I didn't watch all of it, but I did watch read a lot of the coverage of it afterwards. Obviously that big takeaway being, you know, everybody's talking about the idea that they're not going to be able to argue his role as a producer, which I'm curious to hear your guys' thoughts. I think it's going to have a big impact, but I don't think it's a fatal impact on the prosecution. I think they'll still kind of be able to make their case, but I think it certainly undercuts their theory, which was already, in my view, a little tenuous to begin with. I mean, they're trying to say that, you know, he had some sort of greater responsibility beyond, you know, just being an actor because he was a producer. And I agree with the judge that she kind of saw through that and was like, no, you know, if you're saying he was the armorer himself or in charge of the safety protocols or something, fine. but just as a producer on the film, that would be a, kind of shoehorning some sort of extra responsibility on him. But then, she kind of gave them threw a couple of crumbs their way with the idea that they get in some of these videos of him behaving cavalierly with the weapon beforehand, which I think is kind of their whole argument anyways, is that this was just a horrible tragedy, ticking time bomb waiting to happen. And that's their theory, which it's going to be, I mean, to me, this is a real difficult case for the prosecution. Not that it's not horrible that a woman lost her life, not that he doesn't carry some responsibility in all of that, but criminal responsibility, as you guys know, is very, very different than civil liability.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And before we keep moving on, if you guys are new and you haven't met Josh, this is our wonderful, brilliant friend, Joshua Ritter. He's got an amazing channel on YouTube that we will be dropping in the links in the chat all day, or as long as Josh is hanging. Courtroom Confidential. It's amazing. High production value. Josh knows his shit. Longtime prosecutor, turned, came to the light side, now criminal defense attorney. Just a great guest. We love having him. So, yeah, and Jay and I were talking, like, I think ultimately it may help the prosecution that the judge sliced that side off of it, because it's a very blurry take when you've got like the producer role, the actor role, like in terms of trying to assign the blame. I think it muddles it up, man. I mean, I think if they're going to have a shot at getting a conviction here, they're going to just have to lean into Baldwin he was beyond sloppy, and that there were things that he should have done that he just absolutely didn't do, and we're going to get a lot, I imagine, in the chat from gun owners. I'm not personally one, but I know that people that own guns, that are serious about guns, are of the mindset that gun safety is always the priority, and that those rules, I don't care where you are. I don't care if you're on a movie set. I don't care if you're in a courtroom setting. No matter where you're at, the gun safety rules always apply, So I think if they lean into that, they might have a shot at it, but I don't know.
The one thought I have on that, and I know that people feel pretty strongly on this, but yes, you should always treat a gun as if it's loaded, and you should never point it at anything you're not willing to destroy. And we've all heard this, and I completely understand that respect for weapons. But I think maybe one context where that might be a little different is when you are on a movie set, and what he believed he was being handed is a prop. And I'm not saying that the gun wasn't functioning, and I'm not saying the gun couldn't fire a projectile, which it obviously did. But I'm saying for the purpose of that moment, he's being handed a movie prop. It's as if he were being handed a sword or a hammer or whatever else that was going to be used in that scene. That gun was going to be a prop in that scene. And, if you see footage from other scenes that they were filming, he is at least firing that gun off haphazardly. He's not, I guess what I'm saying is, he's not firing it in any kind of way that shows what we have heard of as this respect for the weapon, because he's filming a movie scene. So I think there is a different context when he's handling that gun in that moment. Now, does that absolve him from having to have checked it beforehand himself? Maybe not. But I think this idea of, I can't believe he would ever point it anywhere near anyone. Well, he's being directed to. They want to get a certain shot. They want to look at what this scene looks like. Of course, he's going to behave differently than if he were at the shooting range or out hunting with his friends. It's just an entirely different context. And that's going to be the context in which he's judged for this whole thing.
Josh, I am so glad you brought that up, because I covered Hannah Gutierrez, and I did shows, and I had Lisa Statman, who's a director in Hollywood for like 20 years. She worked on A Few Good Men, directed Modern Family, just a bunch of shows. And I think Bob was on the live when we did it together with her. And she was like, listen, these actors, before they go into a scene, some of them look like they're homeless people who are muttering. They get in character. They sit there. They do what the director tells them. And we watched the part. And Lisa was when this happened, when we were watching, she's like, that's Joe Souza. He tells Alec to like like they were, for folks who don't, this is a plan that they were supposed to be just like doing this still shot from like here to here, where it wasn't so like he's just in his mind trying to get the shot. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how the prosecution proves that, like, well, he shouldn't have done this when really that's his job as an actor. Like, he gets in character, he's trying to get the shot, he's not, so it'll be very interesting to see how they try to prove this.
Which is why it's interesting that he's become so fixated on the idea of whether or not he pulled the trigger, because to me that almost plays into that prosecution argument. If he's making sure that everyone knows he didn't pull that trigger, well, then he obviously believes somewhere in his head that that was a dangerous thing to do, and he wants to distance himself from any kind of a dangerous action.
Point.
But if he's in a movie scene, pulling the trigger shouldn't really be an issue. It's, it's part of the scene. Now, I understand that scene was a rehearsal and didn't call for him pulling the trigger. And I think from the prosecution's perspective, they wanted to make sure that there wasn't a malfunction with the gun. So they had to rule that out, because if the gun just malfunctioned and went off in his hand for no reason, I don't think there's any way they can charge him. So they have to determine, no, it wasn't a malfunction. He did, in fact, pull the trigger before they even move forward with the case. But as far as like that being the central issue in this whole thing, whether or not he pulled the trigger, I don't really think that is. I think it's more about what was in his mind at that moment.
But how do they walk that back? You know what
him?
I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, that's a huge
he
problem.
made the statement. He made the statement, and I mean, he made the statement to such effect that they went out and tested the hell out of the thing. You know what I'm saying? To disprove his whole concept that he just, like locked or clicked the hammer, or pulled the hammer back, like, and that caused the discharge. I mean, I don't know how he's going to walk that back, because like your point was outstanding, man. It's like the fact that he's claiming that he didn't pull the trigger would seem to imply that he understands.
He knows that's a boo-boo.
Right. So and then if he did, but like I think they call it like blocking the scene, right? They were trying to make sure that like everything was like fitting in frame. But like, and Lisa Statman she was amazing, because she gave us so much insight into like the business, and it's so true, that there's guys that are method actors. You read about these guys that are like Christian Bale's a method, like he'll be in a role, like when he's in a role, you don't address him as Christian Bale, whatever character he's playing. If he's playing, that's who he is. And there's a lot of actors like that.
I always think of Jim Carrey as Andy Kaufman, where like he was and like for all intents and purposes, where they're just they're no longer, which is kind of weird. I mean, at a certain point they go home and they're like let's relax, guys. You're home now. You're not in Andy Kaufman's house. But to the point, they're basically they're saying that this is me now. This is my new person. I am not Christian Bale. I am not Jim Carrey.
Yeah, I mean, it's I've never done any acting like that, so I don't know. Like I kind of think that would probably be if I was playing like a biographical role, like somebody who actually was living, maybe, I don't know. But I guess the overall point is that you are in a different mindset. You know what I mean? Like, are you running your lines through your mind, and you're if you have action parts in a particular scene, like that. I think that's kind of the bigger argument. That's why you're relying on everyone else in the crew. 100%. Everyone has a job. Baldwin's job was to act the scene out. And, even if it was in anticipation of actually filming the scene, whatever the case may be, you rely on the other people in the crew for that exact reason, that everyone's got a purpose. Yeah. And I think that's what they're going to have to really lean on with him.
I know there was some discussion in Limnes about what statements they could get in made by Helena at that moment. Did they ever make a ruling on that? Because there was objections on it being hearsay, but it's important for the point where we're talking about, if she is, as the cinematographer, even taking a role in directing him, that could be a huge thing as far as his mindset.
Yeah, no, I don't know if they ruled on that. I had the list, we were covering it. They came back after lunch and did two more. I know exactly the motion to eliminate we were talking about. I don't know. Do you know, Jay, if they were able to
The
rule
only
on that?
one I saw was in the morning when they were talking about getting into her background. She was from Russia, but I didn't see if there was another one. I didn't see the decision.
I
for
didn't
that.
see it either, and I think that it was definitely on the list. So
Oh, there's
I don't
Stephen
know.
Baldwin behind Alec.
Oh, he's got his brother. He's got a little hearing assistance thing going there. Look at that.
And Alec kind of lost his, as Babe called it, absent-minded professor look that he had for the hearing, where he had like the glasses, the tie didn't really fit, so
Yeah,
his hair
he
wasn't really
that.
done. So he's definitely upped his game for when he's in front of the jury here.
That's for sure. That's for sure. Looks like it's going to get rolling here any second. I anticipate that we'll have some excellent coverage on this one. Hannah's was really good in terms of like the camera work.
Yeah,
Sound was good. So and they
I'm
say,
curious.
what
Oh,
do they
sorry,
give
go
him, Jay? Like 8 days? 5
That's
for
what I was going to ask you. I'm curious, both you guys. Like, it's the very time structured. She is not messing around with this. Is that typical, or like I don't remember that in Hannah. Maybe they did before. I didn't see but very like this is going to be Wednesday through Friday this week. Monday, she told the jury Wednesday through Friday this week, Monday through Friday next week, and that's it. Is that like I was surprised it was so structured like that.
Yeah, I mean, every judge I think runs their court differently, and she sounds like she's the type of judge that keeps a really tight control over how things are done. I mean, the fact that a jury was selected in one day is pretty incredible to me. But I mean, she might run into some issues on that depending on how the witnesses go, and especially when you've got somebody who's got a constitutional right to defend themselves. I don't know how you cut them off in the middle of their case if they're not quite done presenting it. I think that what she's setting the tone for, she's not going to entertain a bunch of bloviation on the part of either side's attorneys.
Objection, $5 word.
the bloviation.
Sustained.
I love when Josh pulls out a bloviation.
Jeez, look at Alec there. What is
animal.
going on? He's already got his hands in his face in his hands. And for folks who don't know, if you missed it, this is similar from the last trial where objections, we're not going to there's gonna be a lot of sidebars, folks. They are not going to say
weird
what the
to me
objection.
too.
What's
It
that?
just seems like it's going to slow everything down to
Yes.
handle it that way.
Yep.
Yeah, I always hate when the default is we'll take it as it comes via sidebars approach in trials. I hated it when I was trying cases, and I hate it when I'm observing cases. It's a real stick in the mud. You know what I mean?
Well, and it's also treating the attorneys, I think, a little bit like children. Like they can't be trusted to give the basis for an objection without feeling like they're going to go off the handle as far as what they say.
Right. Yeah. It's look, I mean, it's interesting, and to kind of jump in on Jay's question, like typically we try between the judges and the attorneys in these cases, we try to give a rough estimation of how long we think our cases are going to last. And, because we want to try to give the jury an idea of how long we're going to be intruding in on their lives. It's like we want to try to give them the best concept possible. So like typically you don't give a firm end date, but I think the difference here is even though it's going to be a very different trial, she has seen the case. She's tried one before. And,
very good point.
She knew kind of what they probably don't need to put in this time. She understands, like, okay, you belabored the hell out of all these different points. I'm going to force you to chop that down. You know what I'm saying? So like the question becomes, is that like a hard and fast? Like, is it, look, I'm shutting it down. I don't care if the defense has 3 witnesses left going into the last day that I've said that it's going to go. You're done. You know what I mean? Like, will she do that? And I don't, that's such a,
I feel like judges do that sometimes too, to place the blame on the attorneys if things go long. Like they make a big show of showing how they're going to get this case to them quickly so that when it does go long, they can kind of make it seem like it's out of their hands. Right. Maybe that's me being cynical, but
no, I think that's accurate.
Bob, did you see? I bookmarked this tweet and I wanted to bring it up because me and you talk about this all the time, Bob. So after she swore in the jurors, she said to them, Angela Levy posted this. Judge Summer just told the jurors they have to stay off the internet and the media. She said a juror made a face. She told the juror if she didn't like that, then she had to go. The juror asked about reading the news. The judge said, if you want to read a story about the PRC, that's fine. Just pretty interesting to me that, like, we talk about this all the time. People do not, and particularly with this Alec Baldwin, you think people are not, these jurors have not seen any, well, I guess they went over in voir dire what they've seen or not seen about the case, but they're just going to go home. Like, you can't even turn on the nightly news. You can't even turn on the TV to like, you have to basically say, I'm not going to turn on the TV. It's just always interesting to me where I think these people are seeing stuff and they're not talking about it.
Is it realistic? Like, that's what Jay and I were talking about it during the Reed trial. It's like we were both in agreement. There's just no way. And I'm not saying, and neither one of us were saying that jurors were intentionally going and like searching out information. It's just some cases you cannot avoid it.
Yeah.
Like even if you're trying to avoid it like the plague, sometimes it's just impossible to be able to avoid it altogether. I mean, like walking down the street, you see they still have newspaper boxes. Can you still get papers out of like a newspaper box? Do they still have those things?
That's a good question. I don't know. I haven't been to Manhattan in a while. Like, that's the only place I would see. Like, I don't. That's a good question.
I mean, when like in the rare occasions, like there was a Chicago team that won a championship, I was that jerk off that would always go and like grab like 10 copies. I'd go run the paper machine.
Absolutely, gotta get the cover. Gotta get the cover. Gotta keep it in my attic from like when the Mets made the World Series in 2000. Like, who cares? Like, I'll never look at it again.
Exactly. But it's comforting to know that you have it. Yeah. So, but like, I mean, it becomes very, very difficult. And it's really an issue that's going to have to be addressed moving forward, just in trials in general. I mean, it's not going to get any less, the technology. I mean, technology is going to keep advancing.
Now you have phones that push alerts to you. I mean, even if you are trying to avoid going on a news app or something, I'll pick up my phone and there's 3 news alerts that I didn't even ask for. So I'm sure stuff like this is going to come up.
Right. Well, but what about the robot brain shit? Allison's like, they're already doing the implants where you're getting like your phone interface that's already like in your brain. Well, like I would obviously never do that, Jay.
The thing that we know that phones do, right, is they track you, right? We know that they track you. So when these jurors walk into that courthouse, their phone knows it, and their phone is like, oh, you were at the courts? Why don't
maybe
you check
you're
out
interested?
Trial? Yeah, maybe you're interested in this. It is following
geofencing.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it'll do. And it's like, it's just, and especially like in the Reed case where they tried that thing in that town, and it was very much a town case. You know what I'm like this? Yeah. Like Alec Baldwin doesn't live in New Mexico. He's got no real connection to that. Like it's a completely different scenario. But in a case like that, where it really involves the town, you know, and everyone seems to know each other, and everyone has friends, and everyone's talking, and how are you avoiding? Like, it's just such a, like, it really is kind of a fascinating subject matter. I think Allie and I are actually, we were hoping to do a thing at the True Crime Podcast Festival this weekend, like about that issue, this social media and the law issue, and how, you know, how it's affecting it, how it can affect it. What can we do to try to because you can't just stick jurors in rooms and sequester them and take all their shit away and not allow them to use the phone. You can't turn them into prisoners. You know,
no, they'll never serve. You'll never get 12 people together to serve if you actually go back to sequestering people.
Exactly.
But yeah, we put a lot of trust in these folks to try to follow the rules, and that's what it comes down to. I think is you just kind of have to trust them at the end of the day. That, you know, if they do see a headline, that they're just not going to read the article and kind of move on and allow it not to affect them.
What's interesting now that I'm noticing, this is interesting because they have a camera specifically dedicated. They don't ever do that. They very rarely do this just on Alec. Like usually right now and it happened during Gwyneth, which was a civil case, obviously different. But Gwyneth's attorneys made a motion and they're like, you cannot have a camera on my client the entire time. And they want it. Like, it's obviously a different thing, but it's just interesting. This is the first time I've noticed it since Gwyneth, where they have just a camera on one, like the defendant the entire time, which obviously they're doing because that's their money shot. This is Alec Baldwin's trial. I wonder if the attorneys will say anything about that.
I mean, look at this. Look at this zooming action. Like,
Yeah,
Cheryl going from a three cut to a 2. Like, this is like, we got this. I love this thing. The mute speaker up, and so I know, because I'm incompetent. It's very comforting to have that thing in the upper right hand corner, so I know that there's no sound yet. Like, that's like a really nice feature.
Yeah,
it's gonna be next level for sure. They look ready. Yeah, ball up. He's got it. He put his glasses on, Jay.
they're back on.
He's back. All right, so jury's clearly coming in. So they got the jurors. The jurors selected in one day. It's impressive.
Did you think that was fast? I thought that was fast.
I thought it was fast just because of the fact it's Alec Baldwin.
Well, and for any case too. I mean, picking a jury on a what do they expect us to go? 10 days, 10-day trials? Usually,
and then inject that your defendant is a movie star.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, you have to address that issue. Like, is the fact that Alec Baldwin is a famous movie star, is that going to impact your ability to be able to find him guilty?
Yeah.
If I'm the state, I'm certainly asking that. Who's
a movie star that people have opinions on too. He's not just some
exactly
actor that kind of people. Oh yeah, I think I know that guy. Like, people have opinions on this guy.
Yes, they do. Well, he makes his political leanings well known. So he's got half the world that hates him. That's always your risk when you let your political leanings out there to the public, that half the public's going to hate your guts.
Yeah, don't get arrested.
Yeah, I'm already getting comments on videos I posted like, this is a conspiracy. It's the Second Amendment, and I'm like, geez, this is going to be.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. I mean, look, Jay, I don't know that there's ever going to be a case where people are going to be completely normal. In our rule, and you guys, like, I assume that you've been here.
The matter I'm calling is D101CR 2024-13, State of New Mexico versus Alexander Ray Baldwin.
Wow.
All right, jury.
Unbelievable.
What are you doing?
They got a real director.
So I have already sworn you in, if you'll recall, yesterday. Okay. And now I'm going to explain some trial procedure. First of all, I want you to know this trial is being filmed, but you are not being filmed, and you will not be filmed at all throughout within the courtroom, okay? All right. So I'm going to, this is a criminal case, as you know. I'm going to reread the grand jury indictment. It's very formal, so we'll go with that. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, New Mexico, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe NM 87508. The above named defendant did cause the death of Helena Hutchins in the commission of negligent use of a firearm. Count 1 in the alternative, involuntary manslaughter, without due caution or circumspection, in that on or about October 21, 2021, in Santa Fe County, State of New Mexico, at Bonanza Creek Ranch, located at 545 Bonanza Creek Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507. The above named defendant did cause the death of Helena Hutchins by an act committed with the total disregard or indifference for the safety of others, and the act was such that an ordinary person would anticipate that death might occur under the circumstances. Again, Mr. Baldwin is presumed innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. What I say now is the introduction of the case and the instructions. All right. Along with those instructions previously given, these are preliminary only and may be changed during or at the end of trial. First of all of you must pay close attention to the evidence. After you've heard all of the evidence in the case, I will read the final instructions of law to you. You will also receive a written copy of the instructions. You must follow the final instructions in deciding this case. And just so you know, there's going to be no transcript available to you. Juries have asked me that, so I'm telling you up front, okay? Again, the trial is expected to last 8 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. That's the trial. That does not include your deliberation time. The usual hours of trial will be from 8:30 to 5, typically, with a half hour for lunch. No, an hour for lunch, and then a morning break and an afternoon break. Again, please report to the jury lounge no later than 8:30 unless we're instructing you otherwise for different reasons. But in your mind, you can always expect 8:30 to be here, okay? Do not come into the courtroom unless you are accompanied by my bailiff, Steve, okay? You may take water into the courtroom with you, and you can also take coffee or tea or if you have a lid on your cup, okay? We stand up out of respect for you because you are the ultimate decision makers as to the facts in this particular case. So when you come into the courtroom, you can go ahead and be seated, and then we will take our seats. And again, it's important to hear. So please raise your hand at any time you can't hear. Don't be self-conscious about it. Don't wait until a couple of questions have been asked. You've got to, if you can't hear, you've got to shoot that hand up right away, okay? All right, this is a public proceeding, so people may go in and out. You may find yourself looking at who goes in and out, but after a while, you'll get used to it. But if there is anything that is distracting you from being able to listen and be involved in this case, please tell Steve immediately. He'll let me know, and I'll do my best to get rid of the distraction. As you know, the temperature we cannot control. All right, so sorry, we'll try to get the county in here if it plummets too high. I doubt it'll plummet too low. You are allowed but not required to take notes during trial. Steve has given you a pad and a pen? Okay. Please put your name on the front page of your pad and then take notes beginning on the second page. On breaks, follow Steve's instruction on whether to take the pad with you or whether to leave it on your chair. You don't have to worry about confidentiality. They'll be locked up at night, and when the trial is finished, they'll be shredded. Okay? Don't let your notes take the place of your independent memory of the evidence. When taking notes, please do not forget to pay close attention to the trial. Listening and watching witnesses during their testimony will help you assess their appearance, behavior, memory, and whatever else bears on their credibility. Let's go through the order of trial for those that have not engaged in a criminal trial before. A criminal trial generally begins with the lawyers telling you what they expect the evidence to show. These statements and the statements made by the lawyers during the course of the trial can be of considerable assistance to you in understanding the evidence as it is presented at trial. Is there something distracting you, Juror?
No.
I'm talking to the other one. Okay.
Oh boy.
Oh,
Statements
shit.
of the lawyers, however, are not themselves
Oh,
evidence.
man.
The evidence will be the testimony of the witnesses, exhibits, and any facts agreed to by the parties. After you have heard all of the evidence, I will give you final instructions on the law. The lawyers will argue the case, and then you will retire to the jury room to arrive at a verdict. It is my duty to decide what evidence you may consider. Your job is to find and determine the facts in this case, which you must do solely upon the evidence received here in court. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to questions, testimony, or exhibits the lawyer believes may not be proper, and you must not hold such objection against the objecting party. I will sustain objections if the question or evidence sought is improper for you to consider. If I sustain an objection to evidence, you must not consider such evidence, nor may you consider any evidence I have told you to disregard. By itself, a question is not evidence. You must not speculate about what would be the answer to a question that I rule cannot be answered. It is for you to decide whether the witnesses know what they are talking about and whether they are being truthful. You may give the testimony of any witness whatever weight you believe it merits. You may take into account, among other things, the witness's ability and opportunities to observe, memory, manner, or any bias or prejudice that the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the testimony considered in light of all of the evidence of the case. No ruling, gesture, or comment I make during the course of the trial should influence your decision in this case. At times, I may ask questions of witnesses. If I do, such questions do not in any way indicate my opinion about the facts or indicate the weight I feel you should give to the testimony of the witnesses. Questions by jurors. Ordinarily, the attorneys will develop all pertinent evidence. It is the exception rather than the rule that an individual juror will have an unanswered question after all of the evidence is presented. However, if you feel an important question has not been asked or answered, write it down on a piece of your notepaper and give it to Steve before this is important, before the witness leaves the stand, okay? I will decide whether or when your question will be asked. Rules of evidence or other considerations apply to questions you submit and may prevent the question from being asked. If the question is not asked, please do not give it any further consideration. Do not discuss it with the other jurors, and please do not hold it against either side that you did not get an answer. Conduct of jurors. Again, very important. You must decide the case solely upon the evidence received here in court. You must not consider anything you may have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom. During the trial and your deliberations, you must avoid news accounts of the trial, whether they be on radio, television, the internet, or in a newspaper or other written publication. You must not visit the scene of the incident on your own. You cannot make experiments with reference to the case, and in this day and age, you cannot Google or research any of the subject matter of this case. Until you retire to deliberate the case, you must not discuss this case or the evidence with anyone, including each other. Very important, as I said yesterday, when you go in that room, you don't talk about the case. You wait until you are a jury that is deliberating, okay? If an exhibit is admitted in evidence, you should examine it yourself and not talk about it with other jurors until you retire to deliberate. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any part of the case until the entire case has been completed and submitted to you. Your special responsibility as jurors demands that throughout this trial, you exercise your judgment impartially and without regard to any sympathy, bias, or prejudice. To minimize the risk of accidentally overhearing something that is not evidence in this case, please continue to wear your jurors' badges while in and around the courthouse. If someone happens to discuss the case in your presence, report that fact immediately to Steve. Although it is natural to visit with people you meet, please do not talk with any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, or spectators, either in or out of the courtroom. If you meet in the hallways or elevators, there's nothing wrong with saying a good morning or a good afternoon, but your conversation should end there. If the attorneys, parties, and witnesses do not greet you outside of court or avoid riding in the same elevator with you, they are not being rude. They are just carefully observing. All right, so we're going to begin the case. The case starts with opening statements. The state begins first because they have the burden of proof, and then the defendant. All right, go ahead, counsel.
Here we go.
Judge, just one quick housekeeping matter while Ms. Johnson's getting set up.
All right.
Uh-oh. This coverage is next level. I've never seen a picture-in-picture where
Jay, we
Yeah,
call
Alec,
it the PIP.
It's like
We call it the PIP in
production
the
team
Midwest.
behind this. They've got the full panel. You know, go to camera two, go. They got a
You can
broom
imagine
in the back.
the guy in the back screaming, standing behind with his arms crossed, or the gal, whatever the case may be. You know, hit camera 3. All right, get camera 2. Camera 1, get pull in tight. Get Baldwin
Even
earlobe. Yeah,
Even the people in the gallery, which is usually kind of a no, you know what I mean? Like, they're not the participants. Let's not single out people watching, but no, this is being put on like a full-fledged production.
Yeah, it's like a movie set, basically. And the judge, she ain't having none of it. I love that she already flamed through a juror. It's like, sir?
I know. Talk about setting the tone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I made a video about her called "Judge Mom is Mad" from the first trial, because there used to be not sidebars every time until Morrissey and Jason Bowles just kept going at it, and she finally just had enough, which I like. Like, let her take control.
Yeah.
I hate seeing these judges that just like they'll let it go on and on and on. We've seen a couple trials, and it's like, get it together, and she does not mess around.
Yeah. And if another reminder, if you guys don't know, our boy Phil, we have another round of trial bingo going, and it's exciting. And I think that everybody should get your cards. If Phil happens to be in here,
Good morning.
it's Tayo Toys on Twitter.
When someone plays make-believe with a real gun in a real-life workplace, and while playing make-believe with that gun violates the cardinal rules of firearm safety, people's lives are endangered, and someone could be killed. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what this case is about. It's simple, straightforward. The evidence will show that someone who played make-believe with a real gun and violated the cardinal rules of firearm safety is the defendant, Alexander Baldwin. You will hear over the course of the next few days that in the fall of 2021, a movie called Rust began filming at the Bonanza Creek Ranch just south of Santa Fe in Santa Fe County. You will learn that this movie was a Western with a lot of gun action. And while it was a movie set, it was a real-life workplace for many people. But you will hear this workplace was on a tight budget. And you will learn that some of the people who were hired to work at this workplace were very inexperienced. And one of those was the armorer, a very young woman named Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You will hear testimony from crew members who worked on the set, who will tell you that to them, Ms. Gutierrez's inexperience was obvious. You will also learn that this workplace has some talented people. And one of those was the director of photography, a vibrant 42-year-old rising star named Helena Hutchins. You will also learn that the director of this film was Joel Souza, another talented individual who cares deeply for his projects. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that like in many workplaces, there are people who act in a reckless manner and place other individuals in danger and act without due regard for the safety of others. That, you will hear, was the defendant, Alexander Baldwin, the lead actor on this film. You will learn that this movie began filming on or about October 6, 2021. But the defendant did not arrive on set to begin working until about October 13. And you will learn that prior to arriving on the set to work, he requested to be assigned the biggest gun available. So he was assigned this revolver, a replica of an 1873 single-action revolver manufactured by Pieta Firearms in Italy. You will hear from Alessandro Pieta, who will tell you he manufactured this gun. And he will tell you he manufactured it in 2015. And he will explain the quality control measures that Pieta Firearms follows in order to ensure that firearms that are manufactured by Pieta Firearms don't have any problems or issues. Mr. Pieta will tell you that this firearm he himself manufactured, and that when Pieta sent it to EMF, which is the company that distributes firearms for Pieta Firearms in the United States, this gun was in perfect working condition. You will hear from Justin Neal, who is a representative of EMF, a company out of California that has historically been known to provide firearms to the movie industry. Mr. Neal will tell you that when EMF received this firearm in 2017, it was in perfect working order. And in fact, when EMF had this firearm, it was subjected to numerous quality control inspections because it was used as a show gun at gun shows. The evidence will show that in September of 2021, an individual by the name of Seth Kenny was contacted by the folks with Rust Production. They asked Mr. Kenny if he would be able to provide some firearms for the filming, for use during the filming of Rust. You will learn that Mr. Kenny owns PDQ Firearm and Prop. It's a duly licensed firearms dealership. Mr. Kenny then contacted EMF and ordered several single-action replica revolvers. And in September, or on September 29, 2021, Mr. Kenny purchased this gun. And you will hear that Mr. Kenny received it from EMF, and it was in perfect working order. The only thing that Mr. Kenny did to this gun was to insert the firing pin, because since it was a show gun, it didn't have a firing pin. But you'll learn that that's a very easy step. All he had to do was just insert the pin, and that's it. And then Mr. Kenny had the firearms, this one and some other firearms, transferred to the set of Rust at the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And on October 13th, 2021, the defendant was supposed to have a training session with this gun and this young armorer. But you will see that during this training session, the defendant had somebody or a couple of people filming him while he's running around shooting this gun. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, or you'll hear during this trial the use of the words prop gun. And you'll learn a prop gun is this real gun. It's not a toy. It's not made of rubber. It's a real gun. You will also see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that during the days before that fateful October 21st day, the defendant handled this firearm multiple occasions. You will see video footage of the defendant firing this firearm, working perfectly fine. But you'll see evidence, ladies and gentlemen, that each time the defendant handled this firearm, he did not do a safety check with that inexperienced armorer. And you'll hear that the reason he didn't do a safety check is because he didn't want to offend her. The evidence you will see will paint a real-life picture of a real-life workplace where this defendant mishandled this gun. You will see him using this gun as a pointer to point at people, to point at things. You will see him cock the hammer when he's not supposed to cock the hammer. You will see him put his finger on the trigger when his finger's not supposed to be on the trigger. You will hear about numerous breaches of firearm safety with this defendant and this use of this firearm. And the evidence will show that on the morning of October 21st, 2021, the camera crew walked off set. And you will learn that one of the reasons that camera crew walked out is because they were concerned over safety breaches with the use of firearms. The evidence will show that the morning of October 21st started out a couple of hours behind. They filmed some scenes at this church on the Bonanza Creek Ranch. And you will see that one of those scenes required the defendant to pull out his gun. This was in the morning. Pull out his gun, and you'll hear the director tell him, pull it out and hold it. And the first time, you'll see evidence the defendant does what the director tells him. But you will hear the director tell you that many times the defendant would do his own thing. So then the director in the morning asked him, okay, do it again, just like you did now. The defendant pulls out the gun, but this time he cocks the hammer. The evidence will show they then broke for lunch. And around 1:30 or so, they came back to this church to do what's called a blocking. The evidence will show that Ms. Hutchins wanted to do a blocking for an insert. And you will learn what a blocking is, just working out the details of the moves of the actor. Wasn't even a rehearsal. You will hear from one of the witnesses who walked into the church and saw the defendant kind of playing with his gun. And then you will see evidence or hear evidence that Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were talking to the defendant about doing this insert. And the insert was just supposed to be from here to here. And it was supposed to be of the defendant just slowly taking his gun out of his holster, and just holding it at an angle. The evidence will show that someone asked the armorer to bring the defendant's gun to him. And she did. She brought it into the church, showed it to David Halls, who you will learn was the first assistant director. The gun was empty. Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. But then you will hear that Ms. Gutierrez was given the gun back, and she took it and loaded it with dummy rounds. And what you will learn is that dummy rounds are inert rounds. They look like real rounds, but they are very easy to tell that they are not because they'll rattle. Ms. Gutierrez then went back to the church, showed the revolver to the first assistant director very fast. They only checked about 3 rounds, very quick. And they missed 1 round. You will learn that one of the rounds in that revolver was a real round. And the evidence will show that Ms. Gutierrez then handed the gun to the defendant. And what you will learn is that once again, the defendant failed to do a gun check or a safety check with this armorer. So he takes the firearm, puts it in his holster. Then Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza were doing this blocking. And the evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that the defendant, again, did his own thing. You will hear from an individual by the name of Kent Jorgensen. Mr. Jorgensen will tell you that he's been involved in drafting and revising movie set safety rules. You will learn that these movie set safety rules require actors, like the defendant, to treat every firearm as though it's loaded, to never point a firearm at another person, and to never put your finger on the trigger unless you're prepared to shoot or to destroy whatever's in front of you. The evidence will show that on October 21st, 2021, after that lunch break, the defendant once again violated those set safety rules. And during this blocking, the director had instructed him to just slowly take out that gun and just hold it at an angle. But you will see that the defendant takes it out quickly the first time, points it. And you will hear witness testimony who will tell you the first time he does it, his finger is on or around the trigger. He does it again, takes it out very fast, points it. And once again, you will hear testimony that his finger was on or around the trigger. And the evidence will show that that third and fatal time, he takes it out once again, fast, hammer's cocked, he cocks the hammer, points it straight at Ms. Hutchins, and fires that gun, sending that live bullet right into Ms. Hutchins' body. You will learn that this bullet was a .45 caliber round that entered Ms. Hutchins' body right underneath her right underarm. It perforated her right lung. It traveled through her spine, lacerating her spinal cord, and then it exited on the left side of her back. That bullet then went into Joel Souza's right shoulder, and it came to rest in his back, from where doctors removed it once he was transported to St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe. You will learn, ladies and gentlemen, that Ms. Hutchins did not have the same fate. You will see the aftermath of the shooting, and you will see medics frantically working to save Ms. Hutchins, to stabilize her, to transport her, to airlift her to UNM Hospital. But the damage from that bullet was too much. Ms. Hutchins succumbed to her injuries and bled to death. The evidence will show that meanwhile, after the shooting, the defendant began to claim he didn't pull the trigger. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that's not possible. You will hear from Mr. Pieta himself, who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of the trigger. You will hear from firearms experts who will tell you that gun will not discharge without a pull of that trigger. The evidence will show that law enforcement officials arrived at the scene on October 21st after the shooting and immediately took this gun into their custody. Then later, they asked the FBI for assistance in processing this gun for forensics and examination. You will learn that the gun and some ammunition that was taken from the set and from PDQ arms were sent to the FBI for analysis. You will learn that the gun first went to the DNA section of the lab, where a DNA analyst found the defendant's DNA on this gun. And then the gun was transferred to the firearms and tool mark section of the lab, where a firearms examiner examined this gun very carefully and closely. Bryce Ziegler, who is the firearms examiner for the FBI, will tell you that when he received this firearm, he first examined it. He didn't see any defects, didn't see any modifications. He tried and he checked the hammer in the 3 different positions, cocking positions. He checked the quarter cock position, fine. Checked the half cock position, fine. Checked the full cock position, fine. And when he held it in the full cock position, you will hear that hammer held until he pulled the trigger. You will also hear that Mr. Ziegler test fired this gun 12 different times. And each time that gun fired as it was designed. Each time when he pulled that trigger, it fired. And he will tell you that not once did this gun malfunction or discharge on its own. Now, the evidence will show that because the defendant had been claiming that he didn't pull the trigger, Mr. Ziegler suggested one last test to the Sheriff's Department. Mr. Ziegler told the Sheriff's Department that he could do what's called an accidental discharge test. He obtained authorization to do this test, and you will hear that he left that test for last because that test could potentially damage the gun. Mr. Ziegler went forward after he received this authorization and conducted the accidental discharge test. And you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that during that test, a couple of the internal components of this firearm damaged. You will hear that the trigger sear and the full cock hammer notch were damaged during the accidental discharge testing. The evidence will show, however, that before this accidental discharge testing by the FBI, this gun functioned and worked perfectly fine. You'll see the video footage of the multiple occasions during which the defendant used this firearm on the set, and each time he fired it, it was working just fine. And in fact, you'll hear evidence that the defendant himself admitted in December of 2021 that this gun didn't have any mechanical problems. You will hear from the two of the country's leading experts on firearms forensics, Michael Haig and Luhan Haig. And they will tell you that they examined the revolver and the damaged pieces extensively. They will tell you that the damage to the full cock trigger notch is consistent with the accidental discharge testing that was conducted by the FBI. Luhan Haig will tell you that in August of 2023, he examined the trigger sear, the other piece, and that when he looked at it initially with the naked eye, there was nothing wrong with it. He couldn't see anything. But then he put it under the microscope, and he noticed some kind of rough microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear. And since at the time he did not know how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test, he opined that these very small microscopic lines were likely not caused by the FBI accidental discharge testing, but he could not exclude that as the source of those lines. Then a few weeks ago, Mr. Haig will tell you that he spoke with Mr. Ziegler and he learned how Mr. Ziegler had conducted the accidental discharge test. Mr. Ziegler explained that he affixed that firearm onto a fixed platform and then struck the firearm on 6 different planes with a rubber mallet. And Mr. Ziegler explained to Mr. Haig that he had not affixed the mallet to another fixed device. Instead, he did it freehand. Mr. Haig will tell you, with his 50 plus years of experience as a firearms forensics expert, he opined or concluded that those very tiny microscopic diagonal lines on the surface of the trigger sear were likely caused by the FBI's accidental discharge test. The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that regardless of how those tiny microscopic lines got on that trigger sear, these firearms experts will tell you that those would not affect the functionality of this firearm. At the end of this case, ladies and gentlemen, you are going to conclude and be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that on October 21st, 2021, that gun the defendant had asked to be assigned worked perfectly fine as it was designed, and that the fatal and one of the main problems that afternoon of October 21st was that the defendant didn't do a gun safety check with that inexperienced armorer. He pointed the gun at another human being, cocked the hammer, and pulled that trigger in reckless disregard for Ms. Hutchins' safety. And you will be convinced that the only true and just verdict in this case, so that true justice can be served, is a verdict of guilty to involuntary manslaughter. Thank you.
Man, I thought she was good.
Great job. Great job. I mean, that's how you want it to be. Clear, concise, what the evidence will show. Stayed up the case beautifully.
Yeah,
Not reading.
Ready.
Yeah, there was no fat on that opening statement.
No.
That was very straightforward. Spent a lot of time talking about the testing of the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like they know the defense is going to be all over. They broke that gun before
Right.
the defense got a chance to look at it.
Yeah, and they had filed a motion to dismiss based on that, based on the destruction during testing, which was denied.
May I proceed? Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. This was an unspeakable tragedy, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. He was an actor acting, playing the role of Harlan Rust. An actor playing a character can act in ways that are lethal, that just aren't lethal on a movie set. These cardinal rules, they're not cardinal rules on a movie set. And I don't have to tell you much more about this because you've all seen gunfights in movies. And the reason that can happen is because safety is ensured before the actor. On this movie set, there were people responsible for ensuring the safety of the set and the firearm. Those people failed in their duties, but Alec Baldwin committed no crime. The most critical issue in this case is how a real bullet got on a movie set. The evidence will show that real bullets are never supposed to be on movie sets. Movie sets use dummies and blanks. Movie sets use dummies, fake inert bullets that look like real bullets, they don't go bang, for when you want a close-up of the gun. You can't tell them apart from live bullets by looking at them, which is why live bullets can be nowhere near a movie set. And if the director wants a shot of the gun going, bang, poof, there's blanks that they can use. And those blanks look nothing like real bullets. And they are used for those shooting scenes. And, they'll play these videos that they described of Alec's, firearm in the movie going bang, poof. And people are conditioned to seeing people firing weapons and thinking that's a dangerous act. That's a dangerous act. And they will play those videos and give you that image to try to tarnish him in your eyes. But that's not what happened here. On this set, there was a real bullet, something that should never be on a movie set, something which has nothing to do with making a movie. And you will hear no evidence, not one word, that Alec Baldwin had anything to do with that real bullet being brought onto that set. The second critical issue in this case is why did a real bullet get loaded into a prop movie gun? It is undisputed that the bullet was loaded into the gun by the armorer, the person on set whose responsibility it was to ensure the gun was safe. And so picture that moment of the armorer placing a live bullet into that firearm. You hear the prosecutor say, he did this or he performed in a certain way. He picked out the biggest gun as his prop. It's to tarnish him in your eyes. You will hear no evidence whatsoever. No evidence that anything Mr. Baldwin did, that something he did in that moment, that horrible moment when she put that bullet in that gun, none of it had anything to do with Alec Baldwin. And finally, the first assistant director's job, the head of safety, Dave Halls, checks it before it goes to the actor. And he will tell you he made a tragic mistake. He failed to detect a live bullet. And Alec Baldwin had nothing to do with that either. So all this evidence that the prosecutor just outlined, all of it, has nothing to do with these critical issues. Nothing. Which leads us to this. The evidence will show that on a movie set, safety has to occur before the gun is placed in the actor's hands. In this case, this unique case on a movie set, the prop gun was placed in Mr. Baldwin's hands and cold gun was announced, meaning it had been checked and double checked by those responsible to ensure the gun was safe. It was just a prop. They all thought it was just a prop and could do no harm. The actor's job is to act, to rehearse, to choreograph his moves, to memorize his lines. He's Harlan Rust. He's an outlaw running for his life, who in the incident in question, he's pulling a six-shooter to try to defend himself. That's why the gun has to be safe before it gets into the actor's hands. His mind is somewhere else, in the being of another, a century away, an outlaw. He must be able to take that weapon and use it as the person he's acting would, to wave it, to point it, to pull the trigger like actors do, in ways that would be lethal in the real world, but are not lethal on a movie set. And I'm going to show you that scene now before lunch. And if we could just play action.
I'm gonna go find some help.
I don't need no damn help.
You're gonna die if I don't.
He's wounded and on the run. So play again. Continue.
All in rust. You just stand up nice and slow, toss any weapons you have.
He's on the church pew, bleeding, his hand gripping the revolver. He would defend himself against the men in the movie. Play.
One more. You good? Ready? All in rust. Did you get up nice and slow, tossing the weapons you have?
Well, how close can I get right there?
Joe, you want me to wait to give you that line till he lands, till camera lands?
Yeah.
Yep.
7 minutes, one. Draw your gun and look up and point your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
This side.
So camera left for now. I'll stand right here for you, Alex. So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
And set. 30 and action.
All in rust.
Do one more just like that. You got one more? Yeah.
They want him to do it again. There's no danger. They want him to do it again.
And set. Ready. And action.
All in rust. Nice.
It's a scene similar to scenes we've all seen in movies and television, performed by thousands of actors. And the scene that continues after lunch is the same scene, it's just not unfortunately captured on videotape. And the scene they envisioned and acted out, that prop gun was positioned in the afternoon so close to the camera that you could see inside, that you could feel it. You could feel that it was loaded, and it was loaded, of course, with dummies. Dummies to make it look like a real gun. But this one time, one of those dummies was a real bullet. The real bullet was not known to anyone in that church. Amongst the actors, directors, and crew in the scene, everyone was doing exactly how they go about their business every day on a movie, not as if some lethal element had been included in the environment. You will see creativity and movement and everyone talking and vibrant. No one had any idea that this venomous, toxic element had been inserted into this magic they were creating. But it did. It entered that place. It killed an amazing person. It wounded another, and it changed lives forever. And so to find out what happened on that movie set, you need to do something that the prosecutors could never do. You have to step back and remember what they were doing on a movie set. What were Helena Hutchins, the cinematographer, Joel Souza, the director, and Alec Baldwin, the actor, doing on Bonanza Creek Ranch? You know, movies and magic have always been closely associated. The first people that made movies were magicians. And this imagination that happens in movies, you know, King Kong, he can stand above a city, and Superman can fly, horses and snakes and gun battles. For this to all work, for cinematography, what Helena did to work, for acting to work, you have to be so close to the barrier of real and imagined that the viewer feels that they're there, that it's real. The viewer can't see strings from the stuntman. The stuntman must leap. The snake must hiss. And guns happen in movies all over this country for many decades. Bang, bang. You've all seen it. Guns have been an element of theater and film and television since the earliest of times. depictions of war and combat, Spartacus, it stirs audiences because it feels real. Later films, Platoon, Apocalypse Now, they showed the unvarnished realities of war. This ranch, Santa Fe, it had been the scene to many gunfights and movie scenes, well before Alec was even born. Laramie, Butch and the Sundance Kid, and these westerns.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Wow, bad form, huh? Objection during the opening.
Man, especially after talking about Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, an absolute
Getting into it.
absolute classic movie.
Well, what are you afraid of? I mean, come on. He's talking about movies. It's not exactly the most prejudicial thing to your case here.
Right.
The evidence will show that guns are in movies because movies are about people's lives and guns are in people's lives. So let's talk about the evidence and how the lethal bullet got there. How did this happen and how did it unfold? The evidence will be the following. Everybody on a movie set has a role. The armorer armors, the director directs, the actor acts. They work in harmony, but they have a division of responsibility. Safety, being important, has the first assistant director, whose name is Dave Halls, above the armorer and sort of the safety of the set. And on that day in question, the cast and the creative directors and crew in the church, it's a fake church. Their actors are not in their normal clothes, it's costumes. There's debris falling from the ceiling, it's fake debris. And they yell out cold gun. And that is an important term you're going to learn in this case. It means that the gun is cold. No one need worry. But even that requires a little bit more explanation. Cold gun doesn't mean no live bullets. There are for sure 100% no live bullets on movie sets. That's unimaginable. Cold means you don't even have the fake blank poof in it. You don't need to worry even about eye gear or earplugs for that fake bang. It means it's empty, inert, cosmetic, can do no harm. Cold guns can't hurt people. It's impossible. Literally impossible for a cold gun to hurt somebody. You could hurt you more by dropping it on your foot. And that's why these artists are carrying on in their art. Cold gun, all clear to go. And the armorer on this set hands a prop gun to Alec, like she had done times before, like people have done with him in movies for a generation. And he's there. He's in the movie set church with his movie set gear and his holster, and he takes his movie set gun. And he's deeply focused in that moment on his character. The artists, the crew members, they're moving around him. Again, no eye gear or earplugs, nothing to protect against. They carry on. They practice. They rehearse. They take a lunch break. Some folks leave, some don't. They continue the scene. Dave Halls, the head of safety, is actually practicing the movement so they can frame. They can frame the footage that will happen after lunch. And the prop cold gun comes back. The prop cold gun comes back, cold gun. They call it again. Same gun, again, safe. The first assistant director, Dave Halls, head of safety for the entire film, a man with decades of experience, comes and takes the additional step and inspects the gun. Verifies again, cold gun. Everyone relax. Go back to focus on the making of a movie. There's nothing in the gun that can hurt anybody. And Alex sits on that pew. And the creative directors, the crew, they're moving around him, in front of him. And Harlan Rust, he begins, like the prosecutor told you, rehearsing, acting. This is a completely mundane, uneventful, routine act on a movie set. And so everybody carries on. Nobody fathomed, imagined, foresaw any possible danger. They moved around Alec as he practiced his draw. As the prosecutor put it, working out the details of the move and the actor. He does it again, does it in a different way. Nobody bats an eye. And they will tell you that the investigation revealed that Baldwin was practicing drawing and pointing the weapon of the scene with guidance and instruction from Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza. The gun goes off. Everybody's shocked. Alec is startled. He immediately says, I didn't mean to shoot I didn't pull the trigger. Immediately. What the hell just happened? They collectively explain. Shock turns to panic. 911 is called.
When we know that, ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. He said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots as on movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch. Send it. I'll connect you with medical dispatcher. Don't need that. San Jose Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency? No, Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Okay. This fucking AG that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions. This motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my desk and yell at me? He's got disgusted guns. He's responsible for what happened in the now, Mimi? No. I'm a script supervisor. How many people are injured? 2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
Accidentally shot on a movie set with a prop gun. The fucking AD, it was his responsibility. Not a word about Alec Baldwin. While they're en route, police, EMS, the cast and crew are outside trying to figure out what happened, frantic, talking to those responsible for the prop and its safety. The armorer is yelling, sorry. Hall's the first assistant director is panicked. The prop master, Sarah Zachary, I don't know exactly where she is at that point, but they check the gun feverishly. They take the ammo out of the gun. They look at it. What the heck happened? They go back to the prop cart that houses the ammo. They're touching the gun and manipulating the gun, emptying it. They go and move some stuff off the prop cart, trying to figure it out. Sarah Zachary, the head of props, will tell you she threw some stuff out. And eventually, of course, EMS and police arrive pretty soon thereafter. And Helena Hutchins and Joel Souza, the director, are transported to the hospital where Helena tragically passes away. And I'm not going to be asking questions about her condition after she was wounded or the medical interventions that followed. Her injuries, the efforts to revive her, are not in dispute in this case. The evidence will be there. The prosecutor may present some of these emotionally charged images, but we're not going to be asking questions about that, and it's not an issue in dispute in this case. You jurors are allowed to ask yourselves whether or not that should be the focus or the focus should be the evidence. So police enter the scene. They have lapel cameras. Thank God they have lapel cameras. You want to see what happens? The evidence will show you can play the videotape. Want to see if they take the right gun? Play the videotape. Want to make sure what the people said or did, they're remembering correctly? Play the videotape. And so they immediately recover the prop gun and they secure it. That's off to the side. And the reason that you preserve things in the moment is so that you know what existed in the moment, the evidence in the moment, the people and the witnesses and what they said in the moment. These folks, the members of Rust, they'd never been through anything like this before. That is why what they originally said matters so much in this case. If you remember anything I say today as the evidence proceeds, remember that. Look at the evidence of what the people of Rust said and did that day. Life changes, memories change. There are human motivations, internal pressure, external pressure. That's why preservation is so important. So the police continue. In terms of the prop cart and the prop ammo that's on the cart, it's manipulated, altered, kind of messy. And, you know, at this accidental shooting on a movie set, the police begin to make some mistakes. No one had ever investigated a prop gun on a movie set before. They recover the prop gun, but they don't wear gloves. They don't have the prop cart inside the crime scene. Someone moves it onto the crime scene. People start touching it and showing, okay, this is a dummy, this is a blank. And then they make another mistake that matters in this case with some more significance, which is that they don't secure the prop truck that houses the cart. See, that cart that they roll off comes from a truck where all of the ammunition, all of the firearms are, and that's where they're stored. They don't secure the prop truck for several days. And then the prop house that supplies the truck, that supplies the cart, they don't secure for over a month. A lot of mistakes. They had never investigated a case in a movie set. But they had the prop gun. That was key. And so they needed to figure out where the live bullet came from. They had the shell casing, Starline brass. That's the sort of make. You'll hear that phrase, Starline brass. And the police were right to focus on that. That was the lethal element. And so they work outward. Makes good enough sense. Folks around the ammo and the gun to be interviewed at the precinct. The armorer at the precinct. She loaded the live bullet. Halls, head of safety, he double-checked. And Alec walks up to the police. You'll see this early today. And he says, I'm here, whatever you want to do, whatever you need me to do. Just tell me where to go. And Sarah Zachary, the prop master who threw out the stuff at the cart, they missed her that night to bring to the precinct. But the rest of them at the precinct. And thankfully, we have the lapel cameras.
And then they cleared the gun outside after at his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay. So the one was
The one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper.
I can pause this. I can turn this off. Move on. That was just a quick snapshot of the scene.
Let's approach, Your Honor. This is, Ms. Johnson.
They consented to the exhibit.
I think it's a bad look when prosecutors are objecting to evidence.
Multiple times. Like I think the initial argument was that the initial objection was that it was argument, which is not proper in an opening statement. It's where you're just laying out the story, laying out what the evidence will show to the jury. You're not supposed to give any kind of argument. That's reserved for closing arguments. And there is a very clear distinction between the two. Yeah, I agree. I think he's very effective. I've seen a couple people calling it flowery. I don't know exactly what that means in relation to the opening. I think
the remaining witnesses from inside the church are interviewed on the scene. They're interviewed with lapel cameras. They're interviewed by the lead detective, Detective Cano. And those witnesses, some of them will come in here and testify. And not a single one of them will tell you anything different than what I'm about to tell you about the evidence. The gun was double checked, verified it was a cold gun, not an actor's responsibility to check. Safety was ensured before. Alec was doing his practicing, his rehearsing, his movements. People manipulate and point guns on movie sets. The gun went off during the rehearsal. No one saw him intentionally pull the trigger. It was obviously a tragic accident, but Alec committed no homicide. Alec took the gun from those charged with its safety. He did not tamper with it. He did not load it himself. He did not leave it unattended. It completed his costume and his character. It was an actor handling a prop and integrating it into the character of Harlan Rust. There was a dedicated professional there, off camera, whose sole sacred responsibility was that prop safety. And Dave Halls, the head of safety, was there by her side. Everyone relied on that. And it was tragic that they let them down. He was just acting as he has done for generations, and it was the safety apparatus that failed them all. So law enforcement continues. They need to find the live bullet. That was the lethal element. So they, led by Detective Cano, execute a search warrant on the church. And that's what law enforcement does. They immediately go to a judge. They say, this is what we need to do. They go into the church urgently before anything can be altered. They're confirming it was an accident, not a crime in the church. They search for guns and ammunition, videos and photos. There was no further answer in the church. They had the prop gun. They had all those witnesses secured. Their statements are clear. Alec had committed no crime, but the bullet was a mystery. And so they focus on the bullet, the critical, lethal bullet, and how did it enter the movie set. So they had the prop cart, and then they go do the warrant on the prop truck. And so at that point, and I'm going to put up a photo so that you can see who some of these individuals are. They're trying to figure out when they go to the truck, what is the source of the lethal bullet? And so they execute a warrant on the truck approximately a week later. The Seth Kenny that you heard about in the prosecutor's opening, the supplier for the set, he's there. Sarah Zachary, the prop master, she's there. And they walk through what's inside of the prop truck with law enforcement. But there's no answer to the lethal bullet. And this case then takes on, all this pressure. The media begins swirling. Where is the lethal bullet? How did it get on that movie set? And what about that actor, Alec Baldwin, who had nothing to do with why the bullet got on the movie set? And so police and prosecutors, they work hand in hand, meeting after meeting, trying to find the lethal bullet, meeting with Seth Kenney, meeting with Sarah Zachary, the prop master, the supplier. Where is it? And about a month after the incident, Sarah Zachary finally sits down with law enforcement to answer some questions. And she explains to them that she threw away some stuff. She disposed of some stuff. And the prosecutors and police keep meeting, swirling media. And then at that point, they go to the last step, right? We've done the cart, we've gone to the truck, met with Sarah Zachary, and they go execute a search warrant on, as the prosecutor told you, PDQ, the prop house. And again, Seth Kenney's there to greet them, let them in, and they don't find the lethal bullet. They never did. They never did. And as things roll into police and prosecutors, cell phones and photos and forensics, looking for this shiny object, they found another shiny object. Instead of trying to find the source of the lethal bullet, they focused on Mr. Baldwin. But Mr. Baldwin was like every other actor. He goes bang bang in movies. He's told when guns are cold or not. He rehearses and acts as his character. Safety proceeds before the actor. Once the actor has the prop gun, he can handle it however a person he's acting as would. A properly cleared gun can't hurt anybody. And so they told you about some of the things that Alex said in the statements that they will take or pick out a few lines from. But he won't tell you anything different, that he took a gun loaded and cleared by the armor and the AD. He made motions with the gun as he was rehearsing. He didn't intentionally pull the trigger. The gun just went off. And he does say, I didn't have a problem with the gun before. And this idea, that they said that he didn't want to check because he would offend them, in this moment, he's been doing this for 40 years, the evidence will show. And he has habits, and there are also SAG guidelines that tell actors what to do and what not to do. And the SAG guidelines don't tell actors to check the gun. You will see them. That's not the actor's role. And so I guess the point that they're trying to make is that why in this specific moment he doesn't break his habit of 40 years and check it differently and sort of insult them this one time. If he had done that and started playing with the gun in that way, they'd be saying, arrogant actor, why is he doing that? So they will play these statements, Alex statements. You're going to hear a man in shock and grief, a father, an artist, worried about his family. You hear he's, on one of the calls, he's going to meet with the decedent's family, the Hutchins family, and he's upset about that. He will talk to law enforcement. He will call them. He doesn't need a lawyer. He didn't commit a crime. He will call them and offer to meet and speak over and over again. And ask anyone in the acting world. Actors know. Actors rely on armors and point guns and shoot guns. The Armorers Act, what they did is clear and proven. The head of safety, you will learn, took responsibility for his verification failure. But Alec committed no homicide. So law enforcement didn't have a homicide case against Alec Baldwin, but they changed the question. You heard the prosecutor tell you about this. Did he pull the trigger? Did he pull the trigger? Did he intentionally pull the trigger? And if he did, of course, that would only make his statement incorrect, right? That would mean he would have misspoke, been incorrect. And I want to stop for a moment and just tell you, because you're going to hear a lot of testimony, expert testimony like the prosecutor told you, about the gun functioning imperfectly. Did he let the hammer down when he cocked it? Did he hit the trigger? Did he, in a calculated manner, as the prosecutor made a motion, fire the gun like that? And when this issue is discussed, it's easy to sort of pull yourself into courtroom land and away from a movie set. On a movie set, you're allowed to pull the trigger. So even if he intentionally pulled the trigger like the prosecutor just demonstrated, that doesn't make him guilty of homicide. He did not know or have any reason to know that gun was loaded with a live bullet. That's the key. that live bullet is the key, that is the lethal element. But again, as the prosecutor told you, if they could prove that he intentionally pulled the trigger and he was imperfect, imprecise, wrong with what he said, then maybe you take that and you say he's lying. And if he's a liar, he committed homicide. And so what they do is they take the prop gun. They're blinded by the shine. They're blinded by trying to disprove Alec. They take it and they order a destructive test on the firearm. They order the FBI to take a test that they know will destroy the firearm. It's a pointless, unnecessary test where they blindly try to make this big case by taking a mallet and smashing the firearm. At the time that they did that, they knew that Alec had adamantly maintained, that he was manipulating the hammer and the gun just went off. That the witnesses said it went off out of nowhere. That there are these accidental discharges that happen on the set. That guns have issues in the real world. That this gun had a hair trigger. And the owner's manual of this specific gun actually says that if you load it with a live round or any round in the chamber, in that last position, and you drop it like you see a cowboy in a movie, this type of old cowboy gun can accidentally go off. I don't remember hearing anything about that. The evidence will show that. So rather than trying to answer the question of what happened, they proceed with the destructive test. They eliminate the one item, that could prove what Alex said and believed. They didn't offer him a chance to test the gun. They didn't take the gun apart before they broke it and destroyed it and look at its inner workings. They didn't turn on their videotape. They just destroyed it. Can't ever be tested in the same condition it was in that day. Won't ever allow Alec to show his truth. And the destruction of this gun that you will hear in this evidence is symbolic of this entire case. Because the officers will tell you at that point, they weren't really investigating anymore. They were trying to disprove Alec, to get Alec, to have this day. And so after the destruction of the firearm, they hired some expert witnesses you heard about to pick up the pieces, so to speak. And the state retained Luhan Haig, an expert with over half a century of experience. And he will come into court and he will tell you he's never seen anything like this in his entire career. They conducted a pointless test, a test that would lead to inevitable destruction of the firearm. There were other correct tests that they could have done to prove whether or not it could have accidentally discharged. None of the experts can test the gun in the condition it was in on the day in question. Why? Not because of something that Alec Baldwin or the crew members of Rust did. They were all clear. The gun just went off. But because of something that law enforcement did. And they deprived him of that opportunity. However, Luhan Haig will tell you that in his analysis, he did find modification that he thought likely pre-existed the FBI testing. And what that modification means and how it impacted the gun is hard to perfectly know, of course. But it was a modification on an important part, the critical part of the firearm. And it was important enough for them to put into a report and to write a new opinion about. They felt this revelation had to be sent to prosecutors. And they maintained that position, that this modification was a matter of import for almost a year. And then a few weeks ago, before trial, they just took it back. They just took it back. You will get to see the circumstances of that take back. How far they would go for the shiny object. They never solved the question of the lethal bullet. They destroyed the gun, and all they were left with is Alec Baldwin and the movie they intend to put on. But because they never solved the lethal bullet, they eliminated the prop gun. There will not be one witness, not one shred of evidence in this trial that Alec knew or should have known the gun was loaded with a live round. So they can't prove their high-profile homicide case. So they will proceed to then here and now tell you about other things, other evidence that you will hear that has nothing to do with what happened in the church on October 21st. That the movie said as a whole was improper or anything, that they hired the wrong armorer. I think I heard in opening. The evidence will show that the armorer was hired by somebody else, trained by somebody else, had done gun scenes on Rust with somebody else before Alec even got there. She was the daughter and the apprentice of the most famous and well-respected armorer in Hollywood. And she had just left serving, being an armorer for Nicolas Cage on another Western. Then they'll come in and they'll say, but what about the movie guidelines? You heard about Mr. Jorgensen and the movie guidelines, that one of the protocols wasn't followed, or there was a set safety issue about something unrelated to this, like these movie guidelines on a set or the things of Navy SEALs and NASA. The guidelines were followed. They followed the safety guidelines. Actors don't check the weapons. Safety is ensured by dedicated personnel. So they will say, but there had been accidental discharges on the set, that guns had fired accidentally prior, not related to Alec, by the way. But again, that's the people we looked at. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's fault, Sarah Zachary's fault, perhaps, Dave Hall's faults, workplace issues. Some of them will end up, and you will hear the witnesses in this case, many of them have brought civil lawsuits. And you'll hear that, in those civil lawsuits, they're presenting evidence to try to meet a burden, not a criminal beyond a reasonable doubt homicide trial burden, but they're going to try to prove their cases in civil courts. And that's where faults and accidents are at worst 99% worked out. Not here. But you'll hear these members of the Rust crew come in here. They'll try to make sense of this for you. Some of them have sued. Some of them are in grief. Some of them are in grief and have sued. And part of this grief they feel, that everybody feels, is understandable. And what they will do is they will tell you, if only we had had a second armorer. One of them will say, if only Dave Halls had checked better. If only the camera hadn't been right there and Ms. Hutchins wasn't leaning over the camera. If only I myself did this. If only Alec did that. This is natural, their testimony. It's part of the human condition. It's part of grief.
Objection, Your Honor.
None of them knew.
Yes.
Oh, geez. I think they were given 50 minutes for openings, I think.
I mean, I know he's like pushing the envelope here as far as argument goes in his opening, but, I feel like it's just looking bad for the prosecution to interrupt this much. It's like none of this is shocking that, they know they're going to argue
As
this.
I was saying, the witnesses in their grief will look for reasons to try to make sense of this tragedy. But again, none of them knew or should have known about the lethal bullet either. No one had any idea that it was on that set or in that gun. In that world, they were all in it together. And you will hear that none of this other stuff has anything to do with those two critical questions we started with. Why there was a live bullet on set, why the armorer placed it in the gun, and of course, why the head of safety failed to detect it. None of it speaks to whether Alec knew or should have known those things. He didn't. No one on that set did. It was not foreseeable. You will hear that word from the witnesses and from eventually the instructions. Foreseeable. This was anything other than foreseeable. And they must prove beyond any and all reasonable doubt that this was foreseeable. Total indifference to human life, that death might occur. He's an actor. He's an actor. But here we are at a homicide trial. And so they will pull witnesses, and witnesses will be cross-examined. They will push themselves to the edge of truth and beyond. These things about, Alec didn't notice this or Alec didn't notice that. I want to make sure that you're clear on something that the evidence will show. He had been filming on that set for a handful of days. The evidence will show he had just gotten there. It's not as if he had been there for months and months and noticed things and failed things. And he had just gotten there. You don't notice every little thing when you start at a new place and when you're in the character of Harlan Rust. But they will push forward and they will have gaps in the evidence as well. Don't expect you to be hearing and for them to call the first AD head of safety. I don't know if you'll be hearing from the lead detective, Cannell, who investigated this case, the lead detective, or the sergeant that supervised him, Sergeant Zook. I don't think you'll hear from Mr. Schilling, who was the lead investigator for the prosecutors. And so as you hear this, you jurors can assess about that gap of evidence. And there's one thing that I can tell you you will not hear also. You will not hear from an actor or an expert in acting. And so they will play the videotapes of Alec Baldwin, the actor, acting. They will show you perhaps over and over again him in shooting scenes. Bad Alec shooting a gun the wrong way in a movie scene. They will try to get you to picture that and forget that this was a movie set in the first place. And you will see actors in a Western acting. And your mind might go to your favorite gun scene in your favorite movie. You may picture actors and actresses doing exactly what you see here. The other actors in Rust doing the same thing that Mr. Baldwin was doing. But when you come back from that moment, remember, this is a homicide trial. And you will see soon that the reason they play those videos of him over and over is because they don't have any evidence of actual homicide. And you will learn the truth. Not a day goes by when we don't wish Alec had saved your life. But never, the witnesses will tell you, in the history, is something that an actor has done. Intercepted a live bullet from a prop gun. No actor in history. No one could have imagined or expected an actor to do that. So just remember that truth. So when they cry out justice, justice is truth. This was an unspeakable tragedy. Alec Baldwin committed no crime. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What we're going to do now is we're going to take our morning bathroom break. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. And follow what Mr. Bing tells you to do. And what we'll see back here about 20 of. All right, thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, what do they say? 20-minute break?
Yeah, 20-minute break. I think he did a good job. I think he got a little into the weeds, got a little long, and he might have got just disrupted from those objections. I really liked how he showed that video, and kind of like I the point that he makes that I think is huge is like they said cold. They said it was cold. Why would he expect anything to happen on something that he was told was a cold prop?
Yeah,
I don't know. It'll be interesting.
Yeah,
to see
I thought it was very persuasive. I mean, he kept on driving home the point that the safety checks are done before it's handed to the actor. So it's not like they're trying to say there was no safety checks. It's just those are done before it's in his hands, because at the point it's in his hands, he's an actor with a job to do, which is to act. I thought it was very persuasive.
I thought it was excellent.
A really difficult case here.
Yeah, I thought it was really, really well done. So did Alec. You can tell. Like I know Jay was like, I think he thought he did. I thought he did a great job. I thought both of them did a very, very good job. I mean, he's driving home the point that the guy's an actor. Because remember her opening line, it was like. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just thought it was got a little bit like disjointed, but I thought he did a good job. I really thought he did a good. I think it was a good job playing the call, playing the video from the scene, showing the actors, showing what he's doing. Like Josh said, he's acting. He's supposed to be seeing these two guys come in. He's drawing his gun. He's acting. That's what actors have been doing.
Thank you so much for tuning in to watch our coverage of the Alec.
I thought it was
audio Jesse.
Oh man, that's terrible. I thought it was super effective when they used the actual raw footage.
Yeah.
So I thought it was great and super effective, because just being in that role as an actor, I mean, you're in your head. It's like Josh, you could probably, like, when I'm doing an opening or a closing argument, I'm like not thinking about anything else. Like I am so like in that moment that I like nothing, like everything else falls away from me. You know what I mean? You're concentrating so diligently on what you're doing. And I imagine it's pretty similar for actors, much like we are trying to remember the facts And, especially in openings and closings where, and I don't read off paper. I mean, I'll have bullet points, but, like I am constantly thinking, and that goes to kind of Jay's point as well, where, we had multiple objections. That really does throw you off during like much more so than like during an examination of a witness. Like objections can throw you off there. But when you are doing this thing that you have in your mind practiced and thought about hundreds and hundreds of times leading up to the opening or the closing, and somebody like interrupts you and like takes you, like it shocks you out of your headspace.
Flow. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's tough to kind of get right back into it because it really does. It pulls you out of it because you're just sitting there. You have to think, like, if you're giving a closing or an opening, your mind is just racing, and you're trying to remember, I can't forget this. I can't forget this. I can't forget this. That's why, I keep the bullet points, but I never write down what I'm saying. I want it to come off as I'm not reading a piece of paper, but then I'm giving a genuine opening, and that I understand the facts and that I mean what I'm saying. And, and I want to make eye contact with the jury the whole time. So, I thought it was very effective on both sides. And it's a fascinating case, man. It really, really is. It's not like, this is not simple, like anybody in the chat that's like, oh, he's guilty. Like, we got to hear it all. It's all got to come out, because I think that, and remember, I see people talking about that he hired so-and-so. That's not coming in here. Like his producer role, whatever he did in terms of, and frankly, that's civil. If he hired Hannah Gutierrez and she wasn't experienced enough to have been on this set, and it was an improper hire, that's a civil case. You sue them for, like for multiple things in a civil setting that's not criminal. So I mean, there's a distinction between what's criminal and what's a civil action here, and it gets really blurry. That's why I thought for the prosecution's side, I think it's helpful that she's not allowing them to get into that producer side of it, because it really does muddy the waters. Like ultimately, this is going to boil down to, should Alec Baldwin have absolutely positively checked that weapon before that scene took place, or that blocking. And that wasn't, they weren't even filming that scene. You know what I mean? So it's like, but and what's tricky for me from the defense side of it is, how are they going to address, because that was where he got a little bit tripped up in a tricky opening, because you've got the situation where Baldwin's saying he didn't pull the trigger, so that's part of the narrative. You know what I'm saying? It's like, because you're saying, look, it shouldn't matter if he pulled the trigger, because if everybody had done their job properly, there's no way in hell there's live ammunition on this set. So it matters not whether he had pulled the trigger 50 times. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, and are people that are gun owners on this jury going to buy into the concept that it's a movie, it's make believe, in movies, you do things that in real life you don't do, such as point weapons at people, unless you're intending on using it. It's like are gun owners gonna be like, nah, like I'm not, like, no, like I don't care if you're on a movie set. It's an actual weapon, and you've got a responsibility whenever you have an actual weapon in your hands, and the proof's in the pudding. You have a dead, you have a dead human being because of it. So I don't know.
One point I thought that he made that was really powerful and going to your point is when he was showing the video of him rehearsing, and he says how no one on that set is concerned with what he's doing. He's pulling that gun. He's pointing that gun. You don't hear anybody shouting, whoa, what are you doing? Hey, have you double checked that thing? You're pointing it around at everyone. They're all saying to themselves, okay, great. Yeah, that looks perfect. Let's do it again. Same shot, because they've all heard that gun declared a cold gun. No one's concerned. Now they're just acting. Now they're just rehearsing a scene. No one in that room is thinking that he's behaving in any kind of way that's putting anyone at danger. And now you're going to say that in retrospect, he's the one person who should have known better and double checked that gun. To me, that was a point I hadn't heard articulated quite that way, especially looking at the video footage of him rehearsing. To me, that was very powerful.
I thought the same thing when I watched the the playback that they played during the opening. I was like,
trial. Look, it's cases like this one that show you.
Is it playing again?
Bob got double Jesse twice.
Bob. Oh man, he's so lucky he's not on screen for us to laugh at and point and stare. But I thought the same thing. I was like, all right, they asked him to do it again. And she went through the whole thing. He was supposed to take it out slowly. And then they were like, then you hear him like, all right, so you want me to take it out really fast.
Yeah.
And on the one, he had his finger either on or right before. For my visual, it looked like it was on the trigger. And the second time, it looked like his finger was like off, like he was trying to keep it off. And I hadn't heard the cold gun thing either. To me, that was everything, because in my mind, I've been saying from the beginning, if there is a reason that, because I didn't know, like, can a dummy bullet or a blank cause an injury? And I was saying, like, even if it caused like a small injury, well, then he shouldn't be pointing the gun in the direction of a person and pulling the trigger. If someone can get injured in any way, then that was reckless. And during the motions in Lemonade, they talked about a situation with a blank hurting someone. And at the time, I thought maybe there was a blank in there. So I was like, okay, well, if it's possible that, even unlikely, but possible, that you can pull a gun with a blank in it and someone on the other end dies or gets seriously hurt, then I've changed my entire position. And again, I am remaining open to hear all the evidence and see if there's something, that gets me over this. Like, it's just hard for me to find criminal culpability based on what I know now. But then hearing that a cold gun has dummy shells, not blanks, and that dummy shells can't hurt anybody. And the announcement, cold gun, and the fact that it was checked by a second person other than Gutierrez. So, all right, to me, Gutierrez and her, what that she was so new, or whatever they keep saying, such a young, inexperienced, right now, doesn't matter, because the AB was a very experienced, person. So he's double checking her. I don't know. I just don't get it.
I keep trying to think of an analogy. Like, say, like, let's try to, so say you've got a scene where the actor has like a torch, and you've got another actor that it would probably be like a stunt double that has like a flame retardant suit on, right? And that the actor has to, the scene calls for the actor uses the torch to set the other actor on fire, and say that, the actor does it, and then something had happened with whoever outfitted the stunt double in the flame retardant suit, and it wasn't flame retardant. So the actor puts the torch on the actor, and the actor, like the other actor, the stunt double, catches on fire actually. Are you holding the actor, because it's basically the same concept?
It's a little different though, because in your scenario, he's supposed to put the fire to the person, where in this scenario, he wasn't supposed to even fire the gun. But I agree with what you're saying. To me, it's almost a difference without any significance, because I also noticed those other two people in the scene, they appeared to be pointing the gun in the direction of actually Alec. At least on camera, it looks like the gun is being pointed.
Yeah.
Oh man, babe, that is 3. There should be some sort of
boy.
That wasn't
you
Jesse.
Well, I don't care. It was Jesse. What's the word I'm looking for?
Whatever. I did mute it, but you guys still heard it.
Adjacent. Yes, it was Jesse adjacent. And I think there should be a special sound, like a buffoon type sound, that we play right now, because that was 3. Robert Michael.
All right, Dizzy. Yeah, you take over. I shouldn't be handling that
He
anyway.
has
Like
experienced
everyone
people to
knows,
take
I'm
over
not
when
the tech guy. I don't claim to be the tech guy. I am the equivalent of Hannah Gutierrez as far as an armor, as far as tech goes. So that's like, you wouldn't hire me. You wouldn't hire me for the job. If you did, you'd be making a terrible, terrible
but
mistake.
at least they'd have Dizzy in the background to be double checking you. So we wouldn't blame the person so much that hired you. But what Bob was originally saying, for anyone who missed the motions in Lemonade, the judge made clear you are not getting on that he was rushing people. You're not getting on that he was somehow responsible. The buck stops with him because he was the producer, that he was responsible for hiring. You can't even get on that people walked off set for gun safety issues unless it is specifically related to Hannah Gutierrez's handling of the firearm. Now, I have no idea, and maybe Jay, you do. I don't think Bob did when I asked. Know what precisely these people walked off for. Although someone said it was gun safety, but in the motions in Lemonade, the judge is like, no, it has to be Hannah Gutierrez related.
It wasn't. I don't think it was specifically guns. It was a bunch of issues they had, but that was included, I think. But yeah, it's not coming in anyway.
Bob,
They
to your
mentioned it in
point,
opening, though. Sorry, Josh.
No. To your point, I'm trying to think of an analogy as well. At like what what other situation would you imagine where there would be protocols, and then eventually everybody's given the green light to proceed with the scene? Well, I imagine that's saying cold gun. I mean,
Right.
Cold gun, you don't pronounce cold gun unless you've felt that you've arrived at that point where it's a safe scene now, right? So I think that significance of even announcing that, it's like
Twice.
Right. At that point, no one needs to do anything else. There is no further responsibility. The gun has been declared cold. That means that all the safety protocols and procedures have taken place, and now we are turning from safety towards acting, and that's what we're concerned with now. But they're saying, even in spite of all of that, he had an extra duty on top of it being declared cold to check himself, or to never point it where he's being directed to point it. The more I think about it, the more I think that this is just it's a bad case.
Yeah. And when we had Jay, when you had both Alina and Lisa on, man, it's like and they're both experienced in the ways of movie sets and like this kind of knowledge. And like, even at that point, I think we all ended up agreeing that it's a bad case. It's a really tough case as to Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that you had people with specific jobs that failed, that ultimately that's who you point the finger at. It's like, why have the people on the set if you're going to now expect the actors to be responsible for what those people's jobs are on top of their job as the actor? To me, it's just, it's a really, really tough case for the state.
And Astrea Dane's analogy here, she took it a different way, but is a very, very good analogy. Never does a doctor get held criminally liable for that. Now, if the nurse is obviously, now it's the final person being the nurse at that point, if that person is obviously intoxicated, seems to be out of their mind, then maybe you can, then we're even talking about civil liability for that doctor, but the criminal liability is still, like maybe then you could pull something from that. And the other thing I wanted to point out is that we need to think about recklessness as it's criminally defined.
Right.
Maybe
exactly.
If we can all agree it's reckless to point a gun at a person and pull the trigger, in any case, it's bad form, it's not safe. But is it rise to the level of criminal recklessness, meaning that it was foreseeable? You had reason to know that doing so could cause death. I thought it was bodily injury or death. But when I looked at the indictment, it says a reasonable person would have known had the potential to cause death. And
Under the
that's
circumstances.
under those under
the-
those circumstances, which
And we
includes,
can't pretend we're not on a movie set.
and that they
Correct.
didn't announce cold.
Cold is
Gun.
huge. Cold is huge. And if in that scene, I think that they said that those were dummy rounds. And the attorney said you cannot distinguish between dummy rounds and real rounds. Like even had Alec Baldwin looked at him, would he have been able to make that distinction? It doesn't seem like it. Whereas they said blanks, you'll know immediately. Blanks don't look anything like a regular round. So
honestly, for people who think Alec is guilty, who didn't see Hannah Gutierrez's trial, just wait till Dave Halls comes up and testifies. The AD, the guy who's yelling cold gun. This guy was an absolute joke. He took the job as a joke. He took a plea deal and got out of it. He took a plea deal, so he's not going to see any time. But this guy who, and by the way, Hannah Gutierrez was a joke too. But this guy wasn't paying attention. They're going to have they showed in the trial footage of like all these people pointing their guns at each other, like that, pointing at one of the kids on the set. This guy Dave Halls, he's the guy who says cold gun. He's the guy who's a joke. He's the guy that really has a ton of responsibility here. He's the guy who's telling Alec, here's this cold gun that shouldn't do anything when you have it in your hand. Here it is. We checked it, like Josh said. Like that's the protocol. That's what everyone on the set is like. Oh, let me take a breath. It's a cold gun. Because I know when they say that means they checked this and there shouldn't be anything in there that should be a problem. Dave Halls, man, that guy got off with nothing. That guy was a huge problem. Just wait till, and when he testified, he just couldn't come off more of like a guy that just got his job, just walked through the paces, just wasn't doing anything, could give a shit, was happy he was on this set getting paid, but was not really paying attention. Just wait till you guys see this.
Jay, who does that play in favor of? Do you think it plays in favor of the state or the defense?
Defense, I think. Because why do you think?
I don't know, man. Because I think the state could make the argument that Dave Halls, being the dipshit that he was, and that maybe that makes it foreseeable.
So Alex should have
known.
Like, I know this guy is not paying attention. But I mean, then I guess the argument would be like, Alec is not even thinking. Like Alec's like, I'm like he said in the opening, he's 100 years before. He's hauling rust. He's not Alec Baldwin in that moment. He's not thinking about that. He's like, I'm a gunslinger. There's guys coming into a church, and I'm supposed to be, I guess that would be the argument.
Well, I think the attorney also made an excellent point in saying, you can talk about the inexperience of the armorer and everything else, but I'll tell you one thing: no one suspected was a live round to be anywhere near that set. That is one thing that is in no one's mind. So, cold gun, he didn't check it properly. Everything else, even in spite of all of that, no one's thinking that there could possibly be a live round inside of that gun, and that's really. I mean, that's what the prosecution has to argue, is that should have been something he was aware of under the circumstances, is that there possibly could have been a live round that would have caused someone's death if he didn't check that gun. It's like, I mean, of all the places you would expect a live round not to end up, it's a movie set.
Right. I mean, and that's the whole thing. Like, because ultimately at the end of the day, I mean, people have jobs. Like, you can't forget that it's a movie set. It's a workplace.
Yeah.
And people have defined roles. And when you have roles that are defined like armorer, and then you've got the first AD, who is the overseer of making sure that everything is on the up and up when you're moving into shooting a scene or blocking a scene or whatever the case may be. Like, it's a very slippery slope if they're going to start hanging it on the actors in terms of that being their responsibility, despite the fact that a absolutely tragic thing happened here. I mean, somebody lost their life. I mean, it's devastating. And, but the fact still remains. I mean, like, I'm having a really hard time holding Baldwin responsible because there are people that specifically had jobs to do relating exactly to what caused the death. It wasn't the gun that caused the death. It was the live round that was placed inside of that gun that caused the death. You know what I mean? It's like, is it because I think the question would be, is it foreseeable that an actor who's been in countless action movies, I was pulling up like all the like Baldwin's like his IMDb and looking at like I'm like there's probably like 30 movies where he's handled guns. You know, he's got a pretty long career. You know, I mean, like I wouldn't know if I'm thinking if it's a cold gun. I might pull the trigger even if it's not called for. I mean, you're just kind of like you're just in this weird headspace, you know, when you're filming a scene or when you're prepping for a scene like that I've never done. I mean, it's close. I think it's close when we're giving closings and openings, Josh, like as attorneys at trial. You know, there's absolutely a certain amount of acting that is going on there when attorneys are up there, you know, and we are very much trying to commit to our memory everything that we wanted to bring up, like heading into that moment. You know what I mean? So I think that there's some analogous elements to both, but you know, it's just it's hard for me to get to a place where I can find him criminally liable. You know?
Yeah, and that's an important distinction. Is I you know, a lot of people keep on bringing up, no, he still should have checked. He still has a responsibility, but I agree where I might agree with you, but I think it's to a civil extent. In this criminal standard, it's that he should have foreseen it would lead to death, like Ali pointed out. And that is just such a high standard, especially when you're talking about proving that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have a very, very difficult case here because it's just the case against Hannah Gutierrez Reed, to me, was far more linear. I could understand the nexus between her misconduct and the death. Whereas when it comes to him, you know, it's just so much more tenuous to me.
Yeah, I think
sorry, just the camera's back. It's not live, but the camera's back. Just giving you the heads up. It's not. I think they're doing another sidebar. They just showed them walking up to the judge. So
you know what, guys, I'm gonna have to go before they get back. I don't want to interrupt while they get back into the testimony and everything. But
what are you
well,
doing?
thank you for being here, and I hope everyone is subscribed. Who wasn't already subscribed to Courtroom Confidential is subscribing.
What the hell?
Right now.
This guy's like he's dipping out.
I gotta
miss you, man. We'll miss you.
My job.
It's got a real job.
Believe me, I don't want to.
Well, dude, you're awesome. Everybody sub over
Thank
to
you,
Courtroom
Thank you, guys.
Confidential. You're
Thank
the
you
best,
again.
man.
I
We love you.
appreciate it.
Hey,
Thank
and
you for letting
you
me-
know we're covering the whole thing. Any day you want to drop in, just
I
hit us
will.
up.
I
All right.
will. I'm going to try to clear my calendar to do this as much as possible.
Awesome. We love having you, man. Have a great day. Don't work too hard.
Take care, John.
Take care, guys.
All right, we'll see you on the flip. All right.
You know, Bob, one thing I will say, which is interesting, Alec was a little, I was just saying, like, he's stone faced in the he was like going back and forth and like almost mouthing like he missed it. He was it seemed like to me judging his attorney's performance, right? Like just imagine, Bob, can you imagine if you're doing your thing and you got this guy who's a professional actor, and you're right, openings and closings are theater. If you're not doing a good, I've never seen like John Meadors to me in that closing where he was like, Bubba, and like he like that is the stuff that brings people in. You have to have that theater. And it was just interesting to me. It seemed like Alec was kind of like judges his performance a little bit, and he wasn't stone faced. He was going back, he was going forth, he was changing his angles. It was just interesting to see. So as the trial goes, it'll be interesting to see how he reacts.
And it's Diz, throw it up there. I can't get it. I can't get the screen up because I just want to get it up there so we have it up there. Yeah, man, totally. You know, and it's one of those things like when you're a defendant in the case, though, it's different because you're thinking like your life is flashing before your eyes. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to know what they're thinking in terms of, you know, and Baldwin's like obviously invested, right? So like he's got points that he's expecting this guy to make.
Yes.
You know, so like he's like if he doesn't like the way he made it in terms of a certain point.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't want me to put this on right now? You want to keep the screen up?
Legal Mama had wanted you to throw it up. Does that have the elements? Let's
Yes.
go through it real quick. It's helpful.
Okay, so manslaughter is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice. Voluntary manslaughter consists of manslaughter committed upon the sudden quarrel in the heat of passion. Okay, so we're at B, sorry. Involuntary manslaughter consists of manslaughter committed in the commission of an unlawful act not amounting to a felony or in the commission of a lawful act which might produce death in an unlawful manner or without due caution and circumspection. So the very most important thing here, because this would involve a lawful act which might produce death in an unlawful manner or without due caution and circumspection.
Is that New Mexico's?
That's New Mexico's. It's the one he's charged under. Now, the alternative one he's charged under is also B. So they did it two ways. So the first part, or in the commission of in an unlawful act not amounting to a felony, they are saying that unlawful act, and I'm going to pull that up next because that's even going to be more interesting. And someone, like Dizzy, just let us know or switch the screen out if something starts happening in the court.
I'll let you know. I have it up. I'll let you know.
Or getting behind time, I always think is wonderful because it lets us bloop through some stuff. So, is negligent use of a firearm. So let's look at their negligent use of a firearm statute and decide if he negligently used a firearm. Let's see.
As she looks that up, speaking of blooping, again, if you're coming in new to this trial, we're not going to get reasons for objections. We're going to get a lot of, even during the opening, we're going to get a lot of sidebars where we have no idea what's going on. It's frustrating as hell for us. So just a heads up, there are going to be a lot of those, and this judge doesn't mess around. So,
yeah, no, she's on top of her shit. She's not playing. You know what would also be helpful is in the if they have definitions like at the beginning of, because I know
that's just gonna take some extra
like due circumspection. I want to know how they define it.
And don't worry, guys, I got an eye on it. As soon as it's live, we'll go live.
So weird. They didn't put the statute for unlawful use of a firearm in here. They just said unlawful use of a firearm. Maybe it's unlawful use of a deadly weapon. In the commission. Oh, negligent use of a firearm. There we go. Sorry.
Didn't you have it right there?
Oh,
or was that it?
No, that was it. I just didn't realize that I had scrolled that I had finally reached it. Because I realized I had put it in wrong. Okay. Oh, no, that was negligent use of a deadly weapon.
Right.
But that also might be the same. So
it could be a sword.
As they review this, I want to let people know I'm rocking my sweet new Publicly Buzzed merch, which you can find at publiclybuzz.com. I love it. Love it. Love it. Please subscribe to Publicly Buzz. Check out the website.
Definitely.
Okay. So, I think this is it.
Did they send that to you for free? Like, why don't they ever send me shirts?
Jersey Jen, I don't know if she's here, was so kind. She won a contest, and I think it was on my birthday or something. She's like, send it to Jay. So shout out to Jersey Jen. Thank you for doing that.
There you go. Giving the love. Got a couple new members. Jojo Fasho. Oh, Jojo Fasho show. Love that. Welcome to the fam. And Lori Life 360 for the win. New member. All right, I think we're getting ready to roll, babe.
All right, so it just says discharging a firearm into a building or vehicle or so as to knowingly endanger a person or his property. Carrying a firearm while under the influence, endangering the safety of another by handling or using a firearm or other deadly weapon in a negligent manner. So, and even if you get negligent use of a weapon, you still have to get to the second half of this, which is that and knowing that such use could cause death.
Okay. And we'll revisit them throughout the trial for sure. Because ultimately, that's what matters.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, while we have a little break here, I see Miss Dina is here, one of our amazing mods, and it's her birthday. Happy birthday, Miss Dina!
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to baby. We're not in sync. Like we're always in sync on our birthdays.
We are. I wasn't feeling the full voice.
Happy birthday, Dina.
Happy birthday.
Wait, did you let the dog out again? And then
oh yeah. Yeah.
I was like recording with Bill Dorsch yesterday, and like Allie had to run out, and like I was doing it like as a premiere. I was recording it as a video, and then because we were going to be out last night, and Allie like lets the guy out and then leaves. Like, and when I'm doing a recording, like I can't pause it, and I didn't want to have to go back in and edit it and pull out the part where I had to leave and go let the guy in because he's crying. So she's done it twice this morning already. It's like this thing. I'm like, all right,
at least he hasn't escaped.
Escape New York.
Thanks for being here, everybody. If you haven't hit that like button, please hit it. Get this in the algorithm. We know this is a pretty popular trial, and a lot of other people are covering it, so we appreciate you being here with us. Hit the like, maybe get in the algorithm for some people who are new, who would like to join us and might like our coverage.
Yes, definitely. Let's see. Oh, so that poll straight up 50-50.
Yes, that's what it was at 400 votes. It's at it again. 50-50. I've never seen a poll with that many votes be exactly even.
50-50, right? It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm 50-50 on it too. You know what I mean? It's like you can't. Like the guy's an actor, so
right. That's why I think he's got it. And not only is he an actor, he's an actor who likes, just as a person, likes to let his voice be heard. Like it seems hard for me to believe he'll let him just sit in his hands and not give it a performance on the stage.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think that he's probably of the mindset that he moves people for a living.
Absolutely.
So that it might be. I have a feeling he'll testify. I do.
I think so too, unless they're worried that it's going to open up, like that he could open the door to something. I was worried they're open the door because she's like, if you open the door to like a producer's role and blah, 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 then I'm going to let it in. And he started talking about how Baldwin had no responsibility for safety. Like he's got to walk a fine line with that and just stick with Baldwin, the actor, had every reasonable right to rely on the announcement of cold gun and not talk about safety overall.
Yeah,
I was surprised it was easy for them to pick a jury. Bob and I talked about like needing to ask the question, does anyone on the jury, are you aware of any political humor or political acting that he does, and then kind of pull them separate for that, because I think that's a huge thing, his Trump impersonations.
I thought they said that there was no, like, that went so fast because there was no individual, like it was just like a group thing, but I could be wrong.
She did say she was going to do the whole group. I don't know.
That's what I thought I heard too.
See that young lawyer there? He's sitting there. He's deep in thought about the shit that he wanted to say. Like, that's how it always is for lawyers. Like, when you're sitting there after you do an opening or a closing, like, he's just sitting there, like, all up in his head. Like, man, like, I wanted to say this one thing that I forgot.
Please,
like, Allie's, when we leave the courthouse, like, every night, like, if it's a cross or whatever, she's like, oh, my God, I forgot to ask this. Oh, my God, I forgot. Oh, my God, I forgot to do that. I'm like, oh, my God, quit doing that. I'm like, it's fine.
I'm sorry?
All right, do they have the sound up? Can you guys hear it?
Invocation.
I can hear it.
Our case agent is in the room. We just wanted to put that on the record.
The prosecutor indicated that they'd be calling the case agent early in the case. So given that, I did not continue my objection I had earlier to her being present. Thank you.
He is continuing his objection?
Sir, state your name and spell your last name for the court record, please.
My name is Nicholas LeFlor. My last name is spelled Lefleur.
And how are you currently employed?
The City of Santa Fe Police Department.
And what do you do there?
Police officer.
How long have you been employed at the City of Santa Fe?
2 years.
Can everyone hear Officer LeFlor? Okay. And prior to working for the Santa Fe Police Department,
Nikki LeFlor.
Did you work anywhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you work?
The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long did you work at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
About 2 years.
And were you on duty on October 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Did you receive a dispatch call?
Yes.
Can you tell us what you received and what you did?
A call came in that there was someone shot at a movie set. Unclear who shot, how many were shot. I happened to be the closest person to the call and arrived on scene first.
So when you arrived on scene, when you say first, were there other law enforcement officers there?
No, not at the time when I got there.
Were there any other first responders present?
There was some fire personnel and what they call the scene medic for the movie set, I guess.
You said a scene medic?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you, let me ask you, when you receive a call for a shooting, what's your primary concern?
Priority life.
And what do you
And
mean
to
when you say priority life?
Make sure whoever needs help gets help and that the threat is stopped.
And when you arrived on the scene, and where was it?
Bonanza Creek movie set, I guess. It's quite a ways off the interstate.
Okay. And what county and state is that in?
Santa Fe County, state of Mexico.
Okay. So when you arrived there, give us an idea of what you saw. What was going on?
It was a big, old, like cowboy western themed, like city or a town. There's a bunch of people running everywhere, bunch of cars, bunch of people pointing. When I got there, people were pointing towards a church, and I got out. I attempted to grab my medical bag and went in and saw.
Hang on, I'm gonna stop you there. Approximately how many people were there on scene?
I don't have the direct number, but there was more than 100 people.
Have you ever been called to a shooting where there were 100 people already on scene?
No.
Did that present any specific challenges for you?
Yes.
Explain to us what those challenges were.
Just there's a lot of moving parts. Just got to take it one piece at a time. See who's hurt. Make sure that one, that nobody's continually getting hurt, and then two, the person who's hurt, medical attention is being given to them, and then go from there.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene that day, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes.
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 4.
No further objections, Your Honor.
Am I? I want to just make sure I'm connected. I'm ready to play it. Permission to publish?
Was you going to recognize it first, or are you satisfied with the foundation?
Yes, Your Honor. We've consented to both lapel videos
All right,
today.
that's fine. Okay. So you may publish. This is States 1?
4.
States 4.
How do I get the monitors to come on?
Brian's going to do it.
Okay.
You know how to do it? Go ahead and do it.
This is why we need master Bates on all the trials. Get this guy in here. We got amateurs.
Guy was the best.
He would have this shit ready with like highlighted, ready to go.
Guy was the best.
This camera work is it's
stellar.
They're zooming in, they're zooming out. They got picture in picture.
Absolutely stellar.
All right.
Come on. Give me a hug there.
Hold on, his monitor's not on. Are your monitors on? Yes.
This one's not.
We'll turn it on.
It's on, but it's green light.
Green light's on.
Let me go get the adapter.
Well, can he redo it from here while he's looking? Or do you want?
Sure, if the monitor won't just come on.
He's got to get the adapter. Go get the adapter.
Go get the adapter. What are you doing?
Officer,
Amateur
we're
hour.
gonna turn around and just
Get
look
the
at
adapter.
monitor
Master
on
Bates
the
would
wall
have the
behind you.
adapter.
It doesn't matter, man.
Okay, let's do that.
You got your comic kit? Yeah, I'm trying to get it out. Stupid new truck. Are we inside with the BVMs?
Officer LeFlor, tell us what's going on in the video right now.
I'm looking for my other medic bag. I handed the individual a trauma pack for shooting, and I'm attempting to open one of the storage boxes in the back of the truck.
Who was the individual that you handed something to?
I believe it was a fire personnel that I followed in, a volunteer firefighter maybe.
And I thought I heard the word, is it BVM?
It's for CPR. It's a bag valve mask.
Bag valve mask.
BVM.
Okay, thank you.
We need where you at? A seal. You have a seal? A seal? A seal. I got a sterile glove and a vacuum gloves.
That was the part where the cameraman. Oh, they are going to show it.
Are you over there? Yeah. My hand is on it. Talking. We're gonna get you up. She shot her. She came in here and went across her chest. And came back and went into. You want air flight? Yeah, we got one in route. Okay.
And what are you talking about there when you say air flight?
Helicopter that's designed to transport people that need advanced treatment faster than an ambulance. It's a helicopter that air paramedics basically.
Did you call for the helicopter or did someone else do that? Do you know?
That individual said that they had already called one, but I called one for one as well.
You called also?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you feel that it was necessary to have a helicopter arrive?
Someone who was shot across the chest. We're quite a ways out for an ambulance in reference to where the hospital is. So.
And when you say you were quite a ways out, how far away is Bonanza Creek?
From a hospital? Sure. Running lights and sirens, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes or more.
Okay.
Santa Fe, one female shot in the chest, male shot in the stomach, requesting air flight.
I heard you there say male shot in the stomach. Is that what you said?
I'm not sure. I didn't really hear it.
Well, as you sit here today, do you recall where the other person was shot?
Somewhere in the chest
Okay,
or shoulder area.
thank you.
GPS? GPS forward.
It's okay.
I got you right here.
2432, how many people yell at there?
32, I got just identified medics.
In your video, sir, can you identify who the set medic is?
It's a little blurry, but I believe it's this lady, right? The one that's bent over with her blondish brown hair.
Is the monitor working now?
Yeah.
Yes. Come on, Joe.
This monitor is working now.
Oh, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know how to touch it to put it? There you go. Thank you. I appreciate you. You can go ahead and remove that.
Oh, I don't know how to remove it.
Can you show them how to remove it?
Oh, push on the menu button. And then there's a clear view.
Okay.
What are these jabronis doing? Get your act together. What is happening?
Do you know who these other people are that are in the room?
No, I know that that person, and somebody over here, the battalion chief, they were wearing Santa Fe County Fire Medic shirts. So, and they came in the vehicle in front of me.
You don't know who the other people are that are in the room?
I know the other person shot, and then Elena Hutchins, or I maybe misspelled her name or pronounced it, and then the other assistant director, and that's about it.
Okay. And you mentioned that there was a truck pulling in ahead of you.
It was a volunteer firefighter truck.
So did the first responders that we see here in this scene, did they arrive about the same time you did?
Yes.
.32 Santa Fe Bolt, approximately 140 pounds, elderly male and young female. What do you need me? No, please. You want a BBM?
He's good. He's got a broken shoulder. This is repeat your information. Find her out. Yeah, she'll be one. All right.
Officer LeFlor, tell us what you're doing now and why.
I looked over and I seen that they were getting the oxygen tank out. Noticed that they were using on a bag valve mask, which was more appropriate for that situation than the one that goes around their face. I'm just helping them, doing as much as I can to help.
So give us a little bit more information. What causes you to believe that the bag valve mask is...
If the oxygen were run out or they had to use manual breaths, they could use the bag. The other one is just something that's over their face.
Okay. And what made you think that the bag valve mask was more appropriate?
Nothing really. I just believe that's more, I don't know.
Officer LeFlor, are you trained in life-saving measures?
To an extent, yes.
Okay. Was it anything about your training that caused you to think that that would be more appropriate?
It's just what we've been trained with versus the one that was already on her.
Okay.
Gabby, can you just make sure nobody else comes in?
Yeah, we got air. Do you have ears, ma'am? Your stethoscope?
Yes, they're in that bag. Right there at the top. Purple? Nope, at the top. Helena.
Is anybody allowed to go with her in the helicopter? No.
Helena, deep breath, Helena. There you go. Deep breath, Helena.
All right. Be okay. Good girl.
There you go. Good girl. Deep breath. Entrance is here. Exit back here.
You guys,
Do you have another? No.
Do you guys need?
I just need another body bag. Something for pressure. I think a big one. This one?
This one?
No. App pad. Do you have a pad?
Yeah. You got a stretcher?
Not me here, no.
Okay. You help me get the stretcher. Stretcher.
What are you doing now?
Just trying to stay busy, help clear the way for the stretcher. The ambulance is here.
Here's priority number 1. Okay.
Let's clear all this out of it. We'll get her in here and get her out. All right, so we got air flight en route.
Not on me here. We can get some Helena?
Helena? This is Helena Hutchinson. Okay. So I got the air. Thank you. I'm going to slide that thing down that thing. Get all that out? I'm not behind you guys. All right, so we're going to need to get her going right with the Rocky Mountain.
Officer LeFlor, have additional first responders now arrived?
Yes.
Can you give us an idea of who's on set assisting now?
So it looks like more paramedics have arrived, and Lieutenant Benavides is right there.
Okay, and do you mean this gentleman here?
Yes, ma'am.
That my cursor's on? And who was Lieutenant Benavides?
He was our day shift lieutenant at the time.
Was he a supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
We got a through and through on her. We went through and through on her, through the chest, and then you got one in the arm over there.
Everybody stop what they're doing right now. This is a crash scene. Okay, everybody stop.
Whose voice is that we're hearing?
Lieutenant Benavides.
Okay, roll back. Roll over to the other side. See? Underneath, pull. Really good. Strap it down, let's get one back. Okay? You keep your eyes on me, keep cross the stairs, guys. Don't stand on the first step.
So what is your understanding about where Ms. Hutchins is being taken now?
Into the back of the ambulance.
And can you explain why is she going into the back of an ambulance rather than the helicopter?
The helicopter hasn't arrived yet, and my understanding is that they have additional medicines and equipment and measures they can take inside of an ambulance.
All right, thank you.
Disconnect there. You got it? Hey, take over that. You guys want to see Vincent? 32 Santa Fe, what's ETA on the bird?
What did you just say?
I asked them ETA on the helicopter.
And who are you speaking to?
Santa Fe Dispatch.
Do you recall how they responded?
It's been a minute since I watched this video, so.
All right.
Babe.
What?
So they're putting all of this on, one, to just, give a sense of realness to the scene and be able to show like what happened to her, but also to combat arguments that everything was mishandled or the police made mistakes, because they're trying to show, I guess, an excuse for the mistakes. That's why she's like, have you ever had 100 people on your crime scene when you arrived? So that's what this is. And the defense.
But I thought they couldn't introduce that anyway. The fact that she was improperly intubated and stuff like that. Like, this is like devastating to watch. Like, I don't know that I've ever seen like a video like that where you've got like a shooting victim that's still like where first responders are working on, and the victim's like still alive. It's really hard to watch. It's like it's almost surreal. Like, cause like Elena's like, putting her arms up, and it seems like God, she's still like alive. You know what I mean? Like I didn't realize how long they were fighting to keep her alive until I saw that video.
Right. And that's obviously the emotional aspect of it, is why the state wants it on. And I don't know why the defense has also spoke to it a lot, been like, it's the lapel videos all they need, when he's trying to keep out some of the other more gruesome crime scene pictures, like of the autopsy or whatever else he was kind of trying to keep out. He was like, there's enough of all of that on these lapel camera videos. And I mean, these are they call them lapel instead of like body cam, but they do seem to have a really good like range,
Yeah.
But that's sort of why they're showing all this. And I think that especially Alec Baldwin, he's like doomed if he does, doomed if he doesn't, because he's an actor. Any emotion that he shows can be sort of just poo-pooed, like, okay, well, he can portray any emotion that he wants, but some of his lack of emotion is, I don't know. I think I would be telling him to kind of just maybe with his head up, but his eyes down a little bit. And then, but I don't know what I'd be telling him,
I mean, I think we all agree that he wasn't intending to kill her. Like this would be like, no matter what you think of him personally, just forget all that shit. Like, the dude's a human being. And I think this is somebody that he valued his relationship with her. And, like, he certainly feels awful about what's going on here. I would hazard to guess it's probably pretty hard for him to look at. That's what I would guess, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's jump in.
Oh, we got the bird right here.
Is the helicopter now arriving?
Yes, ma'am.
doing now?
Appears I'm grabbing crime scene tape.
Why are you grabbing crime scene tape?
The crime scene, potentially.
To start the crime scene. I don't know if anybody had told me to grab the tape yet, but I knew we needed to start one.
You felt that you needed to put up crime scene tape.
Yes, ma'am. Or somebody may have asked for it.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Or somebody may have asked me for it. I'm just not too sure.
Okay. And what's crime scene tape used for?
To mark the perimeter or the inner perimeter of essentially what a crime scene which they want to tape off and only allow certain people in and out.
Okay. And was that an issue in this scene?
The crime scene?
Well, cordoning off the crime scene, was that an issue here?
Yeah, it was a unique situation because of the you can't really tie crime scene tape to nothing. So I think at one point they actually used our patrol units as to tie the tape around and go to the next one.
And why is it important to cordon that off?
Just for evidence purposes, and allow only certain people in and out, because at this point we didn't know what was going on. So.
And were there people in that area that were not first responders?
Yes.
Approximately how many, if you recall?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a number really. There was just a lot of people on the outside that I hadn't seen originally inside the church. So.
Okay, and did you know who those people were?
No.
Okay. Do you see this person here in the gray shirt?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a first responder?
No.
So when the crime scene tape goes up, what happens to that person?
I can't recall. I haven't watched the video yet.
Hypothetically, is that person allowed to stay inside the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Who are the people that are allowed to stay inside the tape?
Medical and law for first responders.
Okay.
We need Chief. Radio for my
This is in the middle of a shot, and I have live ordnance on the ceiling up there. It's safe.
Okay.
But it is here, right above here.
Okay.
Right there. That's
okay.
And if you get to the point where you say you want me to move,
all right.
I'll my guys.
Okay.
Where's the bird?
It's right here. Okay.
Yeah, poor thing.
What are you doing now?
I talked with the paramedics inside the ambulance, and they asked me where the helicopter was. I told them I was landing, and he asked them to bring the paramedics to them.
So you're bringing the paramedic from the helicopter to the ambulance?
Yes.
All right.
We got approximately 23-year-old female in the back of the ambulance right now. Gunshot underneath the right arm. Went through all the way to the back left. Can we carry this back, please, sir? I got it. You got it? utmost priority.
Guys, just get a couple IDs. I don't care whether they're IOs or not. There, grab the IO stuff, man. Can you open your eyes for me? Yep, there. I have to work on the IO. I'm not going around. That's it.
Here, if I can just have you guys just step over there for us, okay? Can I have you guys get over there for us? We're going to have to gather everybody up, get everybody's names, everybody who's on scene, okay?
What are you doing now?
Just trying to think what's next. I think I'm putting the pilot, one of the pilot's headgear inside the ambulance on the other side of the door.
Why are you telling those people to move?
Just to start to gather people up because they're just standing around the church where the said incident happened.
Why didn't you do that when you initially got there?
Just went in and made sure that medical that people were receiving medical treatment, and then slowly go with the flow, see what it could do next.
Are you trained to take action to save lives before moving witnesses around?
Yes, ma'am.
How's it going, sir? I believe you guys will be taking this one.
Going in the bird then? Did she go in the bird?
No, not yet. They're getting IVs, getting IO, and then they're going to take in the bird.
They're coming out like it's out.
They're moving it from this one? Yeah. Yeah.
A couple of them still.
Is that your stuff? Okay, I'm going to count it. And whose jack is that?
Joel.
Joel's? Okay.
It's got his phone. Hey, be careful, it is bloody.
Okay.
It's got his phone, it's got his other stuff in it.
Okay, well, we're going to just keep it here. So,
His phone?
Officer LeFlor, this woman who's speaking right now, she's not a police officer, right?
No.
Was she employed with the fire department?
No, she was their set medic, I'm guessing.
When you say set medic, do you mean she's the medic on the movie set?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he was wearing it. Where's his phone at?
I don't know.
Do you have any idea why movie sets would have medical personnel on scene?
Probably for safety reasons. Someone closer than the paramedics or fire department.
For safety reasons?
Yeah.
Phone.
Anybody have Joel's phone? Yeah.
All right, gentlemen. I just need your IDs, and then have you guys step outside and wait for the investigators to get here. Okay? Okay, cool.
Any idea who these guys are?
Just more people involved with the movie set.
Movie set employees?
Yeah.
Is that your impression?
Yes, ma'am.
And who's the props guy? Who's in charge of props?
She has green and purple hair. You can't miss her.
Okay. was here when it happened. You were here when it happened? Who else was here when it happened? The camera operator. How many people you think were in here when it happened?
3, maybe 4.
4?
Maybe.
Okay. So 2 more other than you two? Reed, as soon as I see him, he Reed, camera operator. Reed, yes sir. Okay, who else? Reed Russell was here. Alec Baldwin was the actor on set that pulled the trigger. Alec Baldwin? Yes sir. Where's he at?
We got one.
Yeah, you help me find him? Yes sir. Right there on the cell phone with the cowboy. Okay. How's it going, sir? So my understanding, you were in the room when someone was shot? Holding the gun, yeah. Okay, alrighty. What do you need? Well, I know your name, so
Pursuant to the stipulation, I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead.
Very good.
I want to make sure this is the right part. Okay.
Let me get with my lieutenant and see where we want you to hang out, okay? Whatever you want to do. Yes, sir. All right, give me just a second.
I wonder what they just stipulated out there. That was like such a short part that they like skipped.
So I got
maybe someone's
apparently
name
I
or
was
something.
Not given the appropriate redaction.
Uh-oh.
You want me to jump ahead 5 seconds now? What? I need to know what to do, or I just press play. What do I do?
The judge says nothing.
Judge Mom is mad again.
She's angry.
He should tell him to unfold his arm.
You want me to have him sit tight or?
See, when their actors aren't acting, they're not as aware of their body
All
language.
their stuff, I have the gun used is in there.
And I got the 2 people that were in the room.
Okay.
You want me to have Alec Baldwin take a seat in the back of my unit or?
No, we know where he's at. We know who he is.
Yeah.
We just need to say, is he in a trailer?
No, he's right there in the gray and black.
Okay. All right. So try to keep him away from everybody.
Okay.
Have him talk to anybody.
Okay. I can just have him sit. I can sit with him in my unit. That's fine. Okay.
Is that Alec Baldwin they're talking about?
Okay.
Officer LeFlor, at this point in time, what's your intention?
I was going to go back to where Mr. Baldwin was and then escort him to my unit. When I got there, I realized my unit is over here being used as a post for the crime scene.
So what did you do when you realized that?
Just had him sit where he was and had everybody just hang out there. Started writing down people's names.
Keeping the witnesses separate from one another, which is what he was told to do, which is normal, obviously. All right, guys, I put in there. I got some work to do, but I'm going to be listening, and I'll be back. I got an issue that came up.
Love you.
Love you.
What are these people doing?
Seems like they're talking about what happened.
Now, as a law enforcement officer, is that something that concerns you?
Yes.
This guy's
and
pulling teeth.
Why does that concern you?
They could be, one person could be telling them what they saw and mess up what they have to say, what they saw. So it could essentially coerce testimony, I guess. People would say the same thing because the other person said it rather than saying their own opinion or own view of what they saw.
Okay.
Mr. Baldwin, who's the director on scene? The guy that was shot. The guy that was shot? Okay. Where is he now? I think he's in the ambulance. Do you guys have a production car? Or? There's an AD. Name is Dave. Okay. I'm happy to stay right here and do everything that is. Well, Lieutenant, I just want you to stay away from everybody and not to talk to nobody. So I was. Wait right here. We can wait right here and have everybody step back, or we can wait in the back on patrolling. But I prefer to not put you there. Okay. You want water or something now? I want to find props and get a cigarette.
So, why did you let Mr. Baldwin sit there instead of putting him in some vehicle and separating him from the other witnesses?
Like I said, my unit was clear across being used as a post, and just because I didn't know what we had right there, came to maintain cooperation with people involved.
Well, it sounds like you gave him an option. You let him choose. Is that right?
Yeah, he wanted to stay right there, and I figured if I could keep him there, I didn't see a big problem with it until later on when people were talking and whatnot.
And did you give Mr. Baldwin instructions about whether or not he could speak to people?
I did tell him to stop talking.
And did you give instructions to the other witnesses that were around?
I didn't tell them, but I told them he had to sit there and not talk to nobody.
Okay.
I got it. What do you got? You got medium? Marble? Take it.
Sure you don't want a cigar?
For sure. Yes, sir. Right, I'm right there. Silver car is Alec's vehicle. If you want to put him in there. Mr. Baldwin, is that your car? Yeah. We can wait in there. You want me to stay here? We can wait in your car if you want to. I can't smoke in the car. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, we can wait. Hang out right here then. Is Joe gone? They both gone? Yeah. Well, they're still working on the female. If you haven't seen the helicopter take off, then they're not gone yet.
If you know, Officer LeFlor, why hadn't the helicopter taken off yet?
I don't know exactly why, but my guess is they have to stabilize the patient before they can put them in the air.
In the air, okay. Why are you just standing there?
Just standing with Mr. Baldwin, allowing him to smoke a cigarette, making
And
sure.
why is it important for you to be standing there?
Essentially, he's detained, not free to leave, so I'm there with him.
That's our first AD.
Now, right there?
Right here. Running that sheriff's car with the gray hair kind of in the
Okay.
shirt.
Okay.
Thanks, Dave. Hey, is there an officer over here by now? The electric truck. Great.
Why do you have these two gentlemen standing over there that we can see? What is there something important about them?
The guy in the gray I had him stand over there because he was inside the room when I first got at the church. And the other guy in brown apparently was in the church too. So I just wanted everybody who was in the church in one area so we could easily be found.
So you wanted everyone that was in the church in one area?
Yes, ma'am.
And are we looking at that area?
To the left of Baldwin is where majority of everybody was. Yes.
Okay. And those were the witnesses that were in the church?
From what I was told, yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Baldwin, how many people were in the room when it happened? Just a crew. You've got some people, a lot of crews outside. Inside that building is small. He'll tell you. Okay. He's the one that knows what was going on. He's asking how many people were in the room at the time. How's it going, sir? Deputy LeFlor. How many people were in the room at the time?
That's Dave Halls.
Officer LeFlor, who's this gentleman who's speaking now in the blue jean shirt?
From what I was told, he was on one of the other directors.
6 or 7, I need a definite answer. I don't know. Okay. So I got 1 here, the 2 that were injured, that makes 3, and then these 2 gentlemen, 4, 5. So who would be the other 2? Yeah, that was more than 6.
I keep track of the narrative and how many where. I can tell you who's in the room.
Okay. Were you in the room? I was at the door. You were at the door? Can I get your ID?
Do you know whether or not the person in the jean shirt was inside the church and witnessed the incident?
I do not know.
Okay, why don't you come on over to the back of the script? Three to 2-4. I have 380 for concussion. Just really just yelling at everybody, screaming at the George. Oh, he was inside.
Does it appear to you that Mr. Baldwin is speaking to the other witnesses?
I think he was talking about who would know who's in the room.
Okay.
I can't really hear it. And then apparently the guy's son was working there as well.
Okay. Is this an ideal way to separate someone from witnesses?
After looking at it, probably not, but that's what happened.
Okay, understood.
You're right at the door. Do you have an ID on you, sir? As of right now, her status is questionable. That's why we called the air light. Like, where were you at, sir?
I was right behind him.
Right behind him? Okay.
Yeah, I was right behind him right when it happened.
All right. So just have you guys hang out for me right here. We'll get someone to get your statement in just a second, okay?
And then they cleared the gun outside after on his request, and I witnessed them clear it and saw the bullets.
Okay.
So the one that was missing, the one that fired, we don't know, but all the other ones were proper. They had loads.
Officer LeFlor, does it seem to you right now that they're talking about the incident?
Seems like they're talking about the gun that was used in the incident.
All right.
They were low.
They had loads.
Officer, do you know what this conversation is about that we're watching right here?
Something about a shake test. I don't know. Maybe the rounds, dummy rounds, maybe.
Okay.
I'm not too entirely sure.
Do you agree with me that, well, was Mr. Baldwin supposed to be talking about the incident?
No, ma'am.
Does he appear to be doing it anyway?
Yes, ma'am.
Rehearsal, you give me the empty gun. You know, you left me in the low. It's not, so people ready to
shoot. So we put the earplugs in. You all right? No, I'm worried about her. Yeah, well, me as well, but it's just a choice. She's stable now. You get her in there. The head, both of them kicking in the shoulder. Hers came out the other shoulder, which is what I saw. His, the shoulder blade stopped it. So, shattered. There's basically a rotting to blank because I think it was based on the sound of how much ringing I had. I think it was a half.
Officer, are they still talking about the incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason that you didn't stop them since you told them not to?
I think as time goes on, I tell them to stop.
Okay. Who knows what else is in the room? My other hand. You were in the room? Effects crew. Okay. Get your ID, sir. That's what I said. I think there was more than 6 or 7 guys. I think it was about 8.
You see this gentleman over here on the left?
Yes, ma'am.
Any reason to believe he was inside the room at the time?
I'm not sure at this point.
Okay.
Were you in the room too, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
She was breathing. She had a clear lungs. And that means enough for me. But he potentially got their threat. It's not severe.
Where did it take him to medical bills?
He took it to the right shoulder. His right shoulder blade stopped it, but they're hearing stuff in his head. It was,
And where did she went after that?
did they take it as he got? As soon as they were allowed to. So they'll stabilize both. And then once the sheriff says you're good to go, they'll let them go.
So she basically they're trying to stabilize her vital signs enough for the flight and administer any kind of narcotics or anything they need, blood thinners that may be. Then they'll load her up in the helicopter and they'll fly her there. I believe the other ambulance is on the other side, and he seems to be doing better than she was, so they might drive him in an ambulance.
I heard him wave off the other bed, so.
Where did it take her? He went out to that.
Both of them took it in the shoulder.
When I was up in Joel, I couldn't see nothing on him before they put me out.
You just went over.
Yeah,
I ran out.
I came back in the cube and I was helping him and I didn't see nothing. I was asking if he was all right. He couldn't hear me.
You and him at the trauma hospital.
Still at St. Vincent's. They're both trauma ones.
Thanks for the information. I was curious.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like the picture-in-picture when it's a body cam. It's like blocking half the view of what's.
Yeah, no problem.
I got more out.
Get him out of my life. There's nobody in this life. You walk around. I want to see him. You gotta put a camera here. I want to see him.
Officer LeFlor, have more first responders now arrived?
Off to your right, you can see. There it is. Off to your right, you can see more patrol units showing up. This deputy showed up, but This corporal had been there for a minute.
And approximately how long have you now been on scene?
According to my body cam, a little over 25 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, Corporal. I got 7 people there in the room when it happened, all their IDs. So
Okay. Get it all brought that down. I'm not sure what the CID came out there.
it's okay.
At that point in time, what was your understanding of how many people were in the room and witnessed it?
I believe I said 7.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that turned out to be true?
I think there was actually more. I wrote all the people who said that they were in the room in my report.
Okay.
Hey, sir. And I'm just hanging out with him because, yeah, he's the one who pulled the trigger.
Okay. Yeah, he tried. Sorry, I was trying to set things up a while ago, and you do what you've been done. Whatever you can do. What are you smoking? You got one on you?
You got a notepad? Ready? All right. Do you have a notepad?
Officer LeFlor, at this point in time, I know he's no longer in the frame, but the gentleman in the blue denim shirt, do you know whether or not he was in the room at the time?
I don't recall if he was in the room or not.
Okay.
I know there was some director or whatnot there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have mine either. Yeah. That's why he started. Yeah, I know. It came off when I was given, trying to pack wounds. Yeah. Okay.
Officer LeFlor, does it look like Mr. Baldwin is speaking to a potential witness?
He just looks like he's talking to the guy who says his name is one of the directors, yes.
Okay. Is that what you had in mind when you asked Mr. Baldwin not to speak to anyone?
No,
Do you know what they're talking about?
I couldn't hear what they were talking about. I did hear him ask him what cigarettes he was smoking and if he could have one. So.
Careful, he has a bunch of these cards in there.
Oh, geez. All right.
Or do you want me to try some things about?
No, because I'm going to be writing quite a bit. Everybody's in the room. I mean, I have my phone on me. Yeah. It's all right. I'll just, yeah, all right now.
Do you see the gentleman in the denim shirt gesturing? You want me to back it up?
Yeah, which one? Are we talking about this gentleman?
Yeah. Do you know what he's gesturing?
No, it looks like he picks up his hand. Now that you play it back, it looks like he's shaking his hand.
And had you seen him do that previously?
No, not until just now.
I thought you testified earlier about a shake test.
The gentleman was talking about a shake test,
Okay.
but I had not seen the director do it until reviewing the footage now.
Okay.
My eyes aren't always exactly where the body cam's pointed, so.
Absolutely. When you tell people not to talk about the incident, do you have an expectation that they'll follow your instructions?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it look like they're following your instructions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Officer LeFlor, I'm going to stop the video there. What else did you do on scene that day?
I helped essentially just wait with other witnesses, I guess, or people that wanted to give a statement or they needed a statement from at a different location. It was their base camp is what they called it.
So you needed to take statements from people that were at another location? Is that what you said?
No, we took people from where essentially where we had them, and they took them down to their base camp. And that's where they started interviews.
And the people that you take to base camp, are those the same people that we see here in the video?
I believe so. Those people, and I don't know how many people they ended up interviewing.
Did at any point in time, did Mr. Baldwin tell you that he didn't pull the trigger of the gun?
I believe he told me he was holding the gun. I believe in the beginning when I was leaving the church, one of the guys said that Baldwin had pulled the trigger. So just off of what was told.
And I know that this sounds ridiculous, but we have to follow some jurisdictional rules. Do you see Mr. Baldwin in this frame here?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out, please? And do you see that same gentleman in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you point him out, please?
He's sitting in the middle with the glasses.
Okay. Anything else that you did of import that you can think of that you think the jury should hear about?
I think that's about it.
How long were you on scene, if you recall?
From when I got there was, I don't know, about 10 hours maybe or so. I was there till dark.
You were there for 10 hours.
Yeah, until they were done interviewing people.
Is that typical?
It is if that's what they need to be done. So.
Okay. Your Honor, just for the record, we would ask that the record reflect that Officer LeFlor has identified the defendant.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
I guess they take lunch at 1 their time. It's 12 their time now, right? This would be a break time. Oh, Scott, what's up?
Yeah. May I proceed?
Sorry, Mr. Spiro.
Oh, sorry.
Get that out of your way.
Always fine when the court interrupts me. May I proceed?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. When you got to the scene, Mr. Baldwin walked up to you and said, I was holding a gun. He blurted it out, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he was very shocked, if you could picture Alec Baldwin in a pale state, very unsure of himself. You could say an actor out of character. Fair?
Sure.
Object to the former question. It is Mr. Spiro testifying in the question. Okay.
Already answered it.
May we approach?
Someone's at the door.
Bob, while they approach, let me see if I can share who I think the meme this guy reminds me of.
I want to see the meme.
This kid, yep. You ever see this meme, Bob? This kid on the left with the vein bulging out of his head. That's who it reminds me of.
I have.
I've never seen that meme.
I have.
My
Scout
meme.
has. She knows.
I mean, she knows. My meme game.
All right, you can switch it back. Sorry.
Baldwin, he looked very shocked. If you could picture Mr. Baldwin in a pale state, like unsure of himself, you could say an actor out of character. Is that a fair description?
Sure.
And he said to you, I'm here, whatever you want to do, right?
Yes.
He said to you at one point, where should I go? Right?
Yes.
And he also pointed out to you who the director was on scene who was hit in the shoulder, right?
I believe so. Yes, I inquired about him.
And he also asked you how she was doing, right? Meaning Miss Hutchins, right?
Yes.
I don't remember you being asked about that on direct, were you?
And you mean asked by the state?
Yeah.
Objection relevance? Overruled.
So I want to take a step back. The dispatch that came over to your radio, sir, before you got to the scene was a dispatch for an accidental shooting by a prop gun, correct?
I believe that's what was told to me, yes.
Okay. And you've testified to that previously, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the dispatch report, you know that you received that wording, accidental discharge, several times, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So I want to ask you, how come when you described it today in court, how come you didn't include the word accident when you testified before this jury?
I'm not one to say if it was an accident or not. Just there to initially respond to it, and then the detectives determine whether or not it was an accident.
Well, sure, but every other time you've been asked about this, you've said it was an accident. And now today at the trial of Alec Baldwin, when you're talking to this jury, you left that word out. Isn't that true?
Not intentionally, no.
Did you meet with the prosecutors before you testified here today?
Just briefly in the room outside for them to tell me who was in order of what witness.
You've discussed your testimony previously with Ms. Morrissey, correct? Before today?
Just in a pretrial interview, yes.
We've talked about your lapel that was on. It's true, right, that the lapel is actually mandatory.
Yes.
Right? And so they came to the officers, passed a law, and told you had to wear your lapel, right?
Yes.
And the way it works is it secures all of these statements, and when you're done wearing it for the day, you go back to the station, you log it in, and then it exists, right?
Essentially, yeah, but it's more complex than that. It uploads on itself.
Oh, it self-uploads so that it maintains itself?
Yes.
Okay. And you then talked a little bit about the securing of the scene, and you talked about crime scene tape going up, right?
Yes.
But as you just told this jury, at the time, you don't know whether this is an accident or not, right?
Yes.
It's not like a crime scene tape is some evidence of a crime, right?
And whether it was an accident or a crime scene is still essential.
And you've been very candid that you made some mistakes at the scene, right?
Yes.
And that you've learned since then about some of these mistakes, right?
Yes.
You've said hindsight's 20/20, right?
Yes.
And you can Monday morning quarterback decisions, but you made them in the field, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that based on your training and experience, you know that if witnesses are left to speak to each other, they can taint each other's memories, right?
Yes.
And sometimes that's incidental and accidental, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it's purposeful, right?
Depends on who's there, yes.
Well, if you were with somebody and somebody was talking to you about the 911 call, right? And they kept saying to you over and over, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't an accident. And then you testify and you leave out the word accident. That could be an example of taint, couldn't it?
Sure.
And also non-witnesses can taint people's memories too. You agree with me?
I guess.
Well, at one point in your testimony previously, you had said that there was a lawyer on the scene that was talking to some of the people that were on the scene.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. And if that lawyer told somebody on the scene, I think your understanding is that could have tainted their view of their memory, right?
Essentially, yes.
Mr. Baldwin never asked to speak to that lawyer, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And then you went on and you said, that you had told Mr. Baldwin not to speak to the other witnesses. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And I think you were asked approximately 5 times why Mr. Baldwin was disobeying your orders. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But in the lapel video that we just saw, you're not going up to Mr. Baldwin or these witnesses, but get out of here. Get out of here. I'm an officer. You got to separate. You don't do that, right?
Nope.
And also in that video, you can see a lot of these people are coming over to Mr. Baldwin, right?
Yes.
One of them comes over and shakes his hand, right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen that in all of your experience? Somebody commit a homicide and everybody and all the witnesses are on the scene, circling around the person, shaking his hand and talking to him about what happened. Have you ever seen that in your entire career?
No.
And then you went on to say, well, you didn't put him in the cruiser. You didn't put him in the cruiser because your cruiser was being used. Was I guess the reason that you gave? Was that, did I understand that right?
My patrol unit was being actively used as a post on the other side of the field for crime scene.
When you say a post, do you mean like it goes somewhere else and you put the tape around it? Is that?
The side mirror was wrapped around with crime scene tape.
Uh-huh. You mean, there were also another dozen officers on the scene that day that had police cars that they wanted to put Mr. Baldwin in at any point, right?
Yep.
Okay. And in fact, Mr. Baldwin later on drives himself to the precinct and goes and speaks to the police, right?
I'm not too sure how he got there, but he did get there.
Well, he wasn't under arrest, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so you use this word detained when Ms. Morrissey asked you, well, were you detaining Mr. Baldwin? Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Isn't it true that even today, years later, no police officer has ever arrested Mr. Baldwin or detained him in a police car? True?
I don't know.
The police department, the Santa Fe Police Department, has never arrested Mr. Baldwin.
Not the
Object
Santa
to
Fe
the
Police
form of
Department.
question, asked and answered.
So I guess we're
And
not
one of
just
the
doing all
things that you do
sidebars?
as an officer on the scene is you observe demeanor, right?
Yes.
And you spent 10 hours on the scene, I think I heard you say, right?
Yes.
You got to see the people of Rust that day live, right?
Yes.
And the truth of the matter is that you took it as a way how everybody was acting and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say there was no intention. I don't know the individual's intentions, but his demeanor was sad, upset.
Okay, well, it's not just his demeanor being sad and upset, right? Okay, I'm gonna move that to the side. And I understand you're not a mind reader, right? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. All you can do is look at the people and look at how they're interacting and make your own judgments, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you do that as a police officer to try to figure out how to interact with a scene. True?
Yes.
Okay, and isn't it true that the way you took it, how everybody was acting and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say. Isn't that true?
Again, the wording you're using, I wouldn't say
Okay.
I had any clue of whose intention was what, but he was sad and upset.
Okay, well, let's play. I'm going to play his statement to that effect. Can we cue that up, please? If that's okay with the court. He's saying he didn't say that he did. I'm going to impeach him. Well, you want me to clarify that?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you claiming that you didn't say that?
Rephrase what you said?
Sure. Dispatch said it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there, that there was no, the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say, you know.
Again, I wouldn't say I knew what his intention was.
I understand that. What I'm asking you now, okay, is did you in fact say those words that I just asked you?
At what time? The Gutierrez or PTI?
Yes.
I may have.
Okay, you don't deny saying that.
Let's
No.
approach if we can.
This witness is brutal. My Lanta, this is brutal. Pulling teeth with this guy. Jeez. By the way, thanks Tom's mom for the $5 Venmo. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
me too. Appreciate that so much. We love Venmos, Jay and I.
Yes.
Makes us so happy. Yeah, he's brutal. You know, you can tell why he doesn't want to be on there. It's like Morrissey was coming at him hard. You know,
And he's the
all
state's
his-
witness, and she's
yeah, giving him the
dragging
fucking
him.
stink eye, just stink eyeing him. Like every question is like, so are you like a total idiot? So, like, what is going on? Do you really suck at your job? Like, just
It
flaming.
really was, that's what it was like. Like, do
Yeah,
you,
it was
do you
crazy.
realize how bad this looks, sir? We all want to see this now. Admit how shitty you did right now
Right.
to all of us.
So you just let all the witnesses talk to one another for like an hour? Is that what you did? Yeah.
One more time. I'm just going to ask you, did you say that statement that I read?
If you're reading a statement and it says my name next to it, then I more likely said it. I just don't recall when.
And one of the other things that happened that day that I don't think we've talked about is you spoke to a witness who told you that a woman named Sarah was crying and shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking the witness if he had that information.
He's making the statement, the hearsay statement is coming in.
Do you know whether anybody at the scene was, before you got there, shaking and going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got in there?
I don't know.
Okay. If we could refresh the witness with his lapel, and I would ask that can I put it up on just his screen? Okay.
I don't think you can do that.
I would object because that's not proper refreshment. We don't refresh in front of the jurors. That's my objection.
What do you mean?
Well, if we're refreshing.
You know what? We're gonna take a lunch break real quick. And we're
Say
gonna
lunch?
start at 1 o'clock.
She did.
Okay? Please don't talk among yourselves.
Rise to the jury.
But I don't know if she said when they're coming back.
Jay is a man who has worn
You're
collared shirts
excused.
for
You can
20
move
plus
over.
years.
And this thing is a battery.
Alec Baldwin's
Counsel, please.
collar is one size or a half size too small. I could just tell you that. Check with Shan's on that. I'm sure she'll agree. It's
Babe,
like
Bob thinks Alex collar is one size too small.
or a half size.
Or
I
a
think
half size.
He's probably like a 17 and a half, and he should be maybe at 18. He's got a thick neck.
Babe has said it is very tight around his gullet, is what she just said. So I think
Indeed. She knows. She knows. All right, so they're up there discussing things. He's got that little cowlick in the back of his hair there, Jay. It's
he
adorable.
does. I have 1,000 of them. I feel his pain on that, man. They are the
Oh my
worst.
god, dude! Me, I am like a cowlick nightmare.
Yes, I did get my ears burned, Mia. And thank you for gifting out 10 memberships.
Mia Beto. Mia Beto. What a hero. We love you, Mia. Thank you. Oh, speaking of gifting out, Jay, I still have 5 delicious memberships to gift out, which after lunch I will end up gifting those out to 5 glorious humans. So Jay and I were talking that we think that we're going to stay on the lives, but we're thinking that what we will do, instead of Jay and I not being able to eat and being chained to our chairs and, getting crabbier and crabbier as the day progresses, that maybe what we would do was play some of our content. Like Jay would like to throw up some of his awesome Adelson videos.
Oh, Jesse. Oh, no. Fourth time.
Damn it. Son of a bitch.
Business casual Jesse.
Yeah. His collar's good. I'm looking at him. Jesse looks a little worse for the wear today, I have to say. I don't know what it is. It's looking like maybe he had a rough Tuesday night and maybe rolling into Wednesday. Rolled out of bed a little late, maybe overslept. He's like, oh shit. It's like, God, I didn't have time to really shower, wet the hair as opposed to the showered hair, comb through his mane there, maybe put a little product in, took a wrinkled shirt off the, like balled up at the, foot of the bed, jumped on the L and got to work, So what do you guys think in the chat? Would you guys be cool? Like, I think, and Jay was suggesting that maybe I put up some of my Dorsch stuff with the Gacy stuff, which I think is a great idea.
Yeah, because I know people like to chat. You guys can keep chatting as you watch it, particularly if you don't have a chance at night to like watch whether it's my Adelson, Bob's, Dorsch or Delphi or whatever, our other content. So like you guys can keep chatting. We can go like move around and get something to eat, and we can keep it up, especially because when we stop and restart, we know the notifications don't work. So we know you're here now.
Right. Right.
So
and like, I think Jay's like biggest point is like, we want to keep the chat live, and we don't want you guys to like chat and not come back. That's like, that's obviously a big thing for us. So, what do you guys think in the chat? Let us know. Because I think, ultimately Jay and I are probably going to do what we want to do anyway, if we're being honest, but we like happy campers. You know what I mean? We like happy campers. We don't like disgruntled campers. That makes for because what did she say, Jay? Do we know an hour?
Yeah, I think Dizzy said till 1 there. So I think about, correct me if I'm wrong, Dizzy, but I think about like 40 minutes now. I think it'll be back at, I think 3 my time, which is about 40 minutes.
Jeez, yeah. You guys realize that Jay, being a East Coast dude, it's gonna have to be on to like 7.
7, yeah. It's gonna be 7.
That's brutal, bro. It's like I enjoyed, at least I was enjoying thinking that I wasn't gonna have to get on till 9:30 my time is way better than 7:45.
Yeah.
But yeah, that back end though, that back end is rough. But we'll power through because we love y'all. We'll power through. So all right, let me think. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw this up. And if you guys, I'm gonna go through. I don't have that many vids. I don't have nearly as many vids as Jay.
Well, throw your live. You could throw your live up if you want.
Yeah, I've got that live. Like the one that I did with Dorsch last night that I had air. I thought it was a pretty good one. Like Bill's just great, just an old cop. He's just and he's funny. He's like 80. He's like turning 80, and he's very, he's a virile guy. He's like.
I'm saying you could do any of your lives with him. Like it doesn't have to be like a video. You could go through your live streams and just play.
That's true. All right, so let's see if I do. Let me pull this guy up here, and I'll skip the intro. All right, so yeah, so what I'm going to throw up here for you guys to check out. If you guys don't know, if you're new to the channels or you just haven't caught me talking about kind of what got me into this game. So my dad was John Wayne Gacy's lawyer way, way back in like the late 70s, early 80s. He was his trial attorney. And my dad had given me his taped interviews with Gacy, which I held on to forever. I decided to do a podcast, which is what that QR code leads you to, which we think is really great. But in the process of doing that podcast, an old Chicago homicide detective named Bill Dorsch reached out to me and was like, "Hey, I love your podcast. Like I've been looking for you," because Bill's been digging into Gacy forever. Bill has always been of the mindset that Gacy had more victims Bill always has known that Chicago police and Cook County Sheriff Police did absolutely zero investigation like we're seeing with Rex Hewerman, where we can see how hard they're working in order to try to establish that there were additional victims of Hewerman's, and they're doing the work, and none of that happened with Gacy. And we're talking about a guy that was ultimately convicted of killing 33 young boys and men. Just an absolute monster. And it's always disgusted Bill and I that nothing was ever done beyond that. So Dorsch and I have dedicated ourselves to continuing the investigation. We think that we know several locations, not all in Illinois, where we think that there could potentially be more Gacy victims. Because as I was going through the course of my podcast, I had many people reach out to me that still have family or friends missing from 40 plus years ago that believe that their family member or their friend could be a potential victim of Gacy because they were in the area at the right time, and they've never been found. And Bill and I are absolutely dedicated to seeing this through. The hope is if there are victims, that we're able to give them their names back, that we're able to give the families some form of closure. And Bill's just an amazing guy. He's like a Joey Jackalone. He's got longtime cop, just got great, amazing stories. So what I'm going to throw up here now, and Jay and I and Dizzy will all be keeping an eye on the trial. So we will be timely getting back for that. But even if you just have it running on the background, watch it, dig into it, because we get pretty small numbers on these, which is always kind of disappointing to me, because it's like we're actually trying to go out there and do some real victim advocacy, like this is boots on the ground shit where I'm not just sitting here yapping. And like if me constantly talking gets on your nerves, then you'll love these, because I let Bill do most of the talking. So that'll be a win for you that out there. They're like, man, Bob just talks constantly. So let me throw this guy up here.
And let me just say, while Bob, what we'll do, which I'm gonna do now, I just added it. We'll add banners. So if you're, let me add this. So if you're ever like wondering, look on the bottom. I just put, if you ever wonder, we'll keep a banner up. If you're not sure, you come back. We're not on. This is weird. Look at the bottom. We'll keep you updated so we know what, you'll know when we'll be back.
Good job. All right. So let's see. Let's see what we got here. Welcome to the doc. Can you hear me? Presented by
I do.
For season 2 of the Gacy tapes, which we like to call Hunting Gacy with Bill Dorsch. And once again, this is a premiere this week, though. So Bill and I recorded early, just so you all know, but it's going to be airing at the same time as our lives will. We hope that we'll get a nice crowd in there for this.
All right, cool.
So, all right, Jay, I think that we don't
back,
wait longer. Let's
35 minutes, guys.
The myth, the legend himself, Bill Dorsch. Let's bring him on in. Hey, Bill. Whoa, it's Bill's chair. Where's Bill? Bill? I don't know. Well, look, the good news is Bill's got his good chair back, squeaks and all. And I don't know where Bill himself is, but we'll make do. I mean, I've read the book.
Hey.
Oh,
I'm here.
Oh, hey, Bill. Whew. Glad you could join us.
Yeah, well, it was a little impromptu. I thought we were going to do live, but I'm ready and rolling. So
yeah, we're gonna pre-record this thing. So I see you got the chair. We're all very
I hemmed and hawed about it and thought about it real hard, and there wasn't more than one complaint about the squeaky chair, and so I took it serious, as you know. I mean, I sat in a hard chair for one episode, and then last week I stood for almost 2 hours, for Christ's sake, because I don't want to offend anybody. If they're losing sleep over the noise, it bothers me.
Wow.
So
you're an empath, Bill. You care.
Since last week, though, Bob, I went to the extreme. I had some engineers come in and look at the chair. All right, and they said, well, maybe there is a possibility. So it's a little squeak, they said. And so I took it into town. They have a Jiffy Lube over there, or you get your car done. And I had them
oil changes.
Yeah. So I had them go through the whole thing, all the springs they sprayed and everything. And then I brought it home, and my wife said, I was sitting in the chair. She says, I think they're right. There is a little squeak coming from the chair. So I said, here, well, you sit in the chair. So I got out of the chair and I let her sit in the chair, and there was no squeak. Okay. So, I mean, there's nothing more that I can do except I got one more thought. Here. This is my 10W40. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Because my wife said, maybe it's not the chair, Bill. Maybe it's you. So what I'm gonna do today is, I got to move this over here.
There you go.
I'm filling this sucker up.
Oh man.
And I hope this works.
I mean,
I'm gonna drink it.
Don't do it, Bill. Oh my God, Bill just drank WD-40. Everybody on air.
That is it.
Wow.
Right.
That, Bill, that is dedication, my friend. That is dedication to the cause.
Well, if I don't, I don't know. I don't hear anything over here, but maybe it is me. It just could be me. Like my hip is bad.
Yeah, it's probably your bum hip. It's.
Did you see the photo I sent of me doing the splits?
Yeah, it was very disturbing.
I think that's how I injured the hip.
Probably.
My 11-year-old granddaughter is coming from. As a matter of fact, she's getting on a plane tonight in Chicago, and she'll be arriving tomorrow to spend the rest of the summer with us.
Exciting.
Yeah, oh yeah. That's why I'm putting off the hip operation until after she goes back, because I got to keep up with her.
Oh, for sure.
I don't want to be running up and back to the hospital and stuff like that.
At that age, man, they're ready to go, full of energy.
And she's big into the cartwheels and somersaults and all the acrobatic stuff. And I'm not the splits were hard to do, man. I'll tell you, it was pain. It was instant pain.
I can't tell you how much pain it caused me to see you do it. It looked incredibly painful.
It was hard.
I thought you were going to be surgically stood back up, because I was pretty sure that both of your hips are going to come detached. You're not a spring chicken, Bill. You've got to quit doing the splits at some point in your life.
Yeah, I think I'm done with it. I'm done. I'm slowing down.
Yeah, that's the move. So that'll be exciting. So she's going to be in for what, like a month? About a month?
Well, until she doesn't go back to school until what, September?
Wow.
So, yeah. Well, she was here last year too, and she's really a joy. We have a lot of fun with her, and she keeps you on the go.
100%.
But better yet, still, she'll be better company for my wife, because I slowed my wife down quite a bit on the street.
I believe it.
And so they can do the shopping, they can do all that kind of stuff, and Bill will stay nice and the air conditioned
and comfortable.
Matter of fact, it's extremely and unusually hot here right now.
Really?
Yeah, for about the next 2 weeks, we're supposed to be up around 90, 91.
Ooh.
And normally at this time of year, we're 82,
Is it humid?
If it gets hot, we just go up in the mountains. It's right next to us. We're right at the foot of the mountains, so it's not bad. But it's very hot.
Is it humid? Is it humid as well? Is it like Chicago?
Yeah,
humid?
very, very. But this town, Sapre Vabania, has so many springs, spas, and pools. They're health springs. They got the mineral water, so people come from everywhere to come and partake at the hotels and use the pools. Yeah,
I can't wait to come visit you myself.
Well, actually, I'm starting to hate tourists because there's nowhere to park anymore.
Yeah. Well, and you and I were talking off air. As you guys know, I'm going to CrimeCon with Allison, and what we're hoping to do is I'm hoping to get Bill over there. I'm going to be reaching out to my friends at CrimeCon UK to see if they're cool with Bill hanging with us at our table, because I think it would be amazing for people to be able to meet Bill out there. So we're keeping our fingers crossed that that's going to happen, because it's not a really long trip for Bill.
I'm very happy to have found out. I've got a lot of people who bought my book from England, Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy with the response. So to make that connection with you there, that would be fantastic.
That would be unbelievable. We'd have a great time. Plus, you can give me some tips. on where to go. Give me some Europe tip.
Oh God, yeah.
I haven't been to the UK. I'm really, really excited about it. So
Well, actually, I always fly over it, so I haven't been there yet either.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, we're usually flying into Germany or even Poland or France, but we fly mostly Lufthansa when we come over, so we're going into Germany.
So it'll be we could have our maiden voyage in the UK together. That'll be Bob and
Yeah,
Bill.
we'll work it out. We'll
UK.
work it out.
I love it. I love it. All right. So what do you got for us today? What do you want to dig into with Gacy? What do you think?
Once again, we're now in 2024. Gacy was arrested in 1978. God, it would have been so nice if law enforcement had done their investigation in the months and years to follow, because it's extremely difficult all these years later, especially because government doesn't willingly cooperate. If I have a pile of FOIAs that I've sent in that all came back with can't find any reports, or they don't respond. They don't even respond. And I have to go through the Illinois Attorney General then and ask them to intervene. So they don't give you anything willingly.
Right.
But I've still got some stuff I'm working on. You keep digging and you keep finding connections to things. Like here, I'll give you a connection. It's really actually just came up to me in the last couple of days as I was preparing to do this podcast. We were talking about the Maori boy going missing, and he went. When did he go missing? He went missing on. Who went first? I'll tell you right away. Get my glasses on here. Robert Gilroy. He went missing September 15th, 1977. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He was 21 years old. And John Maori went missing 10 days later, September 25th, 1977, when he was 19 years old.
Yeah.
Well, we know there was a connection between Maori to the two cousins that we had on the air.
Right.
And they told a story about having run into Michael Rossi and so forth and so on. Well, what was interesting when I was reviewing the Gilroy case, and again, that was done differently than any of the other 32 cases. And it was done differently because Robert Gilroy's father was a Chicago police sergeant. So he went into the youth office and said, hey, this is what I need. And I checked the files that I had, and over a period of time he went missing on September 15th, 1977. Okay, which happens to be the same day as Robert Gilroy.
Wow.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And he was living at 5451 North East River Road in the Pavilion Apartments. And that's a half a mile from John Gacy's house. It's also very close to horse riding stables. And Robert Gilroy was a horse riding enthusiast, and he was actually going to go to Maryland or somewhere to take extra lessons before he disappeared. Well, anyway, when he did go missing, the Chicago police, unlike any of the other cases, they compiled a total of 18 different reports with 44 pages of their searches.
Wow.
So they did 20 follow-up investigations in the Gilroy case.
Wow.
In the other 32, you had the police take the report from the family. They turned it over to the youth office where it was assigned to a youth investigator. And the youth investigator said, hello, is your son home yet? He is? Okay, thank you. He isn't? Well, call us when he comes back. End of it. Wow. Nobody was looking. Everybody was thinking these kids are willful runaways. But the Gilroy case was huge. Okay. But then I started reading more into the Gilroy case the other day, and I found out that the last person to have seen him alive was a guy named Tim Smith, a young man, Gilroy's age. All right. And he claims to have seen him on the last day he was known to be in the area. And he lived in an apartment at Warner and Western Avenues, which is exactly 4 blocks away from the house where Mowry lived at the time when he disappeared on 10 days later.
Wow.
It might mean nothing, but it gets even better. Like I said, Gilroy went missing in September of 77. In July of 78, almost a year later, the youth officers interview Tim Smith again. And he suddenly says, oh, I remember that when he was, him telling me that he may run away and go to Costa Rica. And just dropped it.
So wait,
well,
who's Tim Smith?
Well, that's the thing. He was Gilroy's best friend.
Oh, okay.
They were buddies. They hung together. But a year later, he's telling you that Gilroy had told him he might run away and go to Costa Rica. All right. That's what Gacy was having people do. When people went missing and the people were asking about what happened to my kid and the police were coming, suddenly the families were getting phone calls or postcards.
Yeah. Saying
that he ran away to Puerto Rico or Costa Rica.
Right.
So I wish that only they had in 1980 and after Gacy's arrest, talk to these people. Is it just a coincidence? It sounds a little weird to me that suddenly he just says Costa Rica.
Yeah.
You know, especially because he, being his friend, he knew that Gilroy was supposed to leave in about a week or two to go to Maryland for a special horse training.
Right.
Okay. And the stables that he hung out at was right there by Gacy's house.
Wow.
And that brings us to Mr. Lovell.
Wow.
All right. Harold Wayne Lovell. I love this guy. He was a young man, 19 years of age, Bob, living in Chicago, South Side. And he was unhappy at home. And he took off and went to Aurora to work for a carpenter. At the same time, Gacy was working out there. Okay. But he never came home from that time in 1977. All right. And then, where's it? So, family didn't know what happened to their son. And then Gacy gets arrested in 78. And the mother identifies property from photos at Gacy's house that she says belonged to her son. So the family assumed that he's got to be a victim of Gacy. All right. Well, his body was never identified. So 78, 80s go by, 90s go by. Now, 2006, he's found. He's found living in Florida. He disappeared 34 years prior. Gacy was arrested on the 21st of December. And I know from his arrest records that January 8th, 1979, he's arrested for marijuana possession in Miami, Florida. So right after Gacy's arrested, suddenly he's in Florida. He didn't own a car. Didn't even have a driver's license till about the year 2000. And this guy now has got a file. See this?
Yeah.
This is the file on him that I have. He's had over 50 arrests, Bob.
Wow.
When he disappeared and stayed in Florida, he stayed there for a couple years. Never called home, never returned home. But he did get close to Chicago. In 1980, he traveled to Wisconsin because of a girl he had met in Florida, and eventually married her. And in 1980, he was arrested in Greenfield, Wisconsin. All right. And he was arrested for having a gun and contributing to the delinquency of a child. So I was suspicious about that. So I went to Greenfield, Wisconsin years ago, Bob. I got the files from that case, and I found the young boy who was a young teenager at the time of the incident. He was with Lovell, another adult, and him in a car when the police stopped them by a roller skating rink, and they searched the car and found a gun and found the marijuana. And I asked the kid about what was your relationship and why were you there with Lovell and this other guy? And he said, well, I really didn't know Lovell well. I didn't really like him. And I said, why? He says, because he kept telling me he wanted to see me naked having sex with another guy.
Jeez.
That's what he told me. All right.
Wow.
And that's in 80. Gacy got convicted in 80. I mean, no, this was 82. Gacy got convicted in 80. So 2 years after that. Okay, so that's the gist of that. But then I look further, and in March 28, 1983, about 6 months later, Lovell's arrested for rape in Franklin, Wisconsin, of a woman in a trailer camp where he lives. And he was sentenced to 6 years in the penitentiary in Wisconsin, but did a little over a year and was released. And then he left Wisconsin, Bob, and he went back to Florida and a couple other states he traveled through and acquired a mounting of numerous other arrests. I mean, we've got home invasions while armed, more sexual assaults, burglaries, all this going for the next 33, 34 years. And all during this time, he's never, ever called home to his mother and father or any of his family to let them know he's alive or needs some help.
Wow.
You know, I found it rather strange. And then there's the other thing. When he finally was found, he wasn't found by Sheriff Dart. What happened was, as you know, with Michael Marino getting the body exhumed for the son to have the DNA testing, Dart then made public announcement that he wanted to research and find who these unidentifieds were. So Mrs. Lovell sent in her son's dental information. But what happened was Dart didn't find her son. Family members found the son by now running on the internet and finding out that he was in custody in Florida.
Jeez.
So they were reunited with him after 34 years, and it was big news stories. It was on television. It was in all the newspapers. Missing 34 years, presumed to be a Gacy victim, now found and alive. And he's going to be visiting with his sister in Arkansas, I think. And that was the big deal about going out there. So then it was all public and in the newspapers. So Dart says, well, we're going to go talk to him. Okay. That was after he's found in 2006. So I waited some time. And then I sent in my FOIAs to the sheriff's office. And I said, I would like to know who went out and talked to this guy Lovell. And I would like to see the reports related to that investigation.
And let me just interject real quick for those out there that don't know, Tom Dart is the elected Cook County sheriff. All right.
Right.
So just so people have a basis for that.
So if he's honest with us and he's doing the right thing, you would suspect that because the family believed he was a Gacy victim and they knew he was working for Gacy. Matter of fact, he told the newspapers he worked for Gacy, did carpentry work for him. But when it came to where Gacy was living, he said, I never went inside the guy's house. I only did yard work. Yet the mother identified some of his personal property inside the apartment, inside the house.
That's weird.
So for 34 years. So I'm thinking, okay, he's been found now. He's got the connection to Gacy. Certainly you got to send your investigators out there for that. I wanted the information. Never got a response back from Sheriff Dart's office about my FOIA request. And I suspect the reason is they never went, Bob. They never went. So like nobody did any work after Gacy got arrested. We know that.
Right.
You know, why start now?
Right.
You know, so I'm going to resubmit it again. I'm going to ask again and see what happens. But Lovell is he's a nasty guy.
Yeah.
You know, he's got over 50 arrests. He's not a good guy. Like I said, he didn't have the driver's license. But there's another thing about him. When Lovell was working for Gacy, in 78. In September of 78, he's arrested in Morton Grove, Illinois. And according to the police report, he was charged with driving a car that was not his and not having a driver's license. And he was charged with marijuana, possession of marijuana. Okay. So we only had some vehicle charges, Bob, and we had a misdemeanor marijuana charge. Okay. And I tried to check through the state and found out that any traffic violations, they would have been destroyed a long time ago. Okay. I can understand that. But I know if he had that misdemeanor marijuana case, he's still got to go to court.
Yeah.
All right. And back then, they didn't have the computer when this happened in 78, but it should have been in the big log book and the information would be readily available, only to find out from them they can't find any information, meaning Morton Grove PD. They can't find any information about that. And the reason I am so interested in that is at September of 78, when he's arrested in a car that doesn't belong to him, not registered to him, and he doesn't have a driver's license, Paskey, Rossi, and Cram are all working with Gacy. And we know, like in the Zink case, Gacy took Zink's car and sold it to Rossi. So I was hopeful to see the arrest reports for Lovell for the possession of marijuana. Because having been a cop, let's say you found that marijuana or another car or gun in a car like that, and there's 2-3 guys and nobody's admitting to it.
Yeah.
You might charge them all.
Right.
And send them to the court. And I was hopeful that if they found that report, I want to know who else is in that car.
Yeah.
Not only that, I want to know whose car it is.
Right. That's the
I
thing.
mean, it's not Lovell's.
Right.
And he's working for Gacy, a guy that's known to take the cars from his victims. And that's a big place I still would like to get to.
That's like a fertile ground because, you know, that was always one of the things with Gacy victims that drove me nuts about Chicago just refusing to investigate anything and just kind of sloughing everything off as being, you know, oh, the kid ran away, you know, because you had so many of Gacy's victims who are 17, 18, 19-year-old boys back in the 70s. And if you know anything about teenage boys, their most prized possession in the world was always their car. They gave them freedom. And with too many of the victims, these cars were being found. Like they left their cars. Like they're saying that, oh, they went to California or, you know, they left the state, but what, they left their car? Like that was the thing with Butkovich that just blew my mind. You know, like Butkovich had a car that was absolutely his pride and joy. And there's no way that he's leaving his car behind, let alone his wallet in the car.
And he had a new apartment, new carpeting.
Yep.
You know, he wasn't going anywhere.
He wasn't going anywhere. Which is, you know, why his father called Chicago PD for 2 years, once a week, begging them to go talk to Gacy. And they just wouldn't do it. Well, yeah, that's a fascinating angle. That is a fascinating.
And I think Morton Grove is still in play. All right, because if you're going to tell me, they said, well, we moved since then, and we may not have found the records. We may not have the records, but that marijuana's got to be in 2 places. It should be in the police department, and it should be in the county court. All right, we have to get access to the books for that date. All right, and the other thing about it is, I thought maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to FOIA Morton Grove again, knowing the date that Lovell got arrested, and I'm going to request the arrest log for all people arrested on that date.
Wow.
And we'll see what happens from that.
You know what else we should do? You know what we should do? Now you've got like my mind just running. We should try to figure out if there's a way to find out which of Gacy's victims had vehicles, because I think in light of what happened with Zick, and we've told the story after, you know, Zick is killed, Rossi wakes up in the house with them. Him and Gacy go down to Clark Street. They drive around. They find Zick's car. And at that point, you know, I'm assuming since Gacy was driving his car and they went together, that Rossi got right into Zick's car. They then went, forged a title from Zick to Gacy, and then Gacy forged another title from Gacy to Rossi, and he sold him that car, I think, for like $300, and he was supposed to pay him like $50 a month. Like, and Gacy, being the incredibly cheap, money conscious person that he was, and he was very much that. Gacy didn't care about his victims at all, but he sure cared about money. Money was something that Gacy, you know, like all these fights that he'd talk about getting into, you know, with his workers were all revolving around money. The thing with Bukovich was money. He's like, you know, you owe me that for the carpet for the apartment that you were just talking about, the new apartment that he was moving in a building that his father owned. Like John Bukovich's father owned that apartment, and Bukovich is telling him, no, that's my dad's apartment. I know I'm living there, but my dad owns it. You know, you gotta take that up with my father. You're not taking the money out of my paycheck to pay for that carpeting. You can go to my dad and get the money from him. Point being is that maybe that is the point in time when Gacy figures out another angle that he can actually make money from his victims by collecting their property, such as their vehicles, forging the signature on the title, and then selling it to guys like Lovell, Rossi, Cram, whoever. You know, it would be interesting if we could find out, because Secretary of State's records will be much better than some of the local PD records in terms of if we could figure out which victims actually own their own vehicles at that time, especially like post Zick. Because like that seems like that might have been the time, right, when Gacy figured out, oh, well, no one's looking for these kids, you know, at all. No one's questioning me about it, you know, because he would obviously have access to the keys to the vehicle, because whatever was in their pockets at the time that he was killing him in his house, he's obviously going to have those on his person.
You know, Gacy had to have help. If any of his victims drove to his house and were killed at the house, their car, the victim's car, had to be removed from the scene, from Gacy's house.
Right.
So Gacy isn't going to drive the car by himself and walk home.
Right.
He's going to have somebody take that car for him and pick him up and come back.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just more evidence. I mean, there's going through, even if you read the book by Sullivan, you know, or Kozenzak, they're certain that these guys were involved. Rossi and Cram, they definitely were involved.
No question.
Okay. And in Sullivan's book, the connection is so plain to a politician, Vito Marzullo. I mean, when Hanrahan comes in to be his attorney for Rossi, all right, and Sullivan changes Rossi's name in the book, I think it was to Walsh. But you know, this, you'd like this for your client. Gacy, Hanrahan was having meetings with Kunkel, all right, and he was having meetings with Kunkel, and Kunkel wanted to prosecute Rossi and Cram. I mean, he was really looking at it that way, but he decided to use them against Gacy. It was an easy cleanup that way, instead of making it a much bigger case. But as Hanrahan, and it's written in Sullivan's book, that over months of discussion with Kunkel, he agreed that he would only ask Rossi questions that they had promised to ask, and nothing more. They weren't going to go off the chart and ask anything that hadn't already been predetermined. I mean, you as a defense lawyer would like that.
Oh, all day.
I mean, if you know what's coming.
Yeah, like a nice heads up. That would be
Yeah.
amazing. That would make my job way easier.
But I mean, I couldn't believe it. Sullivan wrote that right in his book, that he agreed to not break the promise and only ask the questions that they had agreed upon. You know, my God.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. So, but with the whole group of people here, I'm starting to think the more and more, and I'm still doing it. I'm trying to finish my Gacy book. I mean, Guevara book. Okay, which I've gotten great information on that, and that's in the works, and I'll discuss that with you. But I'm trying to do both, and it's kind of tedious at times. But it's just that there's even still today, there's no real interest in prosecuting anybody.
I know.
Okay. And some of these people are still alive. Rossi, we'd like to talk to you.
Yeah.
I'd love to talk to this guy that I just mentioned, Lovell.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to get more into.
He's still in Florida?
Well, he was in Alabama. He was arrested there last I know. I mean, I haven't run a record check on him for about the last 3 years, but he had over 50 arrests already. You know, he's been in and out of prison all this time. You know, so, but he's got a driver's license.
So if he's 19 and 78, what's that make him? So he's like, we'll call him 20 and 78, 88, 30, 98, 40. It's probably like early 70s, right? I'm not good at math, but does that sound right?
Yeah, late 60s or 70s. You know, so I don't know where he's living anymore. I don't think he apparently didn't stay with his sister in Arkansas or Alabama. If it was Alabama or Arkansas, one of the two. So he didn't stay with them. But he's walking free. I mean, the other thing is in September when Mowry is killed and Gilroy is killed, I already know that Paskey had a relationship much deeper than we thought. I mean, we've got his checks, three payroll checks written by Gacy to Paskey in September of 77.
Right.
Okay. And that's when these two boys go missing. But on the other side of the page, we got the proof in the meetings he was having with his probation officer that in February 77, before Rossi and Cram are even in the picture, he's got a relationship with, I believe, with Gacy, because he says to his probation officer that my friends call me Patches.
Right.
Patches, the clown name that later Rossi used when he was dressed as a clown. So I believe definitely he had that connection. Also, another thing in 77, John David Norman, who was sitting in the county, who was sent to prison for the Homewood cases, he got 4 years. He was paroled in September of 77. So he was back on the street and back with his pal Paskey. I mean, they were so close that later when Norman got arrested again and sent downstate to the prison, Paskey moved down there to be close to him. You know, those guys had a really deep relationship going.
Yeah.
But I mean, Gacy said I had 4 accomplices. All right. We have Cram, Rossi, Paskey, but he didn't name the 4th. And like I said before, to a guy like Gacy, finding boys, that was what he wanted. Boys. That was a provider, was Norman, a human ATM machine.
Yeah.
So he would protect Norman before he would protect anybody else. But the thing about Lovell is Gacy learning from Carell, he was willing to pay kids to bring kids to him for victims. You know, and if you bring one kid and then he winds up getting, you know, assaulted and killed, and you're involved in bringing that kid there, even if you didn't participate in the torture and murder, you got a connection to that crime. So he's not going to go run around saying, hey, I brought this kid over there for Gacy to kill. I didn't know he was going to get killed, but he got killed. But certainly Gacy would use that against him. You know, he didn't kill Rossi. because he saw something in Rossi that he liked, that he thought, I can use this boy. He didn't kill Cram because he saw someone in him that he could use. He was always looking. Gacy could not go to the bars anymore. Certain bars had already barred him. Barred him. Okay.
Banned him, barred him, which either way, both works.
Yeah. So, you know, life wasn't easy. He was a workaholic, and he needed that help.
He did.
You know, so I think the Morton Grove connection here to Lovell is a possible connection to another Gacy victim. Because it's at the right time, the right moment, and the circumstances of not ever owning a car, not having a driver's license, but yet now you're driving a car that's not yours. Whose is it?
Right.
Okay. And then why, within 2 weeks after Gacy is arrested, do you suddenly take a train and go to Florida?
And we're back.
And he never.
Oh. And we're back. Keeping an eye. They're not back yet. Spitfire Dragon, thank you so much for the $10 Venmo. That was very kind of you. Thank you.
Rolling off the face of the earth. All right. So hopefully they enjoyed that if they watched it. Yeah. It's good shit, man. It's good shit. I am. So I didn't eat. I showered. I took a shower, Jay.
You came straight from the walk. I understand that,
dude. I was a little rank. You know,
how was it heat wise there?
Humid. It's not like overly hot, but it's very, very humid. Yeah, Pamela Holtzman. He is a former retired Chicago homicide detective. There's a lot of stories. Like, he's an unbelievable guy. Beyond the Gacy stuff, like, if you guys Google the name Ronaldo Guevara, who was a Chicago cop, your minds will be blown. Like, the guy, in my estimation, is the worst cop in the history of cops anywhere. Like, I've told you the story about that dude, but Bill was, broke all the rules of cops and was the whistleblower and just like completely outed this guy who was putting dozens of 51 innocent men in prison on murder beefs, who all served 15, 20, 25 years. 41 of them have been exonerated.
Awesome.
Bill Dorsch is the one who lost their lives. Like, there's no other way to, literally lost their lives. Like, money cannot give you back 25 of the best years of your life spent in prison, away from everything. It's like, yeah, he was a bad dude, and Dorsch is just a hero, man. The guy doesn't give a shit. He's like, Dorsch is what you want all cops to be. You know what I mean? Like, just a genuinely good human being who is just trying to make the world a better place, complete victims advocate.
And he had to move, right?
He had to move.
That's insane to me. He had to move to another country. Like,
yeah, dude, like way over in like the Eastern Bloc of Europe, man. Like, yeah. I mean, he loves it. Like, he's like 3 hours from Greece. Like, they're always going to Greece. So he's like, if I would have known about this place when I was 20, I would have moved here a long time ago. So yeah, he's loving it out there. It seems like a kind of a cool way to retire. All right, so let's see. I don't know if I'm live.
I am. They're just replaying some. It's funny. They're definitely covering this much different than other trials. At lunch, it was Anjanette. She was interviewing Gloria Allred. Right now, there are other trials, but this is definitely this is a big deal for them. Now they're replaying testimony from the, like, they're definitely, all the camera angles they have. They're really amped up for this thing. They know that this is big time.
Huge. I mean, this is going to pull big numbers for them,
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know if it'll pull, Johnny Depp type numbers. Like, because that was just different because it was really, really personal. You know what I mean? It's like you were you were just getting more dirt about Johnny
Yeah.
Depp and Amber Heard than you could ever hope to get, or maybe ever like wish to get, or maybe like, like not want to get. Because I mean, you were getting deep into their dirty laundry, so that trial was like different in that sense. Whereas here it's just kind of like a run of the mill type trial, in the sense that you have a homicide. You just so happy we're not going to be digging into Baldwin's past,
Right.
in terms of like that was. So it's different. But the guy's a huge star. Love him or hate him. I mean, the fact of the matter is he's a massive star. And everybody knows who he is. So
Long Island's own.
yeah.
Massapequa.
No doubt. So when we get back, so we lost some, but we held on to a lot. That's good.
I think they might be. No, never mind. It was footage. That's the annoying thing when I'm keeping an eye and like they see. I'm like, oh, they're back. No, they're playing footage again.
I'm not familiar with this young.
No, she's new. I've never seen her before.
Oh, yeah, I've never seen her either. And I've been on with everybody pretty much. I talked to Michael Bryant, who's one of the hosts. Him and Linda, Kenny Baden. She's like another frequent host, and they've got like a YouTube channel that they're trying to like amp up. And I'm like, if you've got two lawyers, I think it's kind of that aren't married. I think it's kind of a better formula to have them be a little bit antagonistic,
Right.
Just them not agreeing on everything. I think it makes for better, which I think they do, because Linda's pretty, like, I would say she's certainly more liberal minded in terms of defense side, and like Michael leans much more towards the prosecution. So
she is on the defense in the case that Steve is publicly buzzed. She's one of the defense attorneys for Phil Spector. So if you want to see her in action, make sure you're checking out Publicly Buzzed and Murder Church, because you can see Alan Jackson as a prosecutor, Linda Baden as the defense, and her husband was called a witness. I mean, it's a lot going on in that trial.
This is one of my ride or dies, Emily Clark, amazing musician, like a close friend of Ali and I. What's up, girl? So happy to see you in the chat. Finally, she's a Montana girl who has an amazing voice. Think like if Bonnie Raitt and Susan Tedeschi had a baby, like a love child, that would be Emily. Like that's her vibe completely. She's amazing. You should throw your links.
Well, she can't because she's not a mod, so she can't share links.
Oh,
but she could put like her ad if she wants to put like her ad on her social. She could do that.
Yeah. Promote yourself on here, Em. And it's good to see you. Yeah, she's awesome. But she moved to New York after a couple of years ago, so it was a big move for her. So but she's loving it. She's loving it. Chasing the dream, man. Chasing the dream.
I saw Natalie had a question. Allie had a work, a client issue, so she left, but I think we'll be back. Hopefully we'll be back. But
yeah, she's always lurking. Allie is she's omnipresent. Even if she's not here with us, she's here in spirit. But yeah, it was I think it was on a divorce matter, actually.
The worst. Those were worst cases. Those are the worst, right?
God, dude. I mean, you're dealing with people at their lowest, emotionally. And a lot of times people just lose sight of, what's important. And if they have kids, that's what's important,
I'll tell you what, it's back up, but it's not starting, but it's back up. Just an FYI.
I'm going to throw it up here. Might as well.
The thing that like was upsetting to me, and I'm sure people who maybe not, but people who have gone through divorces, that was always so upsetting for me when I was going through it. And I went through it, man. I went through a really, really contentious, tough divorce. But the thing that was like tough for me was how it was like, and it's just how it is. But like, I go to court, and like everything would be last second from each attorney, and the judge would be like, all right, we'll just kick this another 3 months. Okay. And it's like, you were like, for me, it was like, I'm trying to, I was like, I had moved out of the house. I wanted to, figure out the custody. We couldn't agree on anything, and it was like,
Yeah.
it was just so laissez-faire. But that's just how it is. Like, there's so many divorces, and there's only so much the courts can do. And but you don't, when you're in it, when you're in that it's like, oh, it's the worst. And for me, I think there's a lot of room for the law for kind of equaling it out as far as guys and fathers go, as opposed to every case is different. I don't want to say that, like, in every case
that is still very true. Men, fathers in particular, tend to get the shaft in the family court, which I think hopefully, like everything should be equal across the board, no matter what we're talking about, and I'm always hopeful that we're getting closer to that world, but I think that depending on the age of the kids, the courts tend to, if they're what they consider to be tender age, like obviously infants, toddlers up until like 5-6 years old, the courts do view that the kids need to be with their mother, during that period of time, which I don't disagree with, actually. But when they get older, it's going to benefit the kids that they can spend as much time with both parents. That's just facts. I mean, you're and it's like, I would always tell my clients, I'm like, look, man, I'm like, you need to remember, the blood of both of you runs through the veins of that kid, so you talking shit about the other parent is only making your kid feel bad. It's like, people just lose sight of that because I hated divorce law. I hated it.
There's Alec, babe, leave it to, Shannon. It's funny. Shannon will post, for folks who don't know, my wife has her own YouTube and her own Twitter, and she does this thing where she posts fashion. Like she's always very, like, she's like, here's the outfit. This is, people coming at her like about Alec Baldwin when she was like, listen, his tie should reach his belt, and people are like coming at her like, no, like, that's just a thing. Your tie is supposed to, and I'm like, why are you trashing it or whatever. It's just it's miraculous how angry sometimes people get when it's like
over the stupidest shit.
Stupidest.
It's like, oh God, it's like, relax, man. I'm like, I was telling everybody, because everyone was concerned about, and I'm like, I was telling them in our live that we did, where Allie and I went live on the Reed thing. I was like, I told him, like, Jay's fucking over that shit.
Yeah.
like he's done. Like he's like I'm gonna probably have to twist his arm to get him to do the second one.
I don't think.
I mean, it's like PTSD shit, man. It's like people are like, I put a long post about the motion to dismiss up yesterday, and I just like, I let it hang out there, and it's like, it's critical of the defense. I think that they whiffed, man. Period. I don't think that they should have objected. They should have. And I knew that I was going to be getting like tons of
heat, major heat.
I'm like, dude, you're wrong. I'm right.
Well, that's what it's me. I mean, there's a lot going on in that case, but like, I like when you or Allie will give your opinion as a lawyer for over 20 years, and these people who have never handled the law, and they're like, no, you're wrong, sir. And I'm like, come on, man. Even if you're just like dug in, can't you just? It's like, even if you're dug in, you can't just take a step back. Like,
I know.
Oh, maybe this attorney who's done this for 20 odd years maybe might know this a little more than me, even though I think.
And if I come back with like anything even remotely, like, throwing my CV up there, like, people are like, oh, now you're condescending, and you know what I mean? And I'm like, it's like a no-win situation. Like, I think the people that appreciate, what we bring to the table in terms of actual experience in the criminal justice system, that are smart enough to realize that, we're trying to educate people. Like, we spent a shit ton of money to get educated to be lawyers, and then put 20 plus years in. If you value that and you think it's got some, actual educational value, then you're gonna, then you'll digest it, and maybe you'll get something from it. I always am just trying to get people to think maybe a little bit differently than the way they came in, not necessarily trying to convince anybody, like I'm never sitting up here doing closing arguments, but I'm certainly trying to educate people on the law. And the thing about the law is a lot of like I always say, emotion has nothing to do with the law. Like it has no place in the law. You know, it's about evidence and it's about facts, and that's it. And you know, people that are emotionally invested in cases that don't understand that the law is cruel. Like if you miss, like say for instance, you have a client that has been convicted and they have an amazing appellate issue, like you're guaranteed that it's going to go back for another trial, and you somehow miss the 30-day date to file your notice of appeal, like by an hour, you're done. And it's hard for, like, there is no recovering from that. Like once you blow it, you've blown it. It's like a statute. You remember, Jay, with statute of limitations in your work, man. If you file that thing one day after the 2-year statute, you're done. No recovery. I don't give a shit what your injuries are. The law does not care. There are rules in place for a reason. And like when I post stuff like I posted yesterday, people are like, so what? Like if they said that, you know, if they really said that they were 12-0 on the not guilties, and that would really implicate like double jeopardy, and they didn't object, or they're just screwed. I'm like, yeah. I mean, there's a high likelihood that they're screwed on it, you know? So it's like, that was kind of the entire point of my post. I'm like, I'm not picking on the lawyers. I mean, we all make mistakes. Believe me, I made tons of mistakes when I was practicing law. I mean, you can't, we're humans, you know, we're simply not, M, you don't know what's going on with Baldwin. The main charge is involuntary manslaughter. And then I think it was negligent use of a handgun are the two biggest charges, right, Jay?
You know what? I have let me see if I can find I have the thing. Let me find it.
And Emily, if you don't know, they've already tried the armorer on the set. She went to trial on it. She was found guilty, and she's the one who's responsible for making sure that there's no live ammo on the set. So she got convicted, and I think she was sentenced to 18 months. Correct, Jay? Like they gave her the snacks.
Yes. Which, by the way, I was thinking of it. She probably would have got a lighter sentence, but in between the time she was found guilty and her sentencing, she badmouthed the judge, badmouthed the jury, talked shit on them in jail calls that were recorded, and like was not empathetic, like just was awful about it. So yeah, she got the full time. Let me get here's the 2 counts. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter, negligent use of a firearm. Count 1, involuntary manslaughter without due caution or circumspection. Those are the 2 counts from the grand jury indictment.
Okay. And we'll pull it up. Yeah, he's pretty great. Well, it looks like he did his hair today. He didn't have his hair did on Monday. He looked like he had just rolled out of bed. Might as well been in his pajamas, you know, rubbing his belly, scratching his hands down the front of his pants like all guys do when they're sitting on the couch.
Al Bundy.
Yeah, it's completely Al Bundy style. Let's see. All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to rock and roll. All right. Yeah, Dizzy sent me the full things. She's always Janie on the spot, hooking it up with all the docs, which reminds me, Diz, throw your Discord link up there. If you guys are ever in need or desiring to read any documents from basically, I think it's safe to say every single case that's going on of relevance.
Everyone.
Seeking Justice Discord, which is run by both Dizzy and Tracy, a couple of our mods, is amazing. They put so much work into it, because you guys don't understand. Like they're in the dockets, they're calling clerk, they're busting their asses to really be the first out there to get those documents, and they post them in there. It's an amazing collection of everything you could ever want, and as far as the legal side of these cases that we all love to watch.
And also, they have a buy me a coffee, folks, because those documents ain't free. So I'm sharing that right now. Even if you're not a part of the Discord, if you want to like just throw them a couple bucks if they need to get documents, they have a buy me a coffee. But the Discord is, and what maybe we'll do this during lunch one day. We'll do a little just tour of it, because I know people probably are a little intimidated by Discord. I certainly was when I first started using it, but it really is a great tool for folks that follow true crime, or it puts all the cases in order. It has all the documents. They really did a great job with it. So if you're kind of like hesitant, and it's not like you don't even need a separate app, you can just go to Discord's website. I highly recommend their Discord, and it gives you notifications.
Yes, better than YouTube.
Better, absolutely. That's where sometimes I'm like, oh, Discord just said that there's something going on.
Exactly. Yeah, it's and Discord does take a little bit of. I mean, you gotta
use it. You gotta just click on shit. I say it all the time. Like, just click on shit. If I haven't broken it by now, and I've clicked on a lot of shit, you're not gonna break it. So just like go in there, click on stuff, and just learn it. That's the best way to do, in my opinion. Because I'm one of those people that I can't just like look at. Like, I gotta click around, and that's how I'm gonna learn.
I got a $6 Venmo from Kelsey D, who's in Illinois. I got your message there. The best way to get me is bob@defensediaries.com. If you email me there, that's a great way to contact me. So I'm assuming, Kelso, that's you. So yeah, email me at bob@defensediaries.com, Kelso, and I'll get back to you for sure. All right. I think we're getting ready to roll here. Jury's coming back in, I'm assuming.
Good call, by the way, what you said before. I do like that they have that little mute thing. So
It's great. It's great.
Into evidence.
He's got his stickies on the police report.
Okay.
And remember, police reports are hearsay. They never come into evidence.
It's by stipulation.
Now, obviously, the attorneys use them to question the cops, but they never come in.
Page 6, if we could just
I learned that on my job, because the attorneys would be like, adjusters would be like, oh, we got the police report. They're like, that's hearsay. And then like, I had to learn from my own attorneys, like, yes, that's hearsay, because it's just what some dude wrote down. It's not testimony from someone. It's just something some dude wrote down. That's hearsay every time.
We were using letters. We assumed you guys were using letters. We filed.
Oh, A. It's
Okay.
Okay.
Understood.
Yeah, defense.
Are you doing numbers?
Yes, we filed our exhibit list first as.
Okay, so you do letters.
So what she gave kind of the layout, right? Like in terms of the daily. So it's going to be
till 7 Eastern every day.
So full days.
Yeah.
Is she starting at 8:30 every day?
Yeah, I think
Their
it's
time?
yeah.
I mean, she's
8:30 to 5. Yeah.
She's maximizing the time. She's giving them full days.
Which is I'm as opposed to like other cases where it's like day off, half day. Like, get this thing done. She wants to get it done.
The max, if he gets convicted, is 18 months.
Yep.
Which
is this pay? I can't see the.
I mean, sounds like I could do 18 months. Standing on my head. That's a long time, and that's going to have to be in Department of Corrections. That
Do you see how it says accident?
If it's under 12 months, that's when you can do your bid in a jail.
I can touch it. Oh, accident.
I couldn't do 18 hours standing on
my
yeah, it's.
And then I would ask.
Jail's not a great place.
The 911 is exhibits 9 and 10.
Jails and prisons are not fun.
I and J, exhibits 9 and 10. That was entered into and played at opening by stipulation, and it asked to play.
All right, so it's
enter
still
them and play exhibits I and J.
And this is by stipulation,
Yes, Your Honor.
I and J, which are, again, the 911 calls.
Yes.
Why are they two exhibits?
It just splits because of the EMS. It's the same
Okay.
three.
All right. So upon stipulation, not being corrected otherwise, Go ahead.
Thank you. Can we turn the volume up?
You may publish.
This is 911, what's the location of your emergency? We need an ambulance out at Bonanza Creek Ranch right now. We've had 2 people shot on a movie set accidentally. He said someone was shot? 2 people accidentally with gunshots on a movie set, Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, I'll connect you with medical dispatch. Don't hang up. Santa Fe Fire and EMS, what's the location of the emergency?
Bonanza Creek Ranch has had 2 people accidentally shot on a movie set by a prop gun. We need help immediately. Okay. But this fucking AG that yelled at me at lunch because asking about revisions, this motherfucker. Did you see him lean over my table and yell at me? He's supposed to check the guns. He's responsible for what happened.
Now, Mimi?
No. I'm a script supervisor.
How many people were injured?
2 that I know of. I was sitting, we were rehearsing, and it went off, and I ran out.
You heard some language, and then that the first assistant, was supposed to check the gun. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear anybody on the 911 call mention Alec Baldwin at all?
No.
I asked you before we broke about a prior statement. I asked you if you made a prior statement that we talked about a few times. So I'm just going to approach quickly and refresh your recollection. And this is November 30th, 2023, your pretrial interview, Officer LeFlor. And I'm just going to ask you to read down here.
Your Honor, and again, Mr. Spiro is testifying as he's handing it to the witness.
Just identify what the document is and then move away.
He's gonna get pissed just like the other. She does that, and they start going back and forth. That's what happened in the last trial. She's so snooty, snarky. Probably is the better word.
Does that refresh your recollection, sir?
Yes.
So and I'm just going to take this back. It is fair that you said when asked that it came in as like it appeared to be, and what the dispatch said, it was an accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there. That there was
Objection, Your Honor.
The way he was.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh man, this is going exactly. Oh, this is just like the first trial, man. Oh boy.
Yeah, I think probably both these guys are probably a little bit higher echelon attorneys than
than Hannah's. Oh yeah, big time. You could tell that from the just from the motions hearing.
Now I wonder if this young guy is an attorney in Bald Pee-wee's firm. Like I wonder if they're in the same firm. I don't know.
Did they turn off the audio on that?
An accidental shooting by a prop gun. So I didn't know if there was any. I took it as the way how everybody was acting, and that the individual who claimed to have been holding the firearm was still there. That there was the way he was, his demeanor was that there wasn't any intention behind the act, as you could say,
Yes.
You made that statement, correct?
Yes.
And I asked you also whether you remembered receiving any information as to the ammunition, whether they be prop or otherwise, that was at the scene. If you recalled Duran Curtin, one of the individuals in the church, giving you information. Do you remember that?
There's a lot of people in the church giving information. Can you identify which one it was?
Sure. I asked you, do you remember whether or not somebody told you that Sarah was shaking and going through the book?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. This is hearsay coming in. Can we approach? I don't know what to do.
Like those comments, like I don't know what to do. Like just say objection, go up there.
Right. Like at some point the judge is going to shut that shit down. Like her histrionics about like, you know, all the just going over the top. Like I was infamous for that though. Like always like adding that shitty little comment in at the end.
are?
Oh God, dude. Yeah, I was similar to Alan Jackson in a lot of ways. Like I would always add that little zinger at the end, and judges would get super pissed, you know. And I'd always be real apologetic. Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. So sorry.
SSDGM Indy that says the judge should shut this down. Trust me, she will. And she's tried to. She said even before this started in the last hearing that like we're not doing objections, but she's like, for some reason, I guess she can't like today. She's like letting them talk a little bit, but she's going to be like, you guys got to stop. It's like guarantee she is going to lay the smack down. She is not going to let them do this the entire time.
The judge also ends up getting told what to do by this lady. Happened in Hannah's trial. How the judge apologized to her in the motions hearing for bullshit. Really? Yeah. Hopefully,
as I was saying, officer,
I
did
have a
you
full
learn
beard
at the scene whether or not Sarah
for part of it
was going through the bullets and saying, I don't know how it got there? Did you learn that information? Do you recall?
I don't remember. If you could refresh my memory to which part, which person said what.
Sure. And I'm just going to approach the witness and show him his lapel recording.
While he reviews it, just a reminder, if you haven't hit that like, please hit it. Share
yes,
it out.
Please. Get us out to the algo.
Does that refresh your recollection?
It appears it's a recording type out of what my body-worn camera recorded, yes.
Okay. And when you learned this information, did you do anything with that information?
To be honest, it's the first time I've heard it in that detail. Body cameras pick up more audio than our ears do.
Okay. You also testified that the gentleman in the orange jacket came up to you and said, Alec pulled the trigger, or words to that effect. Remember that testimony?
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah, and you know that witness has stated absolutely he did not say he pulled the trigger, correct?
At that point, I didn't know if he said that or not.
Okay. And then I just want to ask you about one other thing we talked about this morning. Was I asked you about your testimony on direct that Mr. Baldwin was effectively disobeying police orders. Do you remember that testimony on direct?
Yes.
And over the lunch break, have you had a chance to reflect on that testimony?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think it's a fair, honestly, sir, a fair characterization to this jury to say that Mr. Baldwin was disobeying police orders at the scene?
He was given an order, but I didn't repeatedly tell him not to. As on my bad.
And so don't you think that given what actually happened at the scene, that really, in all fairness to Mr. Baldwin, he wasn't really disobeying police orders, was he, sir?
To an extent, yes.
You were the first officer on scene.
Yes.
And you did your best, no question, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, right, because a lot of this testimony I'm not going to get into, you're aware as you sit here that the issue of Ms. Hutchins passing is not a contested issue by the defense. You know that?
Yes.
Okay. And you did sort of corral the witnesses, I think you said, right?
Yes.
And then after you did that, you turned them over, in essence, to the lead detective, Detective Pinot.
Yes.
Okay. And he interviewed those witnesses, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if he's testifying for the state in this case?
Objection.
I don't know.
Elements, Your Honor.
You want to move on or withdraw?
Sure.
Ignore the question and the non-answer, or if we got one.
Do you know how the live bullet got on set?
I do not.
Do you know why the armorer loaded the live bullet into the pop gun?
I do not.
Do you know why the first assistant director, head of safety, failed to detect it?
I do not.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-exam.
Can I use the Elmo, please? You know what? Let me do this. Where is the defense exhibit DX?
That's H. This is H, yes.
Okay.
I just have to relabel them.
Okay.
They should relabel them, not you.
And there are 3 copies?
Yes, I just gave us extra copies.
Okay. Officer LeFlor, let's back up a little bit, okay? Did I speak with you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
Did Ms. Johnson speak to you this morning about the testimony you were going to give?
No, ma'am.
When was the last time someone from the prosecution spoke to you about the testimony you were going to give today?
I don't believe we've talked about the testimony I was going to give, but just about the pre-trial interview.
So you mentioned a pretrial interview. So let me ask you, do you recall when your pretrial interview was? Would it refresh your memory if I showed you a copy of the transcript?
Yes.
May I? Let me know. Officer, when was your pretrial interview?
In May.
And do you recall who was there?
Somebody from the defense and somebody from the state.
Someone from the defense.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was a female.
Okay, so just to be clear, at your pretrial interview, it wasn't the state just speaking to you. The defense attorneys were there also, right?
Yes.
And they got to ask you almost all the questions, isn't that right?
Yes, if I can recall, the state didn't have anything to ask.
So the prosecutors didn't ask you a single question?
Not that I can remember, no.
Do you agree with the defense attorney's assertion this morning that somehow you were coached to give your testimony?
I would object to that characterization, but he is. Can you rephrase that question?
He's objecting to the word assertion, I believe. So why don't you rephrase it?
Did Mr. Spyro indicate to you on cross-examination that did he attempt to imply that the prosecution had told you how to testify?
Essentially, it sounded like he asked if I was coached in my testimony.
But the prosecutors haven't actually told you what to testify to, have they?
No, ma'am.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the statement that you made that it didn't seem like Mr. Baldwin intended to commit the act. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Do you know what the crime that Mr. Baldwin is charged with?
I believe involuntary manslaughter.
Is involuntary manslaughter an intentional homicide?
No, ma'am. Not to my recollection of the New Mexico State statute.
Are there criminal offenses that are intentional homicides?
Yes.
But that's not what Mr. Baldwin's charged with, right?
No.
Officer LeFlor, when you are speaking to a witness, when you were in fact speaking to witnesses at the scene, you collected their driver's licenses, didn't you?
Yes.
And what do you do when you collect the driver's license? Do you run it through a system?
I put it in our computer system, run it by driver's license in the state. It's easier than name and date of birth.
Is Defendant's Exhibit H, does that contain information about their driver's licenses?
Yes, it appeared that it was a page that showed each person's license being inputted and the return that came back from RACC or NCIC.
So I'm going to go ahead and show you what is page 3 of that. What do we call it? Is it a CAD report?
Yes.
So let me back up for a moment. What does CAD stand for? Do you remember?
I don't know the exact exactly what it stands for, no, but it's a reporting system that we use. The dispatches us through. And
So this is this a dispatch log?
yes.
I don't know. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I know that's getting smaller and smaller, but I'm not sure what to do.
Do you want to help me out?
Do you see, no, it's not quite there yet. At the top of the page, do you see number 16? And there's a 16 and then there's a parentheses.
Yes.
What does it say?
Posted speed limit and actual.
What does posted speed limit and actual have to do with this incident?
I'm not too sure. It looks like the individual who ran it, their name, I don't know who that is.
Well, that's okay. Does this have anything to do with the incident involving Ms. Hutchins?
No.
So I want to take you down here to number 5, parentheses. What does that say?
It says non-commercial class, code D.
What is that person talking about? Does it have anything to do with the shooting of Ms. Hutchins?
No, that's the return. It came back for a driver's license, it appears.
That's the return that came back for a driver's license? Is that what you said?
That's what it appears like, yes.
Let's go down to number 10. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Accident quantity.
Keep reading.
3, withdrawal. It looks like it's going to try to say withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
And look, I want you to look down here at number 21. Do you see that?
Yes.
What does that say?
Of alcohol or drugs.
That you're aware of? Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Let's jump down to number 26. 6, what does that say?
Objection, relevance, cumulative.
Go ahead, sir.
Says
Oh my
drinking
God.
and driving at 0.0.
Did you read it all?
Yeah, per se, I think that's what it's saying at the beginning. Dash drinking and driving at 0.0. And then the next line is the blood alcohol content, BAC.
Were you dispatched to a DWI?
No.
Let's have a look at page 5.
Cuss all you want, Haven. As long as it's respectful cussing, we will.
Do you
go
see up
for it.
here number 23?
23 is cut off on my screen.
Oops.
Yeah. Of alcohol or drugs.
Was this an incident that was related to alcohol or drugs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Let's jump down here, if you would, to number 10. Do you see that?
It says accidental quantity 0 and then withdrawal.
Does that have anything to do with this incident?
No.
Why are we seeing that language?
It's what the NCIC return gives our CAD. As you can see, it's all within the same 1/10 of a second. So it's generated by the computer system itself.
So I've now turned the page to page 6. Do you see 10 there where it says 10 parentheses?
Accidental quantity 0 withdrawal.
Is the word accident reflective of Ms. Hutchins being shot on accident?
No.
Her tone with her own witness is just throwing me way off.
Yeah, dude.
Like, I'm like, it's so kind of are
Is
you
the
a
word
total
accident
idiot?
in that report? Does it appear anywhere where it's talking about what happened to Ms. Hutchins?
No, right here, it's just a bunch of returns.
Thank you for your time, sir. I don't have anything further.
All right, thank you. Witness is excused. Next witness.
I mean, she was directing him,
The
but
state calls.
the questions,
Were you?
the tone of the question was very much like a cross.
Come in.
Bob,
come
do
over
you
here.
know that you were Jessied 4 times today?
I heard, man. I like, I'm ashamed. I should be put in the corner.
He's got the whole glasses thing.
Should
Oh,
have
we got a different attorney handling this witness. Excellent.
All right. I like her. I thought her opening was great.
I agree. Yeah, me too.
So is Morrissey like an active defense attorney and she's just like special prosecuting this thing? Is that what the deal is?
She definitely was like not in their office. Like they pulled her on for this. I'm not sure if she was. If anyone knows, let me know, guys. But yeah, she definitely was pulled in for this to like be a special prosecutor.
Your Honor, the state calls Timoteo Benavides.
I love the way she said,
Mateo.
Timoteo Benavides. She really rolls her R's.
Yes, she does an excellent job.
Yeah, for real.
Mr. Judge, raise your right hand.
Look at this,
Do you
Jay.
swear affirm under
Shame
penalty of
by
law?
Jay.
Sorry. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
May I proceed? Good afternoon, Mr. Benavides. Would you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes, my name's Timoteo Benavides.
And sir, on October 21st, 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office as a lieutenant.
And are you still employed with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
I am not.
And why not?
I retired doing 20 years of law enforcement for Santa Fe County.
And what was your rank when you retired?
Lieutenant.
And on October 21st, 2021, were you working?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties that day?
That day I was a day shift commander.
which entails taking care of Santa Fe County during the day and 7 deputies we had.
How large is Santa Fe County?
It's pretty big. It goes from the city limits of Espanola to all the way to I-40 down in Edgewood and to Pecos and then to the off-ramp to Cochiti.
You said you were commander that day. What does that mean? What duties did that entail?
I'm pretty much in charge of the county on what happens and responsible for the deputies that are working.
On that date at approximately 1:48, did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes, I did.
And what was that call for service about?
The call of service was on a movie set for an accidental shooting.
Okay. And where was that located?
It was located at the Bonanza Creek Movie Ranch.
Okay. And is that in Santa Fe County?
It is in Santa Fe County.
Okay. In New Mexico?
In the state of New Mexico, yes.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
I was dispatched about 1:50. I didn't arrive till almost I think it was like 2:20.
Okay. Why did it take you a while to arrive?
I was pretty much on the other side of the county when the dispatch call came in.
Now, when you arrived, do you recall what you observed?
When I arrived, there was a security guard at the gate, and he told us that he was gonna drive us into the movie set where the incident happened.
Were other deputies already there when you arrived?
Deputy LeFlor was already on scene from what I heard over the radio, and I had at the time Corporal Darrete was in front of me, literally in front of me when we got there.
Were there other first responders present when you arrived on scene?
Yes, there was. There was already medics on scene when I arrived.
Were you wearing your police uniform?
I was in full uniform, displaying my badge of office at the time.
And were you equipped with a lapel camera?
Yes, I was.
Are you familiar, or were you familiar with how your lapel camera works?
Yes.
And how does it work?
As soon as I activated my lights and sirens, my lapel goes off right away, and it starts recording from as soon as I activated my lights and sirens.
And how long does your lapel camera record?
It records until I stop it or until it runs out of battery.
And how does your video that's captured on your lapel camera uploaded? How is it preserved? Do you know?
Yes, at the time it's uploaded. We, as deputies, we don't have no control how we show up to the sheriff's office and it downloads automatically from our, I take off my lapel, I put it in a docking station in my unit, and everything downloads into the sheriff's office room servers.
Okay. On October 21st, 2021, did your lapel camera capture what you observed when you arrived on scene at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what did you do with your lapel camera after you left the scene?
When I completed my duties on that scene, I put it in my docking station, which is also a charger, and I proceeded to the sheriff's office so it could download.
Now, have you viewed your lapel camera video since October 21st, 2021?
Yes, I have.
And in fact, did you view a portion of it this morning before you testified?
Yes, I did.
And did I show you State's Exhibit number 5 earlier this morning?
Yes, you did.
And what was that?
It was pretty much the beginning from when I activated my lights and sirens to the end.
What was it, the entire thing to the end, or was it part of it?
It was part of it. It was not the entire thing because I did stop it several times to talk to commanders and deputies, and then I reactivated it.
And how long is your entire lapel camera video?
I arrived on scene about 2:20, and I didn't leave till almost 8:30 that night.
So State's Exhibit 1 is just a portion of your lapel camera?
That is correct.
Excuse me, video?
Yes.
Okay. After you viewed it, did you notice if it's been modified or changed in any way?
It has not.
Your Honor, I would move into evidence states exhibit number 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
Is that normal procedure to turn it off when he talks to other like deputies or whatever? Why wouldn't it be on the whole time? I don't know.
Sorry, Major. What's going on? They said that they.
Let me pause it there. Is that your lapel camera video, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm going to forward it. How long does it take you to drive? How long are we going to watch you driving?
It's about 20 minutes.
Okay. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit here to about 17 minutes, or excuse me, 15 minutes.
Gonna be en route to Bonanza Creek.
Hey, I got one shot in the chest. One shot in the chest, and one shot in the chest, and another shot in the stomach. So you have 2 victims up there? 2 victims.
Are you still driving?
I am still driving, yes.
Now, I've fast forwarded to 15 minutes and 59 seconds. Have you arrived on scene yet?
Yes, I could see the makeshift church right in front of me.
We're gonna secure the film and all the crew members.
Why did you say you're going to secure the film and all the crew members?
Pretty much common sense. I'm not on scene yet, but I'm trying to picture everything that was going on, and maybe the film caught it. I don't know.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, when you're pulling up to this church, what does it look like? How many people are you actually seeing?
So this scene was probably the biggest scene I've been to. There was people everywhere. I had medics running in and out. From what I saw from the back of the church, there was medics going to their vehicles, grabbing items. And there was just people everywhere. As in people, I mean, I couldn't distinguish who it was. It was actors, it was film personnel, bystander. I didn't know, but there was a lot of people there.
Do you know if those people were people who worked on the set?
Yes, you could distinguish them. They had a lot of sunblock on, a lot of hats, big hats for the sun. So that's pretty much how I noticed that.
Okay. Cool. Thanks. I have like 200 people out here, so. Alrighty. Let's see if. Yes, I already called for them. All right. We're gonna get together right away. So we're gonna do it through on her. We went through on her.
What's happening at this, excuse me, at this point?
So as soon as I walked into the makeshift church, Deputy LeFlor started to let me know what was happening and what was going on with the victims.
How would you describe this scene as soon as you walked into the church?
The medics were doing a wonderful job. They had separated each other and they were working on the victims.
How many victims did you have?
I saw 2 on the ground.
Corporal, I need you to know who's in charge. Everybody stops what they're doing right now. This is a crime scene. Yeah.
Why did you say this was a crime scene?
Because we had 2 victims, Helena and Joel, fighting for their life on the ground. And it wasn't natural. This is a movie set. and it was now a crime scene. We had to figure out what happened.
So what directives are you giving the other deputies?
So I'm letting them know I let Corporal Alderete know to have whoever's in charge, have everybody stop what they're doing because there was no more filming. If they were, I did not know. And so we could try to control what we could.
Everybody stops what they're doing, and I need the film secured by whoever's in charge of the. Can I pull these guys down, get them to help with a helicopter? Yes, please.
Did you ask for anything else when you were out there speaking with those people?
Yes, I asked who was in charge to help me out, and then I asked Corporal Alderete to start taking pictures.
Did you ask for anything else?
Not that I recall.
Hey, I need pictures right away. Where's the props guy?
Why did you ask for pictures?
I have my lapel on, which captures a lot, but the pictures would capture detailed that's on the floor that you can't really tell from my lapel.
And you just said that you asked for the props guy. Why did you ask for the props guy?
I work security for in the sheriff's office at movie sets. The props guy is the guy that does the little stuff with sound effects or whatever. But I asked for the props guy because I needed to find out where the gun was.
Why was it important to find out where the gun was?
Because I didn't need the gun going off or getting used again on somebody else.
And did you find the gun?
I had somebody. Yes, I did find the gun.
Where did you find the gun?
Hannah Gutierrez had the gun walking out of the movie set.
And who did you understand Hannah Gutierrez to be?
She was the armorer.
Props guy out!
Yeah, I'm sorry, you have a job? We need to make sure that they.
Yes, they're taking care of business.
Yes.
What else do you need there, Chief?
Where's my radio? It's just here. Thank you.
There's cleared the gun. Where is it?
You got the cleared gun? I'm already go.
Where is it?
Where are you going at this point?
I'm being directed by a gentleman, I assume who is a person in charge, to look for the gun.
And did you find it?
I did not find it there.
There's one there and there's one there. That's none of them? That's not. Okay. I need to know where it is.
What is it that you are pointing at with this gentleman here?
There was guns laid in the open on the cart, on this gray cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits number 7 and number 8. May I approach, Your Honor?
If you guys have not seen the prop cart that these guns were on, just wait, folks. You're just going to blow your freaking mind.
Yes, Your Honor. I would move into evidence 7 and 8, but I'll publish it in a second. I'm going to finish the video. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. now?
Trying to look for the armor.
You're in charge, man. I need to know where the guns are right now.
Bro, armor, I need to know where the guns are at. Right there. Go and get right there.
How do I know this is a gun?
That's the gun.
Okay.
Who is that?
That is Hannah Gutierrez.
And who is she?
She's the armor on set.
And did you obtain anything from her?
Yes, I did. I obtained a revolver she was carrying.
And what did you understand that revolver to be?
To be the revolver that shot the projectile into these two victims.
May I have a minute, Your Honor, to bring up Exhibit 6? All right. State's Exhibit 6 is going to be handed to you, Mr. Benavides. If you could put on some gloves and just open it and let us know if you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 6.
Counsel,
Yes, sir.
I have a question from one of the witnesses that came out.
The devil's dandruff. I've never heard that one. You're muted, Bob. Bob, you're muted.
Yeah, I got them all. All the nicknames. Peruvian marching powder, I think, is the full
you're probably
Peruvian
right.
name. Yeah.
We need to fix this. The audio is not in sync with the video.
Oh yeah.
What's going
Yeah,
on?
right.
What-
Peruvian flake. Are they sidebarring right now?
I don't know what's going on. Like they asked them to open the thing, and then all of a sudden,
Doing some bullshit. Seems like they're sidebarring, Jay. So we'll do this.
oh, don't forget to take up the loop.
Looping. Here, I'm gonna give Jay some PTSD real quick.
Bukaki. Bukaki.
Sorry, Jay. Colombian cornstarch. Oh yeah, Bolivian marching powder. Thank you, Gigi. That's it. That's the one. Yeah, it was Peruvian flake and Bolivian marching powder. Marching powder. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, folks, if you see, the mods are sharing the code for the True Crime Podcast Festival, which Bob and Ali will be at Friday, right? This is the first day you'll be there.
Yeah,
so
we fly out tomorrow night after our stream, and then Friday. And then, so both days we're going to be on Jay's channel tomorrow and Friday. And I'll be dipping in and out. Allie will be dipping in and out on Friday. So we'll definitely be hanging.
I heard it's like a heat wave over there, and like a massive, like in Denver, like a massive.
It is.
Yeah.
God.
Pokemon, she's in here. I think she shared something that it's like a. Please confirm that, Pokemon. Is it going to be like a major heat wave?
Oh man, I'm glad you told me that. I forgot to look at the weather in this concert I went to on Saturday, and we got stuck in the rain. I was ill prepared, Jay.
Didn't have a poncho?
Reindeer. I didn't have a poncho. They sold them for a pretty penny at the old salt shed. So I had to get 2 of those for Allie and I.
Hundreds all weekend, Pokemon says. Be prepared, Bob.
Ooh, hundreds. Oh, in Denver.
You order one of those things. You probably get it if you get it one day Amazon. The thing that Sharon got me, where it's like a fan that goes around.
Oh yeah, the little neck fan with it blows nice cool air on your neck. I mean, probably what I'll do, Jay, is never leave the hotel.
Correct me if I'm misstating, the video does not have the time of day on it, so they're going to elicit that from the witness, okay?
No, it's usually very dry.
Let's go back, Mr. Benavides.
In Colorado. Like I usually have to have chapstick.
Do you recall approximately what time it was when you actually arrived on scene?
It was 2:20, 2:30.
Do you have a specific recollection of the time or not?
I do not.
Would reviewing the CAD refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendants and admitted DX8T.
For the record, I think it's now H.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a dispatch log.
Well, if you could review it and let us know if your memory is refreshed after you review it, and I'll take that document back from you.
Man ponds, yes. Man ponds.
Man ponds. Yeah. Colombian Bam Bam.
Yes.
Your memory's refreshed?
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, Pokemon. We do have to hydrate. Allie has a tough time with the
what time did you arrive on scene?
2:20.
All right. And would your lapel camera video be at 2:20, start like at 2:20 when you arrive on scene?
It started when I first activated my lights and sirens. So when I was dispatched at 1:49.
Right, but when you arrive on scene, would it be 2:20 in the afternoon?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, so even though we can't see the actual time on your lapel cam, is this your lapel cam?
Yes, it is.
And would this accurately reflect what you are seeing around 2:20 or so in the afternoon?
Yes, it is.
How do I know this is a gun? That's the gun. Okay.
And so you had testified earlier that this woman with the multicolored hair was the armor and she gave you the gun.
Yes.
If you could look at State's Exhibit 6 and I'll ask you if you recognize what's in the box.
Okay.
Ooh, what's in the box, Jay? What's in the
box?
Brings us
Do you
back to the old
recognize State's
Donnie
Exhibit
days.
6?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the gun that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, handed to me.
Now, what did you do with this gun once she handed it to you?
I took custody of it from her and I walked it over to the passenger side of my unit, my marked sheriff's unit.
What did you do with it once you walked over to the Mark Sheriff's unit?
I put it in the front seat and I locked it.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Remind me when there's a break. I have a hilarious story about a comment I got about
6 because we
this
have other
gun.
witnesses. We're gonna
Okay, so
handle
7,
this.
and I thought you had 7 and 8 that you
7
were
and
gonna.
8, yes, sir. Haven't published yet.
Okay, but, okay, those were admitted, now you're doing 13.
13.
Okay.
I guess I could do it now if they're marking this forever.
Do you recognize
Oh,
what's on
nope.
the screen there, Mr. Benavides?
Yeah, guess again, Jay.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a gun that's in front of me, and this is the gun that the armor Hannah Gutierrez handed me.
You testified that you put it in the front seat of your patrol vehicle.
Yes, I did.
Why did you put it there?
It was the most secure spot that I had control over at the time.
Okay. And what did you do to ensure that this gun was secured?
I locked I locked my unit, and nobody entered it except for me because I'm the only one with the key.
Where was State's Exhibit number 13 taken? Where was this gun when this photo was taken?
From the passenger side of my unit.
Okay. Why did you not stick it in an evidence bag?
It was so fluid, and the scene was so active. I put it there. It was secure there. That's where it stayed.
Did you do anything with this gun? Open it, open the cylinder, or anything at all once you received it from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, as soon as I got to my unit, I opened up the cylinder and I made it safe for myself and whoever else was going to handle it.
And when you say you made it safe, what do you mean by that?
I opened up the cylinder on this wheel gun and I ran the wheel to make sure there was no rounds in it.
And were there any rounds in it?
There was no rounds in it.
Did you do anything else to the gun?
I did not.
Okay. To your knowledge, did anybody else have access to this gun once you put it in your patrol vehicle?
No.
So what is the next thing you did after you secured the gun in your patrol car?
What I remember is I was talking to the armor, Hannah. I put her in the back of my unit and I told her she wasn't under arrest. I kept the door open because the detectives needed to speak to her.
Now, did anybody have access to the front part of your patrol car?
They did not.
While this gun was in your possession, did you do anything, or to your knowledge, did anybody else touch it or do anything to it?
No.
Does Exhibit 13 accurately reflect the condition of the gun when it was handed to you?
Yes, it is.
Did you secure any other items of evidence?
I did. I secured 2 boxes of ammunition.
And where did you find those?
They were on a gray cart, which Hannah directed me to, that they were on a gray cart that were used for this gun.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 7, which has already been admitted.
All right, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that?
There it is.
Yes, it is the gray cart that Hannah directed that the ammunition was on.
And where was that cart when you were directed to it?
My first lapel video where that gentleman directed me, walked me over, and he said none of these guns were used. This was the cart that he was talking about.
Okay. And where was this photo taken? Where was the cart when this photo was taken?
It looks like it was taken in front of my unit, in front of my in-car camera.
Okay. So was that cart moved from where you initially saw it to in front of your car?
Yes, it was.
Why?
Hannah had she directed that the ammunition was there, so There was a gentleman that offers his services because I was dealing with Hannah, and I watched him bring the cart from where it was to me.
Does State's Exhibit 7 accurately represent the cart in the condition that you saw it when you first were directed to it?
Yes, it is.
And why did you move it to the front of your patrol car?
It was evidence. Hannah said that ammunition was on it used in the church.
Is there another reason why you moved it to the front of your patrol car?
To keep an eye on it, to make sure nothing was taken, nothing was put in.
Was anything capturing what would happen if anybody got close to this cart?
To where it is right now, they would have captured from my in-car camera.
So do you have a dash camera?
Yes, a dash camera, yes.
So was the dash camera running and filming this cart as it's sitting there in front of your patrol car?
Yes, it was.
To your knowledge, did anybody come over to this cart and remove any items?
No, not when it was sitting there, no.
Why not collect the items instead of moving, or why not collect the items before you moved it?
I'm in a patrol car. I'm not in a van or anything that would fit the whole cart in a hole to secure it.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 8, which has already been admitted. May I publish on it? Yeah. Is that a close-up of the cart?
Yes, it is.
What are we looking at? What was on the cart? What did you observe?
Loose ammunition, gun belts, a gun, various other items.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Council, do you want to see it?
Like, I don't know, like are they gonna be like, well, Alex saw this card, he should have known that this, like, I mean, I guess they have to show this is where the
May
stuff
I,
came in for
Your Honor,
foundation,
move into
but
evidence State's Exhibit 9?
I don't know,
whether-
but I just know that I
Can I
have
publish?
the prop cart on my bingo card, so I'm thrilled. that-
Do you recognize that? It's State's Exhibit 9.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a wheel gun.
Is there anything else that you see there?
There's car keys. There's loose ammunition.
Okay. And is this on the cart that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
And again, what did you do to preserve this evidence?
Like I said, I kept it in front of my unit for my dash cam to capture if it got tampered with.
Now, was there a perimeter established on this scene?
Yes, we did. We did a perimeter of yellow crime scene tape, and we tried to preserve everything that was in the church and everything that was out as in film.
Is that what we saw, the yellow tape around the cart?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were people allowed into the area that was enclosed or encased by that yellow tape?
People were not, unless you were a deputy.
And who came and collected this evidence? Do you know?
I believe our crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
Exhibit 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
May I publish on?
Yes.
I move into evidence State's Exhibit 10.
Yes, you may publish.
Do you recognize those 2 rounds that we see there?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
they were on the cart.
Did you touch them in any way or remove them from the cart?
I did not.
Now, you told us you also seized some boxes of ammunition.
Yes, I did.
And where did you take those from?
I took those physically from the cart.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
No objection.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
Submitted, you may publish.
What are we seeing here on State's Exhibit 11?
That is the front driver's seat of my marked sheriff's unit, and there are 2 white boxes on my seat.
And where did you get those boxes from?
I physically took them from the cart, from the gray cart.
Why did you take those from the gray cart?
Those were the 2 boxes that Hannah Gutierrez, the armor, told me that were used.
Did you see what was inside those boxes?
I assume there were bullets.
Why remove just those
Objection.
boxes and not the
Assume
other stuff on
you
the
know what
cart?
was in there, or don't you?
The armor, Hannah, she pointed those out, and those were the ammunition used for the gun.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 12. Your Honor, I move into evidence State's Exhibit 12 and ask to publish.
Yes.
What is State's Exhibit 12, Mr. Benavides?
They are a close-up of the 2 white boxes.
And what kind of rounds are those?
Those rounds say 45 long Colt dummies.
Did you then turn these over to someone else, these boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
And who did you turn them over to?
The crime scene tech, Marissa Popple.
Let's go back to your lapel cam. You had testified earlier that you had placed Ms. Gutierrez in your vehicle. What happened to Ms. Gutierrez after we're seeing her here at 20 minutes and 8 seconds?
From this point, I took custody of the gun and we walked over to my marked sheriff unit.
I'm sorry, let me pause it there. This was the wrong copy.
Sorry, Major. So what's going on? They said 2. Now, anyone else secure? That can either. Where are they at?
I don't know. What are you being directed to at this point?
I don't remember. I couldn't really hear her.
Okay, let's go back. And I apologize. It looks like the audio is a little behind the video.
Yes, science! Yes, science! Yes! Where are they at?
What were you referring to when you said, where are they at?
She was telling me about the rounds.
And where are you headed at this point at 20 minutes and 16 seconds?
That is my unit that I'm looking at right in front of me.
Are they? How would you give them to? Yeah, that's not it.
Is that when you secured the gun in your vehicle?
That is the front of my unit on the passenger side. Yes, it is.
Oh my God, fuck. I'm so, are they okay?
It's under video. We need more units out here.
I have been cited. Oh my God.
What is happening right now?
There was a helicopter just landed. Hannah's there on my right-hand side, and I'm watching the guy on the cart.
Is somebody bringing the cart to you at this point?
Yes, it was a gentleman. I didn't get his name, or I don't remember his name. That was bringing the cart.
Your Honor, did you want us to approach?
Are these the rounds here?
Okay,
You got the rounds here.
okay, now, so this is the one I'm pretty sure I wrote this one. That's the one, right, okay, sorry. Sorry.
Relax, just relax.
So scared.
Zero, just relax.
But it's the brush that I got out of.
Okay, you right there. You right there, okay? Relax. I just need you to.
What's happening right here?
Hannah, as you could see, she's upset, visibly upset, and she's showing me where the rounds are that were used.
And was it the same rounds that you put in your vehicle?
Yes, it is.
Just relax, okay? I just need you to relax. Just please relax, okay? Just take deep breaths and relax. Can somebody get water for her? The helicopter's here for her. Yeah, the helicopter's here for her.
Where the fuck are these interviews? Is she okay?
What other involvement did you have in this investigation, Mr. Benavides?
That's all the involvement was, just trying to control the scene and taking care of Hannah and taking care of the evidence.
How long were you out there at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
I didn't leave until about 8:30 that night, so about 6 hours.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Welcome, Tina. Aw, family hug. There you go.
Tina is awesome.
Tina is awesome. She's got the old school Washington Redskins football logo there.
I think she has it on Twitter too.
Yeah, so this testimony from the first two cops has obviously been very dry and boring. The primary reason that they're putting them on is so that they get the lapel videos into evidence. Remember, every single piece of evidence that is sought to be entered they have to lay a foundation if it requires authentication, and that has to be done through witnesses. So, you're seeing these guys, because this obviously doesn't have much to do directly with the case against Alec Baldwin, but there's a lot of statements, comments that are made during these videos. I'm sure that they'll be referencing these videos quite a bit during the course of the trial. So that's why they call these two cops first. They're the first responders, the first ones out there. You're going to get kind of spontaneous.
Mr. Benavides, do you know where the gun was from the time of the shooting of Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Souza to the time that it was given to you by Ms. Gutierrez?
I do not.
And do you know who handled that gun from the time of after the shooting to the time that was given to you?
I do not, other than Hannah handing it to me.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
No moments for you.
She can have a moment. Her co-counsel can't.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's very nice. I like her.
Thank you, Mr. Benavides. And you can take those gloves off if you want to keep them on.
Oh, so sweet.
She's very nice. I like her.
I think we should take her out for an ice cream cone after the trial. Out for an ice cream cone, hang out. Yeah, she's nice.
She's such a contrast to Morrissey.
Man. Sugar and vinegar, man. Sugar and vinegar.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. When you get to the scene, you can hear yourself yelling in the lapel, "Where's the prop person?" Right?
Correct.
And when you get to the cart that we looked at, I think it's State's Exhibit 7. and if we could publish that when we can in a moment. But fair to say that the cart was sort of disorderly, right?
Oh, it was a mess.
Okay. And you don't know whether anybody moved anything before you got there, right?
I do not.
Okay. And you didn't see Sarah Zachary, the prop master, there, correct?
No, I don't know who that is.
And so when you first get to the prop cart, you eventually sort of leave it and go back to going to deal with other things, right?
Well, the gentleman that was there, he told me that the gun wasn't there. There was a lot of guns on that. There was a couple of guns on that cart, but he told me I have to take him for his word because I wasn't there. He told me that the gun used in the church was not there.
Right, but there was, and you anticipated, there were other guns on that.
That is correct.
Okay. And you left those firearms and you left them there and you went to do what you did next, right?
Correct.
Okay. And, in a typical homicide scene, right, you probably wouldn't be walking away from all sorts of, firearms, but this was a movie set, right?
That is correct.
And an empty prop gun without live ammunition isn't going to hurt anybody, fair?
I do not know, but
Objection mischaracterizes the evidence.
Does it?
I mean, other than if you drop the empty gun on your toe or something, a completely empty gun isn't going to hurt anybody, true?
I mean, you could definitely pistol whip somebody with it. That would hurt.
And then you go back to the armorer and she hands you the firearm, right?
yes, they direct me to the armor because I didn't know who the armorer was, and they directed me to her, and I asked her, "Is this the gun?" And she said yes.
And I can see you're wearing gloves as you're taking out the exhibit today. Right? You've got purple gloves on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think you have to keep them on, by the way, if you don't want to keep them on.
I didn't know if you wanted to see the gun or not.
No, okay. I don't have to see it right now. But the reason I'm asking this is, and I don't think you talked about this in direct, but the day you took the gun, you weren't wearing gloves, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And but you were sort of careful when you took it, and you sort of you took it without touching the trigger. So if somebody wanted to swab the trigger for DNA, they still could. Fair?
The way I handled it was trying to be as safe as possible because I didn't have a holster for it. So I was trying to hold it so I didn't pull the trigger because I didn't know if it was empty or loaded or not.
And because you handled it that way, also somebody could have swabbed the trigger for DNA, right?
I guess so, yes.
Okay. Do you know if law enforcement ever swabbed the trigger for DNA?
I have no idea.
So there was a question posed to you about, the prop gun, when you got it was empty, fair?
Yes, when I cleared it at my unit, it was empty.
But you don't know what happened exactly to the ammo that was in it at the time of the incident, right?
No, I do not.
And somebody told you that Dave, the first assistant director, head of safety, had the rounds, right?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
He's asking him.
It's just a question. Do you know that?
I don't know who Dave is. I don't remember any of their names to this date, other than the victims.
Well, do you remember somebody telling you that the rounds were back at the cart?
I believe Hannah was talking to somebody and they directed it to that they were on the cart.
And was that a male?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you don't know as you sit here today whether that was Dave Hall's head of safety at the set?
Yeah, I don't remember. No.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to refresh you in a moment on that. But while I'm doing that, I'm just going to move on for a second, which is the next time you see the cart, right? It's being brought to you in a different location, right? The cart gets moved.
Yes,
yeah?
from the first time I saw it, where that gentleman directed me to it, and he said that the gun used wasn't there until the gentleman brought it to me. Yes.
And you've said that ideally that's not how it would have gone down, right?
Not at all. But I was trying to improvise as much as I could.
Okay. there were eventually, when you get the prop cart back, the sort of third viewing of the prop cart, there was ammunition on top of the cart. Fair?
Yes, and that's what I saw when I first saw it.
And you saw it again when the cart came back, right?
Correct.
And at one point, you actually sort of reached down and touched some of the ammunition. True?
I believe I picked them up and put them down. I didn't know if they were live. I didn't know anything. So.
And another civilian came over and picked one up and showed you one was this and one was that, right?
Yeah, he explained real quick, which it didn't register too much to me, but he was trying to instruct me what to look for, I guess.
And if I could just show the witness, I assume no objection to states 26. Okay. If I could offer, I don't know how to do this. If I could offer states 26, or should I make it a defense exhibit?
Your Honor, we have no objection to admitting our own exhibit, so thank you.
Great. So I'll admit states 26.
States 22.
26, Your Honor. Do you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, I do.
And if you look sort of in the middle section, the 2 and 2, the 2 and the 2.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you tell which ones are dummies and lives by looking at them?
I do not.
We can take that down. Where was the backup? You're talking about a lot in direct about how, this happens and that happens. And I'm just sort of curious, where was backup?
Backup is in.
That's in more, reinforcements, sir. So that you didn't have to try to manage all of this.
So that day I had 7 deputies, including myself, on duty here in Santa Fe County. I had Deputy LeFlor was a swing shift deputy, so he was coming into work. I believe he lives somewhere in Albuquerque. And he was coming into work when the call came in. And it was myself and the corporal who were available at the time. So there was only 3 of us, and the rest were northern part of the county and the eastern part of the county and the southern part of the county.
And you called backups for the state police, right?
I did.
And they, that request for backup was denied by supervisors, correct?
As if I remember correctly, yes. Or they didn't have. I don't remember if they said they didn't have enough, or they didn't have availability, or the supervisor just said no.
Didn't the supervisor say that they believed this would likely be unfounded and it was probably an accident?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and assumes facts not in evidence.
It's a proper question, obviously, because I'm asking why the backup didn't come, and if he knows that.
Molly, do this. The thing I was going to talk about is I posted a video of the gun expert, Luhan, who has like 50 years experience. They made him this gun that's like a replica, like he knows all about it. So I posted this video about it, and someone comments, and he's describing basically how the gun works, how it shoots, why. Someone comments, wrong. I could see that this is, and I'm like, this fucking guy has 50 years experience. They like made him this gun that's like his gun, and he's like the one of the best witnesses I've ever seen. But of course, this guy.
He knew better.
He knew better,
Jay. He knew
it's like
better.
They know better than you and the law, Bob. It's
Listen,
so
dude.
funny.
People just know better. That's
They
all.
know.
I mean, some people know everything.
They know it all.
Must be super fucking cool to know everything.
It really must be nice. I struggle. I know nothing.
I mean, yeah, dude. Like I know next to nothing. Yeah. Jay, did you get a trial bingo card?
No, I did not get one. How are you doing?
Dude. I've got 2 so far. I got the prop cart and good old Nicholas LeFlor.
Question and answer. You can, rephrase. Thank you.
Nicholas LeFlor.
Thank you.
You got a lot of witnesses.
That means disregard the question and the answer. Thank you.
Like one expert.
You called for the state police and they didn't come, right?
Kind of mistrial and a contempt of court.
That's not.
And that would have been your supervisor's call, not yours, correct?
My supervisor? No.
Yeah, I'm asking.
No.
Whether or not that request went to the cities.
No.
That wouldn't have been your supervisor's call?
That wouldn't have been my supervisor's call, no.
Did you make that call direct?
I asked dispatch to talk to state police to see if they could send people to help me with the scene.
Yeah. The perimeter that you talked about did not include the prop truck, correct?
Yeah, I didn't know what any of that was. I was just trying to take care of what happened in the church.
Right. So, but just so that it's clear for the members of the jury, you later learned that cart that we're looking at rolls up and goes into a prop truck that housed the rest of the firearms and ammunition.
Objection, speculation.
If he knows.
I did not know that. I did not.
No, I know you did. I know you're saying you didn't know that then. I'm saying you did become aware later that there was a prop truck, right?
Objection, hearsay and speculation.
I think it's asked and answered. Didn't you just ask that question?
I can just move on to another if he doesn't know. Okay. But fair to say law enforcement wanted to find the origin of the bullet that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
My personal involvement was just taking care of the evidence, and I don't know what happened after that.
Well, you collected those white boxes, right? Those
Yes.
2 white generic boxes, didn't you?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So, I mean, you wanted to, as I think you testified direct, find the source of the ammunition, correct?
Yes, whatever Hannah directed me to, yes.
And you wanted to talk to Hannah about this, correct?
I kept her for the detectives, yes.
She said, "Oh my God, fuck, I'm so sorry."
I did hear that on my lapel, yes.
Okay. Everyone's been yelling at her.
I did hear that in my lapel.
And you placed her in the police car, right?
In the back of my patrol car, yes.
Right. Nobody placed Mr. Baldwin in a police car, correct?
Objection, relevance.
Correct.
Correct.
Now, when you're at the scene talking to witnesses, which you can hear yourself doing on that lapel, you're letting witnesses give you information. Fair?
Yes.
You're not, trying to put words in their mouth, right?
No.
You're not cutting them off, right?
I probably did some of them, but I try to listen to them, yes.
Well, you're trying to look at the facts and circumstances and trying to figure out whether or not a crime occurred or whether this was an accident. Fair?
All I was trying to do was preserve the evidence for the detectives. That's all I was trying to do.
And you understood that the detectives were trying to rule out that it was a crime, correct?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled. He can ask if he understood that or not.
You understood from meeting with the detectives that they were trying to figure out and rule out if this was a crime.
Well, that's our main function, is to see if there was a crime committed or not.
So you agree with me, right?
That's our main function as law enforcement, yes.
Okay. You don't know how the live bullet got on the movie set?
I do not.
You don't know why the armor loaded into the prop gun. She didn't tell you that.
No, I do not.
And you don't know why the first AD failed to detect it?
The what?
The first assistant director, that guy Dave.
Oh, I do not. I don't.
Okay. And you still work for the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office?
Do I still work? No, I'm retired.
You've retired. Okay. I have nothing further for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly, thank you.
Thank you, AZ. $20 holla.
Yes, A to Z. Thanks.
JD with the $20 holla.
Mr. Benavides, you were shown State's Exhibit
Thank you, JD.
26 on cross-examination. Do you know where those rounds that we see on 26 came from?
I do not.
Your mom?
You testified on cross-examination that this cart was disorderly, I believe is what you said. It was a mess.
Yeah, it was a mess.
Was that cart in a place where it was visible to everybody who worked on that set?
Objection, calls for speculation.
What was, if I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
That is,
Was it in a visible place?
Objection, vague, unclear.
Well, what did you describe where you saw it?
I believe it was next to a tent, and there was people all around it.
Now, you were asked a question about leaving the cart, this prop cart, unattended. Did you leave it unattended where anybody would come and be able to remove and take things off it?
When I took custody, when I saw the gentleman bringing it
Yes,
to
sir.
front of my unit, it
Yes, sir.
stayed right there, and nobody messed with it. No.
Now, you were shown photos of the, let me show you State's Exhibit number 7, if I may.
While she does this, I saw we have some folks in the chat who are like dealing with the hurricane. Hope you guys are doing all right. Just sending
Yes.
positive vibes your way.
Showing you State's Exhibit number 9. Did you have any reason to believe that was a fake gun?
It was a movie set. I did not know if it was fake or real.
How about State's Exhibit number 6 that you have in front of you? When you took that into custody, did you have any reason to believe that that was not a real gun?
No.
Did you have any involvement in this prop truck that you were asked about?
No, at the time I didn't know anything about a prop truck.
Why did you place Ms. Gutierrez in the back of your police car?
She was the main person that was handling the firearm. And common sense told me that detectives wanted to speak to her.
Were you asked about where to place Mr. Baldwin?
No, I believe Deputy LeFlor asked me, but there was so many witnesses on his side. I just told him to keep him separated from everybody and everybody from each other as much as possible.
Now, is the reason he was not placed in a police car because he wasn't a suspect?
At the time, I don't remember if somebody told. At the time, I don't remember if somebody told me he was handling the gun. I don't remember. So no.
So he wasn't placed in a police car just because there were other reasons?
She has not asked the question yet. So
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Spiro asked you, you didn't place Mr. Baldwin in a police car, but you placed Hannah. Is it because Mr. Baldwin was different from Hannah, or was it other reasons?
It was other reasons. Like I said, Deputy LeFlor had a lot of people on his side of the movie set. So keeping one person in a police car, you got to watch them, and then you got to watch everybody else. So he was able to watch everybody all at once.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Nothing further.
All right, we're going to take our bathroom break.
Potty
We'll be
break.
Back at 3:15. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We are in recess.
Boring, 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 boring.
You tell him, Homer. Plum and apricot. Have you ever had a pluot? Jay?
How was that?
It's a plum and apricot.
I'm gonna blow your mind, Bob. You want to know something?
What?
I haven't had either of those things singularly or or as a combined item.
What?
Nope.
You really did just blow my mind. Hold on, I have to pick it up off the floor here.
Never had a plum, never had an apricot.
What?
Yeah.
I think that you might enjoy both. They're quite
Mm.
delightful. They're quite delightful. Pluots, though. It's not the sexiest name for a fruit. I don't know what a pluot sounds like, but it does not sound like a fruit. Pluot. Hey, you want some pluots? Sounds like I don't know. Yeah, you want a bowl?
Hey,
Oh,
everybody, thank you
Bob!
so much
Oh
for
no!
tuning in to
Five
the
times.
Alec Baldwin
If
trial.
I
Look, you know,
talk
it's
loud, it's almost like it didn't happen. Oh boy! Oh boy!
I think in the big leagues they call that a golden sombrero, Bob. You just go like
The
4 or 5
golden
strikeouts.
sombrero. No, that's 4. I think I'm at 5.
Yeah, I don't know what 5
what
is.
they call that. That's like off the charts. Like there's got to be something worse than the golden sombrero. So, what are you thinking? What are you thinking so far, man? A little slow.
It's a little slow, and I understand, your point that they got to get this in as foundation. But interestingly enough, like during Hannah, this was less slow because like it was pretty important what this guy was doing when he sees the cart and he sees Hannah and she's going into the bathroom and she's talking about it. Like, but with Alec, it's like I don't care. Like, show me where where is this his fault? This has nothing to do. But I guess if they got to get this stuff in as evidence, it makes sense. But
yeah, I mean, they're going to have to do that for any kind of evidence that they want to get in. They obviously going to have to put the witnesses on, and then, we'll obviously get to the ME at some point. I wouldn't be surprised if the ME is next. Because you always need that proof of death witness on there to establish, obviously, that Ms. Hutchins died. And then I think we'll probably start getting into more of the nuts and bolts of it. Because ultimately, what the jurors need to hear is like, should Baldwin have checked the rounds? Like, doesn't that boil down to that? Like, ultimately,
I think what they're going to say, yeah, like he should have known better. He should have realized that, which I'm finding hard to believe, but like he should have known that he shouldn't have got the gun from Dave Hall. It should have been from Hannah. He should have this, but he's sitting there like his focus is like I agree with what the defense said. His focus is he's Harlan Rust. He's playing a part. He has this director being like, all right, we're going to do this shot. You do this, you do that. He is told the gun is cold. And everyone that said is supposed to take like they said, take a breath. Okay. They checked it. I don't have to worry about this now. That's not my job. That's their job. My job is to do this scene as Harlan Rust. So like it's gonna be hard for me to be like,
well, and you can see the one thing about the first cop allowing everybody to powwow there is like you can really see the people that were clearly the most upset and disturbed were clearly Dave and Hannah. Like you can see, like you have the one guy scrolling, like they knew they'd done fucked up, and like Baldwin didn't appear to be overly concerned. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's the one who either pulled the trigger or whatever, the gun goes off while it's in his hand. So, and I think ultimately, yeah, it's going to be tough. It's a really, really tough case for the prosecution. It just is. It's going to be an uphill battle because, you had those 2 layers of protection in terms of the armor and the first AD that you rely on as an actor. It's like you don't have the, and because they're not allowing the producer side of it to come in, do you really blame employees? Because at the end of the day, as the role of an actor, he's an employee. He's not the boss. He's got people that are bossing him around, telling him what to do. So, ultimately, but I mean, maybe they're going to be arguing heavy into he wasn't even supposed to pull the trigger. Why was the trigger pulled? But again, like,
even if he did, he's thinking nothing's going to happen here because this thing is cold.
Right. Like there's not supposed to be live rounds ever on a movie scene, period. I mean, can you imagine like a movie like when they filmed like Saving Private Ryan, like that first like
Oh, when
40
they're
minutes at
on the beach.
unbelievably. Oh my God. Can you imagine? Like if you had some dipshit armorer like on a like a shoot like that. Oh my God.
Or even Tombstone. I keep thinking. First of all, it just came on AMC. Tombstone's one of those movies. Like I don't care like what I'm doing.
Oh yeah.
If I'm flipping and it's on whatever part, but like there's like those some epic scenes like where they're at like the I don't know if it's a corral, but like there's like a shootout, and I'm just like
The
all I
main
can think of is
shootout's
like
unbelievable.
it's
man.
so good, and like not one of those actors was like, oh, I'm worried this is gonna actually be a bullet and shoot someone. You know what I mean? They're all just doing this. They're doing what they're supposed to do. Like
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of the difference between high budget films and low budget films. I mean, I think everybody realizes at this point, Rust was a very low budget film. Like they were getting it made for like in comparatively speaking, like for a much smaller amount of money than it would have taken to, make Tombstone. Obviously, I mean, just paying the actors out, on that would have been because Val Kilmer was phenomenal. Kurt
oh,
Russell,
that's like one of the best
they're all great.
performances by any actor ever, in my opinion. He's so
yeah.
good in that.
I know, man. Val Kilmer was a really good actor. Like he had like Real Genius. Remember Real Genius?
Yes, I loved Real Genius.
Yeah, that's great, man. Like he's just was always great, and I like love or hate the Doors. I mean, he was phenomenal as Jim Morrison too, man. I mean, he like talking about a character actor, but also like a method guy. Like you have to believe that he was complete, like because he really encapsulated what I imagine Jim Morrison was like. You know what I mean?
When you say love or hate the Doors, do you mean the movie or the group? Because who hates the group? Are the people that don't like the Doors?
Oh God, yeah.
I love the Doors.
Yeah, me too, man. Kidding me? Riders on the Storm.
There's so many good ones.
Riders on the. Oh my God, like it's amazing. Jacqueline, are you talking about Val Kilmer's documentary? Or Jim Morrison. Yeah, I mean he was
Willow,
great.
yes, Jacqueline Willow. That was a great one.
Yes. Did Val Kilmer die?
He died?
I don't know.
For some reason, I thought he like. I'm probably.
He's got
he lost his voice or something, or
yeah.
did he die? I
don't know. I gotta Google it now. Hold on, I'm gonna check the Google machine. Somebody might know. Oh, thank God, Jacqueline says no. She might like. In our defense, I mean, like I think you slipped between talking about Jim Morrison and Val Kilmer. He has throat cancer. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It sucks. It's brutal.
Oh, he can't speak. All right, so I did have that right. Okay.
I had a friend who had a tragic medical emergency. Like this weekend, there was this music festival called Rose on the River, which we went to the Thursday and Sunday shows. And we had a group of friends that was meeting us out. And our one friend, she was down in her basement and she stepped on a sewing needle.
Oh no.
It was somehow sticking up like this, went all the way into her foot, like up, like through the meat of the bottom of her foot, and was like poking her bone, and then it cracked off. So she couldn't let her was like, no way to pull it out.
Oh my God.
So she's trying to like walk around for 2 days with this thing. She's like, oh my God, like the pain is agonizing. So like, and then she sent me the x-ray of it. Oh my God. It's crazy. You could see like the needle right in the foot. So she had to have it like, it was a big deal. Like she had it.
Wait, she had that happen, and then she didn't go straight to like the emergency room?
Like for 2 days, she was like, because it was right at the 4th. So by the time that she couldn't stand it anymore, like it was right during the 4th weekend. Then she finally goes to the emergency room. They're like, there's really no doctors working here. Like you're not going to die. So like in terms of emergencies, like we have to take people. So they sent her back, but yeah, so she got it surgically removed today. But like I asked her if I could use the x-ray for an album cover someday, and she's told me yes, because it's amazingly disturbing, this needle. It's like,
what do you mean an album cover? You're putting out an album?
Yeah, like it's got a spoken word album. like what's his nuts? The guy who does all the spoken word shit. former Henry Rollins.
Oh. I'm surprised they weren't like with Ethan. The big worry was when he went in was like infection. Like I'm surprised that wasn't like a thing that they were worried about. Like that maybe.
Yeah, I know, especially like in the foot. You know, I mean, she was trying to keep it off. It's still on break. Yeah, they're really incorporating. Like typically they're just blank screen or long crime screen. Like they're going
full coverage on this thing, man. Anjanette's there. She's there like all day.
Yeah.
They had Linda during the break. They're definitely.
Yeah. Look, I mean, like so far this trial's boring as shit. Let's be real.
But this happens when folks know. Like it'll get. They'll be. Ross, this guy Ross Adiago. I don't know if you remember him, Bob. I think he was the key grip. He was one of the guys in there. He's this. He was a really good witness. If he goes today, that'll be riveting testimony. He also has like a civil suit against Alec. Ross Adiago. His testimony will be something you don't want to miss. But I'm not sure.
Jay, I'm sad to announce that he's not on my bingo card. That's
who Ross. Oh no.
Yeah, man. I got Sarah Zachary, Reed Russell, Roy Arndt Trujillo, Sherilyn Schaefer, Marissa Popple, Adam Mendoza, Mamie Mitchell, Robert. I got a ton of witnesses, man.
Mamie's a good witness. She's the script supervisor who like took no shit from Alec. She's going to be a great.
Oh, was she the one that we hear on the? Is she the one?
Yes, she's the one. She's one of the.
Did you hear this fucking asshole like that one?
Yes, I think that might have been her. She's been in the industry forever. She knew there was shenanigans going on with this whole thing. She was a good one. She's going to be a good one. Now she's like a substitute teacher. She's going to be a great witness to watch her testimony. She was funny during Hannah's. And by the way, guys, if you don't know, it's very Hannah's. The state has, I think. They've made motions. I believe Hannah Gutierrez will be testifying, so that's going to be something to fucking see in this trial. But ultimately, she might, I guess, testify that like she suggested they should do like safety stuff, and he blew it off. I forget what the allegations are. So that might be why she's going to be called, because obviously most of the shit is her fault. She's the reason there's a freaking bullet on the set. I mean, it's Hannah Gutierrez. That's why she's in jail for 18 months.
I mean, who's calling her?
The state? Yeah.
I mean, how does she help the state?
That's the only thing I'm thinking is like she called, she wanted to have extra like or any like I think safety sessions, and he said no, or he dodged them, or he didn't do. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Didn't the state bring that up in openings? Was it them or the defense? That I think it was the state that he like was shooting at some beginning thing before the movie started. I forget who brought that up, but like they have video, because I when they mentioned that, I was like, oh, I haven't seen that video where he's practicing or getting ready for the movie. So that'll be
that'll be interesting. I don't know. I mean, if I'm crossing her, I'm like, wait, you're the one who brought the live round of the set, right?
Right.
And you got convicted, correct? Okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
Right.
Okay, nothing further. Yeah. Right.
If not for you, this never happened.
Yeah, but for you bringing live round of the set, Helena Hutchins is alive, correct? Thank you. Take care now.
See ya.
Enjoy.
He says she can only answer certain questions, so that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah. I don't see how she's helping the state, to be honest with you. But we'll see.
For folks who don't know, actually, Hannah DM'd me during her own trial. Hannah Gutierrez DM'd me on Instagram because I posted a video about when she named her phone Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal. And it went pretty viral. And she's like, hey, could you not post this video or something? Like,
oh, yeah, I remember that.
I never responded. That I just went off on a stream.
You were like, listen, no.
Focus on the fucking trial, lady. Like, why are you on Instagram?
You're about to go in. You hit a cop. You're going in.
18 months though, man. That's like you were saying before. If he is found guilty, man, Alec Baldwin, that's going to be a whole. Would you assume, Bob, they have to put him in like a special like? Does he just go in regular Gen Pop if he goes to prison, or
like? Yeah, and like if it's not federal, they don't have those country club prisons. You know what I'm saying? Like, Can you imagine? Like, I don't know what the prison system's like in New Mexico, but like I don't know if they have any like just hellholes like some of the more famous prisons, but I mean, like if you're Alec Baldwin, I mean, you don't want to be in solitary. You know what I mean?
Right.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine like being 18 months like in solitary?
No.
You go nuts.
And this is the man who
Caffeinated
lives for an
Goose.
audience.
Right, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I think you're banking upon the fact that you're famous, but you know, that can rub some dudes the wrong way. Like, oh, here's this mofo. like
Right.
this mofo, Captain, I got everything, you know.
Right.
You know, or it plays the other way. Like I've always felt that, you know, like I always felt that like Murdoch was going to be fine in prison because he's got a marketable service that he can,
right,
you know, advise the other inmates on. You know, I mean, he's going to have to work to stay alive,
Right.
but like he's got the ability to be able to do that. Whereas, you know, if you're a movie star, I don't know.
Who knows? I'm sure there's probably some inmates like, hey, could you read the script I wrote? This is my stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like that's probably like exactly what'll happen. That'll probably be exactly like, so listen, I got a screenplay. I can offer you protection in here for the next 18 months. However,
you got to produce this thing.
You got to make this fucking movie, bro.
I'm telling you, it's going to win you an Oscar, and I'll give you protection. But I need you to fund this. I'm going to star in it.
I'm going to be the lead.
I'm good. I know how to act.
I'm the lead for sure. I'm for sure. It's like when Larry had the unfortunate, you know, drowning in his pool, and he had to cast the daughter of the witness who saw in the show in young, what was it, young Larry, or what was the show?
I think that's that's
so did you end up watching the final season?
Babe for my birthday got like a subscription, but we haven't, and I don't know if it's like subconsciously I don't want to do it because I don't want to like end it. Like we have it, and we the last thing we watched this weekend we watched. Have you watched The Gentleman on Netflix?
Oh, yeah.
It's a pretty cool.
Really
so we
good.
were watching that, but I really just had to suck it up and finish it off. It's gonna be sad. It's gonna be what it is, but I have to. I can't avoid it anymore.
Yeah, because you don't understand. Like I'm like actively not making references to that season because I know that you haven't watched.
All right, I'll get on that. We'll start watching.
Yeah, you know what we watched, which I really liked, was what the hell is it called? Hold on, I gotta look it up. It's an Apple TV one, but it was really good. Really like kind of a mind bender type show. But like, hold on, I can't believe, dude, my memory sucks.
Same.
Jesus, it's ridiculous. I just watched it. Have you been watching that Presumed Innocent? Oh, Dark Matter. Dark Matter. That's what.
Ooh, that sounds like it's right up my alley.
It was really good. Yeah, it was like sci-fi. It was like, it's really good, man. I really enjoyed it. It's got Joel Edgerton in it, who I liked in a couple of things. He's good. He's like an Australian actor. He's really good. He's got a very unique.
Oh, was he in that movie where he's a detective with this redhead girl? I think I know who you're talking about. I could be wrong, but
yeah, like you'll know him as soon as you see him. I recognize him, and then I had to go. I'm like, what the hell do I know him from? Yeah, no, did you not, Shiraz? Did you not like it, or did you not watch it? Like I thought it was great. Yeah, Severance, Royal We, when's season 2 coming? Like Allie and I were talking about that. Yeah, we love that. So good. It's been a hot minute. Yeah. Like the second season of like the House of Dragons is already out, and it seems like that ended longer ago than Severance. Like seems like it's been a couple of years since Severance.
Yeah, it's absolutely has been a long time since that.
Yeah, Dark Matter is on Apple TV, Deja. Let's see. I knew it did. Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's not overly long though. I think it was 9 episodes, and we were trying to figure out whether or not it was a limited series or if it was like something that's going to continue on. It seemed like kind of a tidy ending, you know, meaning that they like I don't know that they left room for season 2. But like conceptually, dude, it's awesome. Yeah, I dig The Presumed Innocent, which is it's got what's his face in it. God, dude, I can't remember anything. I cannot do. Oh, that's right, Spitfire. That's what we were reading. That the writer's strike really put a lot of shit on hold. Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal's on it. He's the lead in Presumed Innocent, which is a remake of the movie that Harrison Ford was in from way back when that book came out by Scott Turow, who's a Chicago lawyer, wrote that on the Metro, like going to work every day, like on a yellow, like several yellow legal pads. He wrote Presumed Innocent. It's really good.
By the way, folks, if you're on the East Coast like me, this is going for another about 2 hours. This is going
deep into dinner time, man.
7 Eastern. So we got about 2 hours unless a witness ends early. But every day it looks like it's going to be 10:30 Eastern for me. 10:30 Eastern till 7 Eastern is the 8:30 their time, Mountain Time. 8:30 to 5 Mountain Time.
Long days, bro.
Yeah, I forgot. I haven't done one that hasn't been. That was this. This is the last one I think I've done. I'm trying to think if I did a West Coast. If I've ever done a West Coast one. I guess Gwyneth was similar because that was Salt Lake.
Yeah, it's Mountain Time, right? Yeah, I'm kind of liking the trend that they're remaking feature films into series, especially ones that were based on books. Because with feature films, you just have to cut out so many plot points. Like that's typically why books are better. You know, I mean, you just get so much more in-depth like character development in a book than you can possibly do in a movie. So like I really like that they're starting to do that with like a lot of series are based on like a novel first and foremost, but where they had made a feature film and then they're really able to add like a lot to it. Because like I hadn't seen Presumed Innocent the movie in forever, like, and when it was coming out, and I remembered it was good, but I kind of didn't want to watch it because I kind of forgot how it ends. You know what I mean? So it's like I didn't want to like refresh my recollection as to how it ended. But then so I didn't watch it, but I'm like watching the series, and I think I remember how it ends in terms of what happened, who did what, to whom, and when, and why. All the critical things. All right, let's see. You keeping an eye out?
Yeah, I got an eye. They got the thumbnail of old Alec, but they haven't.
Old Alec.
What time did they even? I don't even know what time they said they were coming back.
I don't know. It was the
afternoon
turlet break. You know,
my dogs are super mad at me because I'm out of CHEWNOLA. If you can hear Prudence crying right now, so I gave them a treat, but it wasn't what they were expecting. So can you guys hear Prudence?
What is she?
She's whining.
What is her typical treat?
It's I'll spell it because if I say it, it's CHEWNOLA. It's like a rawhide bone, but on the outside is like
bacon, like the bacon.
No, not. It's like let me see what it's. Grain. It's like let's see what it says. It's a rawhide, but it's layered with. No, I'm looking it up and I can't find it. Made with oats and brown rice. On the outside, it's like almost like oatmeal. Oats and brown rice are on the outside. It's their favorite thing in the world. I'm out of it. I didn't order. I ordered it. I ordered it again now, but it's not going to be here until tomorrow. And
dude, you really let the team down. The dogs are super pissed.
They are,
dude. Like finding our guy, like something that he doesn't snarf like so quick. Like it doesn't matter. I because we were getting him the stuff that was like the no hide because you know like a lot of the companies were using all kinds of like really horrible shit to like prepare the rawhide. You know, so we were using them, but he would like, they're super expensive. They were like $12-13 for like a no hide, like this big. And he'd be done with it like in 5 minutes. I'm like, dude, that's supposed to last you like days. Like, quit eating your shit in like 5 seconds. So then we switched to those Himalayan chews. Have you ever seen those?
No.
Which are equally expensive. And like at first he would take like a long time to eat those. And then like I think he mastered it. Yeah, the Carly, he puts those beef cheek rolls down too, like in a blink of an eye. So we found like rawhide bones that like are like organic, like where they're not putting any of like the kind of the poisonous shit that's really bad for them, that really messes with their indigestion or their ability to digest. So like, and I buy him like the Flintstone, like brontosaurus size bones, you know. So he was like walking around, he swings the bone around, and I'm like, did I tell you the story? Or I'm like, he jumped up the bed with this giant bone.
No.
Swinging around. I'm like, oh my God, the thing's like he's gonna knock one of us out with that thing. And like the next night he jumps up in the bed and Allie was like leaning forward. He swings the bone, brains her. Fortunately, it wasn't it was more of a grazing blow as opposed to like a square blast in the melon. But you know, it was weird that I predicted that was going to happen with that. I mean, it's like a giant arm hanging out of his
I know
mouth.
what you're talking. Those things are massive.
Oh, bully sticks are great. Like, so we first time I ever heard of the bully sticks is when we were on the pandemic, and like Nanook was like 1, and we took that road trip, right? We went to Arizona. So like I bought, like, I'm like, oh, what's this bully stick? I didn't realize that it was like, it's like balls. It's like cow balls, like the bully, or like the penis shaft, or it's something to do with the genitalia of the cow is what bully sticks are. So like, and I got him one that was like, I don't know, 2 feet long. And this guy just proceeds to like house it. I should have like grabbed it away from him. I'm like, because he can just tear anything up. It's like really hard for me to find toys that he doesn't destroy. Like everything BarkBox has, like he just devours immediately. Let's see.
Oh, we're back. Nice.
We back. We back. Do we have volume?
I think it might just be off.
Yeah, there you go. Dried penis. I'm picking out a penis for you. Every penis for you. Not the cow. Not the livestock. Oh my God. Jay's never seen that, y'all. Never seen it. Never seen it. I'm talking about Oh Brother.
No.
Come on, dude. Like I gotta fix that. You gotta see it. You're gonna love it. It's great.
I believe you. I do have to watch.
It's so good. It's like Clooney is like amazing in that. All of them are. Turturro's great in it. It's like, you know, it's the Coen brothers, man. They just know how to write funny shit. It's a little bit of a musical. It's like you have to have heard that song, that famous song that came out of it. I am a man of constant sorrow.
No, I don't think so.
Wow, Jesus. What's wrong with you?
You could put your cover. Yeah, someone just put that as a song for your album, that you can have an album cover. You could do a cover of that.
Exactly. Oh, brother. Everyone tell Jay how good it is. If I find one person in the chat who says that Oh Brother was not outstanding, I will I'll do something outrageous.
Guys, I believe you. I just I believe it's a good movie.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of
All right,
law
I'm gonna go
that the testimony
do
you'll give
something
in this
with-
case will
give
be
these dogs something before they.
nothing but the truth?
There's a mutiny, and I'll be right back.
Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Might be speaking.
Oof.
Good afternoon, Deputy Luhan. Would you
afternoon.
please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Deputy Joseph Luhan, Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
Would you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, sir? Thank you. How are you?
Sorry.
With the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 10 years now.
And what are your duties?
Currently, I'm currently assigned to the Court Services Division.
And how long have you been assigned to the Court Services Division?
About 10 months now, I believe.
And prior to that, where were you assigned?
I was on the Patrol Division.
And what does a patrol division do?
We answer calls throughout the county, anything from DWI, crash investigations, criminal investigations, that type of thing.
Were you on duty on October 21st, 2021?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall what you were assigned to do that day?
Just normal patrol duties.
And were you involved in the investigation into a shooting that occurred at the Bonanza Creek Ranch?
Yes, it was.
And what role did you play in that investigation?
Deputy or sheriff's office personnel had already been dispatched to the scene at the movie set. Lieutenant Benavides advised that one of the persons shot was being transported to the hospital and requested a deputy respond to the hospital as well.
Which hospital?
The St. Vincent's Hospital here in Santa Fe.
Okay. And was that deputy you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were dispatched or you went to the hospital?
It was a little bit after 2:00.
And once you arrived at the hospital, where did you go?
I arrived to the emergency room.
And why did you go to the emergency room?
We had been notified, or I had been notified through dispatch that the ambulance was transporting that subject to the emergency room.
And so once you were in the ER, did you go into a room or did you wait in the lobby? What did you do?
I arrived at one of the trauma rooms that's there at the hospital.
What did you observe when you walked into the trauma room?
A gentleman sitting on or laying on like a gurney hospital bed type thing in the upright position. He had an approximate half-inch hole to, I believe it was the right side of his shoulder.
Do you remember his name?
Yes, it was Mr. Joel Souza.
Okay. And what did you do next?
I briefly made contact with Mr. Souza in an attempt to collect preliminary facts surrounding what had occurred.
Okay. And we're not going to talk about what Mr. Souza told you, but after you spoke with Mr. Souza, what did you do?
I observed medical doctors administer some sort of medication to him, and then they retrieved a projectile from his shoulder.
Okay. Were you watching this as it was taking place?
Yes, it was.
So did you watch doctors retrieve that projectile from his shoulder?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened to that projectile once it was taken out of Mr. Souza's shoulder?
It was placed into a plastic container. It was handed to me, and I kept possession of it.
And where did you take it?
It was in my possession until Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office investigators arrived, at which point I transferred it, I gave it to them.
Do you recall who you gave it to?
Yes, Miss Marissa Popple. I can't pronounce her
Popple?
name. Yes, ma'am.
And who is she?
She is an evidence tech, crime scene tech with the Sheriff's Office.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. May I approach you on it?
Yeah.
Objection.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
That was the projectile that was retrieved by medical staff at the hospital out of Mr. Joel Souza.
Does Exhibit 14 appear to be in the same condition it was in when it was given to you by doctors?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 14.
Yes.
Thank you. So after you provided this to the crime scene technician, did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
Other than just writing a report, and that was it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further. Thank you, Deputy.
Sweet. In-N-Out Burger.
Good afternoon, sir. You were the first member of law enforcement to meet with Mr. Souza, the director of the film, afterwards, right?
I believe so, at the hospital, yes, sir.
Right. And I think you told the prosecutor you briefly made contact with him to get some preliminary facts?
Yes, sir.
And he was willing to speak to you, right?
Yes, sir.
And he never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, did he?
Objection. Calls for hearsay.
Not hearsay. Never once mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct?
Objection. Hearsay.
All right. I don't think that, no, I'm going to overrule.
He never, in describing the preliminary facts to you, ever mentioned Alec Baldwin, correct? Correct. No further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you,
Right.
sir. You're
Because
excused.
we butchered his name on the tickler. completely got the wrong dude's name.
The state calls Marissa Popple.
Oh, she on my car.
I like when he was like, "It's not hearsay," and he just kept answering, kept asking before she ruled.
Great Marissa Popple.
Oh boy, we're back to Morrissey. Oh boy.
It's Marissa Popple time. Marissa Popple time. It's Marissa Popple time.
Oh, I remember this lady. Okay.
Oh, I know. She's on my my delicious. Woo! She didn't really help me. Oh man, I need Mamie
Do you
Mitchell and
swear affirm
medical
under penalty of
examiner. I
law that the
win.
testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talking to the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
Marissa Popple,
Would you spell your last name?
Poppell.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a crime scene technician with Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you held that position?
3 years.
Prior to being the crime scene technician for Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, were you a crime scene technician elsewhere?
Yes.
Well, where was that?
With the Fort Myers Police Department in Fort Myers, Florida.
And how long did you do crime scene technician work in Florida?
4 years.
And can you briefly describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a crime scene technician does?
Yes, as a crime scene technician, I respond to all sorts of different scenes, whether they're death investigations, burglaries, robberies, whenever there's an abundance of evidence or an abundance of documentation that's needed. I take photographs of the scenes, of the evidence, I collect the evidence, and then I package it at our office.
And do you ever send any of the evidence that you collect somewhere else for additional testing?
Yes.
And tell us, where would you send things, and give us an idea.
Sometimes things are sent to our local state lab here in Santa Fe. Sometimes they are sent to private labs, or sometimes they are sent to the FBI if they're working with us.
Why would you send things to any of those places?
So our state lab is local, so it's nice to be able to have them in the backyard so that they can help us with more common day items. For independent labs, if we have something that needs done within a very quick time frame, we'll utilize them, but they require us to pay for the testing ourselves. Or if the FBI is assisting with us, sometimes they can do additional testing that maybe our local lab wouldn't be able to do.
I want you to give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury an idea of what kind of testing you are requesting when you send items out.
Yes, this could be latent print analysis, DNA analysis, firearms testing, things of that nature.
And Ms. Popple, how did you become involved in this case?
I was asked to respond to a scene of a shooting along with my criminal investigations division. That would be the detectives and myself responding to a scene on October 21st of 2021.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived on scene?
I believe it was between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
And when you arrived on scene, kind of walk us through what you were tasked with doing.
The first thing I was asked to do was photograph the initial scene and what was going on around me, essentially.
And can you give us an idea of, so you indicated that you were asked to photograph the initial scene. Is that common?
Yes.
And generally speaking, after you photograph the initial scene, do you photograph other things?
Yes.
And what do you photograph?
So any items of evidence would be photographed on scene, and then if additional photographs are needed, then those items could be laid out at our office in a secure area and re-photographed.
And did you take photographs of items of evidence at the scene?
Yes.
did you also take photographs of some of those same items back at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
What's the point to that?
If there are areas of detail that would be difficult to photograph on scene, we can do so at the office in controlled lighting conditions, areas where we could move the objects in order to see different parts of it a little easier.
Did you, and I don't want to get too much into the details right now, but did you also participate in the execution of search warrants?
Yes.
And why do you, as the crime scene technician, participate in the execution of search warrants?
Part of my duties when we're executing a search warrant is I'm not only documenting all of the evidence on scene, but I'm also collecting all of that evidence, and that evidence stays in my custody.
Other than collecting evidence at the scene itself, did you collect evidence in other places pursuant to search warrants?
Yes.
Go ahead and explain to the jury the different places that you went to, just to kind of give them an overview before we get into it.
I was asked to collect evidence at the initial scene at the church. I was then later asked to collect evidence out of a prop truck that was nearby, and then at an even later date, asked to assist with a search warrant at an office in Albuquerque.
Can I have the Elmo? Let's maybe start that way. And the office in Albuquerque that you were asked to participate in a search of, what office was that?
That was a PDQ warehouse.
And do you know now what PDQ is?
Yes, it's a prop supply company.
Did she say?
And that's in Albuquerque?
Elmo?
Did you search and take your photographs at PDQ in Albuquerque on the same day as this incident?
No.
On the 21st of October?
No.
Do you recall approximately when you did the search warrant at PDQ?
November 30th.
And the search warrant that was executed on that prop truck, do you recall when you participated in that?
October 27th.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 7. Let's see if I need to adjust. Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And why did you take that photograph?
This photograph is of the prop truck that was at our initial scene.
Did you say, is this a truck?
Or I apologize, a prop cart at our initial scene.
Do you know what a prop cart is used for on the movie set?
My understanding was that it was a cart that had some props on it.
Do you know whether or not those props included real guns?
I do not.
Still today, you don't know?
The firearms that are visible on this, one is a plastic gun and the other is a firearm that has a blocked cylinder. So it's not a loadable gun. So they're not usable firearms.
Understood. Can you, if you recall,
that's super helpful for the defense, for the prosecution.
Did you collect real firearms from the set of Rust?
Yes.
How many real firearms did you collect from the set of Rust?
There was one firearm that was taken on the initial scene.
But when you continued your searching, when you indicated you searched the prop truck, is that right?
Yes.
So let me back up. The initial
She's not getting what she wants.
Real firearm that you took.
She hates her own witnesses.
Where was it when you first saw it? And do we have number 6? What happened to the item of evidence?
Anyone?
Bueller.
I'm sorry.
I guess no one really needs gloves since there's no dispute as to who touched it.
No, they'll show the last one has had gloves.
Ms. Popple, this is State's Exhibit 6, and it has previously been admitted into evidence. So if you would open it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the firearm that was taken out of Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
And what did you do with it?
I photographed this item and then collected it, took it back to my office where it was photographed in more detail.
And then what did you do with it?
It was submitted to the FBI for analysis.
And why did you submit it to the FBI for analysis? What kind of analysis?
Believe that we were requesting DNA, latent prints, and firearms testing on it.
Wow,
DNA,
you're right. This
you
camera
said latent prints?
Yes.
work
For
is
those folks that aren't involved in law enforcement, what does latent prints mean?
So your fingerprints leave behind oils and waters on surfaces, which are then referred to as latent, meaning invisible. So we have your fingers leaving behind invisible fingerprints.
And what was the other analysis that you asked the FBI?
The firearms functioning test.
And why would you ask the FBI to perform a firearms functioning test?
We wanted to make sure that the firearm was in proper working order.
From the time that you collected that from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit to the time that it was sent to the FBI, where was it kept?
It was first secured in my office and then submitted into our evidence vault.
And when you say vault, does that mean that it's secure?
Yes.
And how long was it kept in the vault before it was sent to the FBI, if you recall?
I don't recall exactly. I would say it was within that week that it was sent out.
And when we send items of evidence to the FBI, how do you do that? Do you just throw them in a box and put them in the mail?
No, a formal request was made to the FBI lab, and then they had an agent respond and take custody of the items.
Who was that agent?
I believe that was Agent Cortez.
So does Agent Cortez come to the sheriff's department and take the items?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point, do you get the items back?
Yes.
And do you recall when you got these items back?
I do not.
Okay. Were they away from the sheriff's department and at the FBI for a considerable amount of time?
Yes.
And I apologize, I have been corrected. I thought that State's Exhibit 6 had already been admitted into evidence, but I've been notified that it hasn't been, so I would like to
move it in evidence now.
I'm pretty sure it has been admitted into evidence. It is,
She didn't move it.
no, she didn't. It's 57813. Yeah. You did not move it in.
Okay, I'd like to go ahead and move it into evidence at this time.
No objection.
All right, State 6 is admitted. You may publish.
Getting steps here.
When
Jeez.
you,
Today is brutal.
when you sent this firearm to the FBI, did it appear intact?
Yes.
At some point, did you
Are the crosses any more
receive
interesting?
back from the FBI?
Yes.
Had its
A little bit,
condition
I guess.
changed?
Yes.
Describe it just generally, when you opened the box, what had changed about its condition?
The cylinder of the firearm had been removed and placed separately, and there appears to be an internal component that was bagged in a small plastic bag separate from the firearm.
Okay.
We got both
And
things.
May I approach? I just want to, I haven't actually seen what's in the box.
Yes.
I think that maybe what I'd like to do is have it moved to the elbow. Can I move it, or does someone else have to do that?
Move it to the Elmo.
So when they're objecting, are they not saying the word objection and they're just saying maybe we approach?
No, it's funny. That was how it was supposed to start, and now they're just saying it. They're giving the ground. She's answering it, so I don't know how long she's gonna.
Let's open it and set it right there so that the jury can see what we've been looking at and talking about as best we can. Thank you, sir. And just to be clear, this is the same firearm that you collected from Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit?
Yes.
And is this generally the condition that it was in when you received it back from the FBI?
Yes.
The FBI smashed it.
I see that there's a little plastic bag. Can you tell us what's in that plastic bag?
So there are 3 small metal broken pieces in the plastic bag.
Okay. But other than those broken pieces, was the firearm in generally the same condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I mean,
And
other than the fact that it's completely destroyed.
Does this stay at the courthouse overnight?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you
If you want
back there with it or.
Okay.
Leave it here.
Yeah.
We'll secure.
Okay, great, thank you, sir. I want to go back to State's Exhibit 7 if we can. This cart, did you go through the items that were on it?
Yes.
And did you photograph them?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an idea of what's on that cart? Because it's kind of hard to see everything.
There were multiple boxes of ammunition on the bottom section of the cart, bags, the fake firearms, gun belts
clean that up,
with
that ammunition
ammunition,
doesn't mean
earplugs,
live
candy, a fanny pack with ammunition inside, just a multitude of items.
Again, same thing there.
Did that cart, did those items appear to be in any discernible order?
No.
Oh Lord, why is his face not on if his text is on? If he's
Was there
texting?
loose ammunition on the cart?
Yes.
And did you collect that?
Yes.
Wow, Bob.
And when you collected that ammunition, did you take it back to the sheriff's office?
I was like, what?
And what did you do with it when you got it back there?
I don't know what's going
It
on
was
here.
then laid out and photographed.
Now, is this the first time that you've been called to an investigation on a movie set?
Yes.
And have you learned, based on your work on this case, what a dummy round is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dummy round is?
A dummy round is essentially ammunition that is not designed to fire a projectile. It is ammunition that's made distinct by either a hole being drilled through the side of it, so it's obvious that there's no gunpowder inside. The primer has been removed so that it can't be fired, so it makes it obvious that it's a dummy round.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. I want you to explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you mean when you say primer.
The primer is the base of the round. So it's the small circle that the firing pin hits. So since that's removed, there's nothing there for the firing pin to hit and project that projectile. The dummy rounds are also indicated by, if you shake them, they make a rattle sound. Instead of having gunpowder inside, they have ball bearings inside so that you can shake them and know that they're not live ammunition.
So you just kind of went through some of the distinguishing characteristics of dummy rounds. Would a dummy round have all 3 of those distinguishing characteristics?
No, it could have 2 out of the 3, but I haven't run into any that have had all 3.
So approximately how many dummy rounds did you end up taking into evidence?
Specifically that were dummy rounds, I think we have 50. I might be mistaken about that. I apologize. I'm not sure of the exact number of dummy rounds that we have.
And let me just ask you this. You talked about how a round may have a ball bearing in it. Is that right?
Wow,
correct,
Bob.
Would that dummy round that has the ball bearing in it, would that also have a hole in the side?
No, because then the ball bearings would fall out.
Okay, so do the dummy rounds either have a hole in the side or a ball bearing?
Correct.
And based on your work on this case, how would someone know that the dummy round with the ball bearing in it is actually inert?
They would shake it and it would make a rattle noise.
Okay. And did many of the dummy rounds that you took to the sheriff's department make those noises?
Yes.
Well, hello, sir.
Did
Thanks for
you
joining us.
also
I had to have a snack.
collect any
I
other
didn't get a
kind
snack.
of ammunition from the movie set?
Start.
Any other types?
Yes.
What other types of ammunition?
It's a type of ammunition that's referred to as a blank.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury generally what a blank is?
Riveting.
So a blank is a round of ammunition that has gunpowder in it. However, it does not have a projectile head on the top. So it has a crimped end, kind of like you would see a dumpling have crimps. And that way there's nothing for that gunpowder to project out the barrel of the gun.
And when you collected all of this ammunition, you took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
And at some point, did you examine closely all of the ammunition?
Yes.
And did you develop any suspicions?
Suspicions?
What suspicions did you develop?
There were several rounds that when shaken did not make the rattle noise.
Several.
And they all had a silver in color primer at the
Yeah,
end.
we
instead
get
of
it.
a
There's
brass
real
colored
bullets. This-
primer.
like, how is this Alec's fault? Like,
And
this is like,
did the primer appear to be intact?
Yes.
There were that many
And
on
did those
set?
have a hole in the
there
side?
were a lot. Yeah.
You indicated
Like
that you
Gutierrez?
had some suspicions about them. What was your suspicion?
My suspicion was that they were live rounds.
And what did you do with those live rounds, or suspected live rounds, rather?
They were sent to the FBI for testing to see if they were live rounds or not.
So you didn't take them apart there at the sheriff's department?
No, I did not.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a casing is, or a spent casing?
Once a live round is used in a firearm, the casing is what was encasing that round. So in a regular firearm, it was what would be ejected out of it, out the side. In a case of a revolver, it's what's left in the cylinder. So the projectile has come out of the firearm and the casing is what's left behind.
Did you collect any spent casings from the scene?
Yes.
How many did you collect from the initial scene?
One.
I'm going to show you what has been, I believe, previously admitted into
So there were
evidence
live
as
bullets and
Exhibit
other
10.
things that were fired? And no one
Is that a
figured that out?
photograph that you took?
Yes.
Let me make it, there we go. And can you tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, this is a close-up image of the top of the cart. There was a spent casing on top of the cart, which is what we see up top here, where it has no projectile head on the end. And then there was another round next to it.
Wait, so now I'm confused. Are those live rounds or not live rounds?
the ones that have like
As you
silver
sit here today, do you
circles on the
recall
not the
whether
top, but on
that
like the
round was, the
bottom
one
of
that
it,
we're
but I
looking
can't
at
tell.
that appears intact, was that a dummy round or a live round?
That was a dummy round.
Okay.
Oh, I thought these were casings meant we were talking about live
So,
rounds.
in addition to collecting this ammunition, did you also collect other items of evidence?
Yes.
Did you collect any gun belts?
Yes.
And let me also ask you,
You're right, Dad?
and let me show you, if I have it here.
Oh.
I'm going to show you what's been
It's
previously admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12.
Sorry, I thought I hit mute.
What is that?
Yes.
And what are we looking at there?
These were 2 boxes of ammunition that were inside of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit.
So let's talk about exactly what we see in the photograph. Do you see the white box that says 45 long Colt dummies with a very small JS in the middle?
Yes.
Did you open that box?
Yes.
And what was inside that box?
There were rounds inside of the box in a foam insert. Some of them were marked as 45 LC. Some of them were 4440 rounds.
And what's the difference between 45 LC and 4440?
They are different caliber rounds.
And were
Yeah.
there any rounds inside that box that you suspected to be live rounds?
Yes.
How many?
1.
Let me ask you this. How many rounds altogether did you discover that you thought were suspected live rounds on the set of Rust?
5 and the spent casing, so 6 in total.
And I want to talk a little bit about where those rounds were located. So we've got one that you suspected came out of this box. Is that right?
Yes.
And just so that we're clear, the box on the right in the photograph, what was inside that box?
There were blank rounds inside that box.
And were they all legitimately blank rounds?
Yes.
And give me just one moment to pull up some additional exhibits here. I think you testified that you collected some items of evidence from inside the church. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Did you collect any gun belts from inside the church?
Yes.
How many, if you recall?
There was a gun holster, just one inside the church.
And did you take that back? Well, the holster, was there anything unique about it? Was it just a piece of leather or did it have additional parts to it?
It appeared to be a shoulder holster. So the one that would not go around your waist, but one that would go over your shoulder. And it had a fake knife attachment to it.
And were there the piece of leather? Did the holster hold anything?
Yes, it was able to hold ammunition.
And when you collected that holster, did it have ammunition sitting inside of it?
Yes.
And the ammunition that was inside of that holster, did you closely examine it?
Yes.
And did any of that was in the holster cause you to suspect that there were any live rounds in the holster?
Yes.
How many rounds that were in that holster did you suspect were live?
1.
And you sent that to the FBI?
Yes.
And based on your work on this case, do you know who was the actor who was assigned to that holster?
Alec Baldwin.
can we go ahead and, I don't know exactly. Yeah, let's publish it. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have any objection to the exhibits that I showed you previously?
I certainly don't have to this picture.
Okay, so I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 22 and ask for permission to publish.
All right. Hearing no objection, States 22 will be admitted to be published.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
Yeah, what are we looking at?
Interior of the church, and it is a close-up of some of the benches or pews that were inside of the church.
And what is, do you see something leather there?
Yes, on the second row of benches, there's a jacket and a holster.
Is that the holster that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Is that where it was when you collected it?
Yes.
And I would like to show you what has been previously marked as, give me just one moment. I think it's 12 and 13. Mr. Spiro, do you need to go through these with me?
If you just show me the picture quickly, I'm sure I have no objection.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to unplug, or do you?
Oh, no, I can pull another set.
Okay,
I'll look at this one quickly.
well, but it's gonna come up on the screen, so I don't wanna publish
I'll
it.
look at it then, I'm sure.
No, but as soon as I move it, it's gonna come up on all the screens. Okay. Here, let's do it that way.
1 hour to go, folks. 1 hour more of this riveting testimony.
It's 12 and 13, thank you.
The 1 hour countdown.
15 and 16.
No objections to 15 and 16.
I mean, what are we doing? This is Hannah's shit. Like
Objection.
he should have known that this was a fucking mess or something.
No objection. I'm happy to stipulate that whatever Ms. Investigator Popple recovered at the scene.
Well, we need a little more identity, but it's 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18.
There's hang on, there's a little bit more than that. It's 19, 20, 21, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. We have 31, 32, 33.
Okay, so what's missing is so you're not doing 22, 23, 24, 25, right?
22's on the screen.
All right, what about 23, 24, 25? I didn't hear you name those.
There's no issue. The only one.
I just want to get the numbers. This becomes a problem later.
23's already in evidence. What were the other ones you had?
24, 25.
I don't think I'm, all right, I'll go ahead and do 24 and 25.
Stephen Baldwin
Okay,
is
so
there today.
22's
Will Pauly
in
Shore
evidence.
be
I
there
don't have-
tomorrow?
I don't have 23.
Iodome remake in the works. We don't know.
You
We'll
don't either,
see.
do you?
What do you mean?
Well, we've been keeping track and we
Right,
don't have.
so I think that, I think this is what we're moving into evidence, 23.
Okay, just, I don't need to be, yeah.
22's
22's
already in evidence. Or maybe it's, here, what number is this? Because I'm looking at the same picture that's up here.
That's, I think she's tested the church benches. Oh, that's not it.
22 is the church bench.
Mhm. What's up on the screen?
7 and 8, so that's wrong. That is 22. You can see in the lower left there.
This one on the screen?
We can't see on the lower left. Oh, exhibit 22. Okay, 22. Yes, it is. All right, so
Stand here with me so I can.
let me just clarify. All right, 13 has already been admitted. 12 has already been admitted. 26 has already been admitted. You're tracking me as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what we don't have,
14.
14 has been admitted, so 15 through 21, 22 was just admitted. We don't have 23.
That's fine. I'm not moving for the admission of 23. I think it's a duplicate.
Okay, let me just, all right, we don't have 25. We do have 26.
Right.
So did
Okay.
you want, so you said, what about 25?
Yes, I will be moving for the admission of 25.
Okay, and then 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Correct.
Okay, so on the record, the court is going to admit 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
Your Honor, there's objections, as I think the court might remember, to 31, 32, 33, they're not relevant.
All right, well, let's not confuse me at the late day, so I'm just going to write down what's been admitted.
Don't confuse
then
her.
we
It's
will
late
go
in the
from there.
day. Don't confuse Judge Mom.
Okay. This gets to be a real mess later, so 15.
Seems like a real mess already.
Real mess.
By the way, did Allie hear
So
yet?
we've got
Allie, did you know
15.
that's going to be like a heat wave
Sorry to
over
slow us
100 in
down.
Denver when you go?
18, 19,
You're muted, by the way.
20, 21.
A heat wave in Denver?
25,
Over 100 every day you're going to be there.
Oh my God.
29,
Don't leave the
30.
hotel.
And you're objecting to
Marathon
31,
time.
That's
32,
while Jennifer were
33.
coming.
Yes, Your Honor, we've discussed that issue.
And I believe the court reserved ruling on it. We can take it up in the morning if you
All
want.
right, so let's just go with what we've admitted. You may publish.
Okay, and I apologize. I will move also for the admission of 23. Where I was looking at there is different than the actual 23. Any objection to 23?
No, you said you needed 23. You said 24 you didn't want to
I did.
publish.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
I'll move this. Let's do that. Okay. Ready? Not yet? Okay. Do you want to approach?
What's this? Court's 4? This is court's 4. Court's 4.
If I'm on the jury, I'm so freaking pissed right now. Like, are you kidding me? This clown show.
Clown show. Yeah, so Joe Schmo, who I love, he's of the mindset that, you know, the gun rule, gun
Ms.
safety
Popple, I'm
rule.
going to show you what has been marked.
I think the
And I think
negligent use of a firearm would be better than the gun safety. I don't know what gun safety is at issue.
And I can go through them now. Okay. States
That creates a
Exhibit
reasonable
15.
risk of death. Except that
Ms. Popple,
shiny.
do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that a photo of?
This is a close-up of the rounds that were in the holster that we were discussing.
Mr. Baldwin's holster.
Who's supposed to check the holster?
And I see
How'd they miss that?
silver primers do
Hannah
you see there?
Gutierrez.
There are two.
Well, but I thought there was a
And,
double checker.
Oh, Dave Halls.
Which one did you suspect was a live round?
Yeah, because we can't tell.
The one that's closer to the center that has a cleaner look to it.
This
Oh,
one
this
here?
And
Yes.
Yeah, the one with the silver.
And the one that was on the left that has the silver primer, when you examined that, what happened?
When that one was examined, it was determined to be a dummy round.
A dummy?
I don't know
Do
if she
you
means
know
the leftmost
who
one?
provided that dummy round to the set of Rust?
I do not.
Okay. Other than Mr. Baldwin's holster, were there other gun holsters that you collected?
Yes.
And were there other holsters that contained what you suspected to be live ammunition?
Yes.
How many others?
There was one other, a gun belt that was located on top of the cart that had a suspected live round.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is a close-up of the gun belt that was taken from the top of the cart, and it is a close-up specifically of the rounds that were inside of it.
And was the suspected live round the one with the silver primer?
Yes.
We talked a little bit about that box of ammunition the box of dummies that you took out of Lieutenant Benavidez's unit. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And can you point us to the suspected live round that you testified to inside that box?
Yes, it's the round on the far right with the silver and color primer.
This one right here.
Yes.
And I think you testified that there was some loose ammunition on the top of that prop cart. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you collect all that?
Yes, I did.
You took it back to the sheriff's department?
Yes.
Any of the ammunition that you collected from the top of the prop cart, did you suspect any of that to be live ammunition?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26, which I believe was previously in evidence. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
So what is this a photo of?
This is an overall photo of all of the loose ammunition that was collected from the top of the cart.
So these 6 items here at the top, what are those?
Those are all blank rounds. They have the crimped end.
So they're missing the projectile.
Yes.
Do they ignite? Do they make a sound? If you know.
Yes, they do.
Do they have gunpowder in them?
Yes.
What are they missing? Just the projectile?
Correct.
And these here on the left, these 2 rounds that look very much like each other, were you able to determine whether those were dummies or suspected live rounds?
Those were dummy rounds.
And the 2 rounds over here on the right, when you examined those, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
What were your concerns?
My concern was that they were live rounds.
And did you send those to the FBI?
Yes.
And then we see this round down here at the bottom. And I see a hole in the casing. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you were describing as a dummy round with a hole in the casing?
Yes.
So was that sent to the FBI?
It was not.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Do you see that?
Yes.
And those rounds that we're looking at right there, are they also in the previous photo?
Yes, they are.
Let's go back to 26. Are they these right here?
Yes, they are.
So they had silver primers, is that right?
Correct.
And did you collect and photograph that spent casing?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. Is that the spent casing?
Yes, it is.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the bottom of that same spent casing.
So when you talked about the primer being the area that the firing pin of the gun strikes, are you referring to this silver right here?
Yes, I am.
And do you know what that little dimple in the top is called?
That is made from the firing pin.
Okay, that's the mark that's left?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you ultimately conducted a search of the prop truck, did you collect additional ammunition?
Yes.
And was there any live ammunition found in the prop truck?
No.
Or any suspected live ammunition, rather? No?
No.
So what kind of ammunition did you take out of the prop truck?
We took blanks and dummy rounds.
Do you remember approximately how many?
I would approximate 1,000 to 1,500.
Did you closely examine each and every one of those?
Yes.
Hang on, here we go. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And where was that located?
This was located in a bag on the prop truck.
And when you say on the prop truck, because we weren't there, can you describe this truck?
I apologize. It is a storage truck. So almost like you would see a moving vehicle. It has that amount of storage in the back area of it.
And does it have a door that comes down?
Yes.
So you found this inside that prop truck in a bag, is that right?
Yes.
And did you go through the contents of this box?
Yes, I did.
And there were no dummy rounds? I'm sorry, there were no suspected live rounds?
There was one round that did not make a sound, so it was sent to the FBI as well. But
okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that, and how does it relate to the previous photo that we saw?
These are the rounds that were inside of that box, but they were taken out of the box and laid out to be photographed.
Is there anything unusual or noteworthy about these dummy rounds compared to the other dummy rounds that you found on set?
Yes.
What is that?
The dummy rounds found on set had this almost new shine to them. These rounds that were located have this antique look to them.
And do you mean that kind of brown color, that sort of antique color on the brass?
Yes.
And was one of these dummy rounds located in Mr. Baldwin's bandolier?
Yes.
Let's just jump back for a moment. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Just for completeness, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a close-up of the jacket and holster that were found on the bench inside of the church.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Can you tell us what that is?
This is a projectile that was recovered from Joel Souza's shoulder.
And how did you get that?
I responded to the hospital and received it from Deputy Luhan.
And when you took it from Deputy Luhan, what was it in?
It was in a plastic cylinder container.
And what did you do with it?
I took it to the office and photographed it with scale.
And after you photographed it, this is your picture here, right?
Yes.
After you photographed it, did it get sent anywhere?
Yes, it got sent to the FBI lab.
State's Exhibit 20, can you just tell us what that is?
This is the exterior of the church.
State's Exhibit 21, can you tell us what that is?
This is the interior of the church.
State's Exhibit 24, did you take that photo?
Yes, I did.
When did you take that photo?
This was after the firearm was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle.
Is this the condition the firearm was in when you recovered it from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle?
Yes.
Is this the condition it was in when it was sent to the FBI?
Yes.
All right, bear with me. Let me catch up with you here. Did you participate in making the decision about which items of evidence were going to be analyzed at the FBI?
Yes.
And let's go through the items of evidence that were sent to the FBI for analysis. State's Exhibit 24, we understand it was sent, correct?
Yes.
And I think you testified previously that you sent it for DNA testing, is that right?
Yes.
And without talking about specifically that testing, did you get results back?
Yes.
Did you, I think you indicated that you sent it for functionality testing, is that right?
Yes.
And did you get the results of that?
Yes.
And then at some point, did you participate in a discussion or a decision to have additional testing done on this gun?
I believe I was part of that conversation, yes.
Okay. And so was additional testing of this gun requested at the FBI?
Yes.
And do you recall generally what that requested testing was?
I'm uncertain as to what they phrase it as, but I believe it was a drop test. Was requested.
And what did you intend them to test for?
That the firearm, whether or not it would be able to go off without the trigger being pulled, I believe.
Okay. And did you send some of the boxes of ammunition to?
Wow. They're like, all right, we're done. We out.
I don't blame him.
Robert, Michael, are you responsible for this?
Probably.
Blackout?
Maybe. Luckily, it's not too riveting.
That in
Not
the
too
case
riveting.
of the box that was recovered from Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle, they wanted it in its entirety, so we sent them the entire box.
Bald Pee Wee Herman looks
Okay.
bored as shit.
And when you're talking about the box, are you talking about the box that we saw earlier that said 45 Long Colt dummies with a JS in the middle?
Yes.
How did he become Pee Wee
And
Herman?
what
Just
kind of
He
analysis
looks
did you
facially
want done
exactly
on the
like Paul
box?
Rubin.
Did it have
Oh,
anything
it's
to
like,
do with
oh,
the
Pee Wee
box
Herman's
You
like,
itself?
stuck hair on that dude. He
Oh.
could play
We wanted
Paul Rubin's rest in
latent
peace
prints completed on the
in
box
his
itself.
autobiography.
Okay.
Biography movie.
And
did you see my text, Bay?
No. No.
is it customary, if you can explain to us how this works, is it customary that the sheriff's department swabs items of evidence for DNA?
There are times where we will swab items for DNA. However, most labs, when we are requesting that they assist us, they want the items in their entirety. So they want to complete the swabbing themselves.
So with regard to State's Exhibit 24, which is a photograph of the firearm, with regard to that firearm, did you swab it for DNA?
No.
Why not?
Because we were sending it to the lab and that determination had already been made, we wanted to send it in its entirety to the lab.
What's that got to do with swabbing for DNA?
So was it swabbed at the FBI?
Yes.
Okay.
And in terms of, sounded like you did another search. You did a search of a business in Albuquerque. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know why the sheriff's department wanted to search that location?
It was my understanding that because the owner of that business had assisted in supplying dummy rounds to the set,
I want to make sure that
we wanted to ensure that we weren't finding any additional live rounds. And to determine that, we needed to search that warehouse as well.
And what was that person's name, the person who owned that business?
Seth Kenny.
And was
Kenny?
Mr. Kenny there when you conducted the search?
Yes.
And did
Why
you
was that
find
important?
live ammunition inside that business?
Yes.
What?
Visibly, in terms of the details of the ammunition, did it appear to be identical to the live ammunition that you collected from the set of Rust?
No.
Oh, okay.
What did you do with the live ammunition that you collected from PDQ, Mr. Kenny's business?
It was sent to the FBI.
Why? What were you asking them to do?
We were asking them to compare the gunpowder inside of the rounds found at PDQ to the gunpowder found inside the live rounds on set.
Why?
We wanted to determine if they originated from the same place.
And did they?
And did you get the results back?
Yes.
And if you would, I see that you've got a box with you.
Yes, I do.
Can you pull that box out for us?
Say, what's in the box?
Thanks, Keelan.
Aw.
What's
up, Checo?
Oh, I thought you were about to give
May
out
I
a hug.
approach?
Aw, family hug. There you go. Ask and ye shall receive, babe.
Just the part.
Boring, 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 boring.
Trying to think of who this witness reminds me of, facially. Somebody.
I'm going to show you what I am going to mark as State's Exhibit 34. Mr. Spyro, do you want to have a look?
A puppy. A fuzzy puppy.
It's in the box. I don't have a.
What made you
Do
say
want to
that?
look here and have a look?
Somebody wrote puppy. Made me think of my fuzzy puppy.
I haven't seen the dude all day.
I have.
Oh, I took him out for a walk. I mean, aside from that,
You're a king amongst
God,
men.
what the hell's going on now?
Boring.
Who's
Gee.
pressing that button?
Me.
Not me.
2 hours later.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 34. And I would ask you to tell us what we're looking at here.
So this is the live round that was taken from the box located in Lieutenant Benavidez's vehicle. It's been deconstructed by the FBI. Therefore, we have the casing, the projectile, and the gunpowder that was inside all separated.
And is the gunpowder in this container here?
Yes.
for all of the 5 live rounds, suspected live rounds that were sent to the FBI, were they all disassembled by the FBI?
Yes.
And were they all returned to you in this condition?
Yes.
Do they all look exactly the same?
Yes.
I'm going to move into evidence, States Exhibit 35, 36, 37, and 38.
Your Honor, if I could just ask one clarifying, just to find out the date of that, just so I know, because I've examined this.
The date of what?
When she received them back, or the date around
I think she-
approximately even is fine.
Do you know approximately when you received them back?
I do not. I have that back at the office, but I don't have it on me at the moment.
Can you give us an estimate? Was it a month? Was it a year?
I would estimate 6 months to a year.
That's fine, Your Honor, thank you.
That's so funny, Jay.
I
you guys
ended at
giggling
38,
about?
but there
Nothing.
will be a 39.
Nothing, Mom.
Speaking of dogs, I went to mine are being such a pain in the ass right now, and Shannon's
You said they all look
working. So I go
the
and
same,
look
right?
what's on their bed.
Yes.
Is that
I'm
true
trying to
also of the powder in the little
They
container?
found it. They
Bonnie Bailey?
Yes.
Is
It all
that
appears
like
to be
an
the same.
Elf Mario Brothers? What is it?
No,
And-
he's from Rudolph. He's the
I'm showing you.
Oh,
Sorry, I
it's
keep
the
he
throwing
took
them
him to
down.
the
35,
Cornelius or something. He
36,
took him
What
to
is
the,
it?
here's
Klondike something.
37,
yeah, to the
Klondike.
Misfit
here's
Toys.
38.
Yeah.
The live rounds that you sent to the FBI that you collected from PDQ, did those live rounds come back in kind of this same condition, disassembled?
Yes.
Thanks, Bonnie.
And,
Are you able to zoom out a little?
oh, here. Is the glare, would it be easier if I just handed it to you?
It's okay.
Well, can I approach and I'll hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 38.
Yes. For the record, these have all been admitted and published.
Yes, they all returned in such a condition.
So the live rounds that you took from PDQ,
Susie
did I ask
Q.
you to bring those here today?
You did not.
Do you have them back at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
And when they were returned to you from the FBI, they were deconstructed like this, right?
Yes.
So you had a casing, a projectile, and a container of powder.
Yes.
Did the container that holds the gunpowder just visibly, did it appear the same or different than the live rounds that came from the set of Rust?
It was different.
And you could just see that with your eye.
Correct.
And I'm going to show you what has been, or what I will mark right now as States Exhibit 39, just for completeness. And what is that?
This is the spent casing that was located on top of the cart.
Okay.
Babe, that's got to be your connection. We all disappeared. Did we all disappear? Or was I the only one that...
Is there anything else?
Wait, what disappeared?
I guess it was my
that
connection.
you did
It all
in
went
this
black.
case, generally?
Are you on the
In
internet?
general terms, I was also asked to
Jay's
collect
dealing with the
DNA
dogs.
standards, fingerprint standards from various parties, so that those could also be sent for comparison at the FBI.
And what parties did you collect DNA standards from?
She's definitely
I
got more
collected them
personality than
from
Lally.
David
This
Halls,
just happens to be...
Hannah Gutierrez,
There are
and I believe
way
Lieutenant
more boring
Benavidez
parts
as
of
well.
trial than there were in Karen Reed.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you,
No, she's
I'm sorry,
definitely- No,
do
she's,
you
she,
know whether
like, you
or
didn't
not
really see
a
the first
DNA
witness.
standard
She
from
was
Mr.
very
Baldwin was
antagonistic with her
collected?
first witness.
It was collected by another
Weird.
agency.
Okay.
I'm going to have to rewatch it. I was trying to watch it while I was
Now,
working,
you
but I
really
couldn't.
don't need to rewatch it.
No?
Bear with
Okay.
No.
She has snark down.
When you took
It's a fancy
the
term,
firearm
you know.
out of Mr. Benavidez's patrol unit, did it appear to be damaged or modified in any way?
Man,
And
you
not
know
that
how
I
many
was able to see.
fingerprints those glasses must have all over them. Oh my God. Constantly moving
And
from her head to her face, constantly. They're a,
Let me go back to
this is her
State's Exhibit
safety,
21.
good safety blanket for her.
What are we looking at there?
She probably needs
This
like
is the interior
low
of the
ones.
church after
Who wants
I've
to look
laid
like that?
down evidence markers.
So just explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury so that they know what are evidence markers and where do we see them in this picture so they can make sense of what they're looking at.
Evidence markers are utilized so that when we go back and reference photos, we can easily determine where things were placed in a scene, or where things were when we went there. So in this photo specifically, any numbered areas were physical items of evidence or possible evidence that was collected by myself. Any areas that are marked with a letter were areas of suspected blood that were also swabbed and collected.
And just to be clear, the
Unlike my
evidence that
glasses.
we've looked at that was photographed, all of these, is that all the evidence in the case?
No.
And the items of evidence that you brought in the box, that's not all the evidence in this case, right?
Right.
Do you still have all of the evidence?
Yes.
And where is it?
It is in the evidence vault at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
So if anyone wants you to bring it in, you can do that. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I will pass the witness.
Kitty, according to Bob, it's not worth rewatching.
Exhibits together for faith. Okay?
That's not. It's all been basically foundational witnesses to get the lapel cams in.
Jury,
You know,
please don't
Couldn't
talk among
stipulate
yourselves
to
or
the. I thought they
anyone
would have
else
just
about the
stipulated to
evidence
the
received here in
admissibility.
court. Don't be looking at anything about the trial, anything about the subject matter, either on TV, Googling, research, whatever, news accounts, what the caution I've told you, okay? At 8:30, according to Steve Bing, have a good evening. Thank you.
All rise to the jury.
hey,
Gotta look at the jury when they're leaving there, Alec. Come on.
Alex still got that tie. not down to his belt.
Aw.
Stand in respect. You don't move your stuff around and pack up your shit. It's like he's packing up while they're leaving.
He is.
Supposed to stand very respectful.
All right, you may be seated. Is there anything we need to put on the record before we recess?
Just two quick things.
He's like, I'm not done packing up. Hold on a sec here.
I thought you all agreed to that with the order that I haven't seen.
He's in blue, Your Honor. You haven't seen it if you've been here.
Yeah, okay. Well, I thought that's what was agreed to, order of witnesses.
It absolutely was. I just wanted to confirm as we're running out, everybody's checking that nothing's changed.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
If I could just beg the court's indulgence to just quickly look at Exhibit 6, which I wasn't able to see when they opened it, the firearm.
Exhibit 6?
Firearm.
Oh, 6.
That's just not all I was.
Exhibit 6.
That's okay.
Is it here?
It's not here.
No, Martine took it to save it.
Never mind.
You can, I could ask Corporal War, if
It's okay.
Deputy Apodaca. I don't have my glasses on. Are you sure?
I was trying to catch it, but it's okay. I'll save
Okay.
something.
All right.
I'm happy to call him up. I can get it.
Worked hard enough today. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Ms. Morrissey?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, have a good evening. Thank you.
She is. Oh my God. Oh, I beat him.
I removed it.
Well, I beat him. We didn't even get the voice that times.
I mean, somebody tell me what the most interesting thing that happened was.
Nothing interesting happened. Like literally nothing interesting. It was
What
an
was she getting all
incredibly.
snarky about?
It was just how she was addressing her first
Everything.
And yeah, she was
She
like,
just has this
she's
snark
like,
tone
"So,
about herself.
Like, why are you such a shitty cop? Like, I don't like what. Why did
Is it true that you just allow these people to stand around and talk to each other?
I know
Is
that was the tone that was kind of irking me with the
Right.
judge and the motions in Lemonade. Like you
Oh
know,
no, this is the prosecutor to her cop witness. So it was weird. It was like, I was like, what? She's really firing on this guy. Susie Q, I think we're definitely going to hit, we're going to be taking the rail around. So I think the plan is to definitely hit Scotland. So I think we had a super gracious viewer of ours offer to put us in first class on the rail.
Woohoo!
Super cool, man.
Nice.
Not
Yeah.
the kids though. We're leaving them in.
Yeah, we're gonna leave them in the luggage rack. The children will be in the luggage rack. Here's the rub. You guys sit in first class and the kids sit in the luggage area. I was like, that's a deal. That's a deal. I'm good with that.
So you let JD know the deal at
yeah.
By the way, she knows it's the true crime festival, right?
Yeah, it's True Crime Podcast Festival. Originally, we had our stream elements was it was a mixed message. It was talking about coming to Denver for CrimeCon. That CrimeCon's over.
Denver, it is in Denver next year. That's probably why people are confused.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe that's it. But it was the True Crime Podcast Festival code promo code. It was garbled. But yeah, no, that's they have a great podcast row there, and you're gonna find you're gonna have more time to chat with your favorite podcast hosts at True Crime Podcast Festival. There's like a lot of great pods there this year. Lainey did a great job, really gobbling up a lot of great podcasts there. A lot of big shows. So it'd be cool. Allie and I didn't even know. Apparently, we're doing a speaking thing on Sunday on Karen Reed. I want to make sure to tape that and send it to Jay so he can watch it all day Sunday. Stream it instead of watching the Mets game. He's like, you know what? I think I'm gonna dig into some more Karen Reed because I just haven't had enough.
Only if there's people fighting in the audience, then please, I want that. Send that too.
All right, so listen, long day. A lot of
She's
fun
like, the modders can take getting hated by half the crowd. We'll have them talk about the Reed case.
We got it. I don't sweat that shit. But remember, tomorrow over on Jay's channel, Friday, Jay's channel, 8:30 sounds like it's the start time, Mountain Time, which for you folks on the East Coast will be 10:30, and for us in the Midwest, that's 9:30 starts. Again, over at the Shaming of Jay. J-Bo Nation is hosting yesterday. If you guys haven't done it already, please like, share, subscribe. I keep forgetting to set the thing that you can't chat unless you're a subscriber.
Wow.
You gotta set that immediately.
I mean, that's like, what's the...
Well, I would think that people that would come into the chat, but I can't make that assumption that everyone's, like good like that, so I'm gonna have to remember to do that. I'm just sloppy with that shit sometimes.
Oh, Dizzy says she sets it every time.
Oh, thank you, Diz.
Thanks,
Diz. Dizzy is my other hero of my story. There's Allie first and foremost, and then Dizzy, my two heroes. So again, thank you guys for being here. We know it was a little bit of a slow day. We have no control over that. All we can do is watch the trial, try to make some snarky comments as we go along, maybe give you a little legal education and some thoughts from that context. And then, we see what's up next tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to it, Jay. I will be there with bells on. And thank you guys, mods. You guys are amazing as always. Best in the business.
Speaking of, just real quick, I think Missy Mayhem if you're on Kick, I believe she's going live tonight. So folks, if you follow Missy Mayhem, I believe she's going to be going live tonight on Kick.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, make sure you're checking out Missy. She's one of our amazing mods and an amazing human. All right, so we love you guys. Thank you so much, because without you guys, Jay and I, especially me, would just be an old man.
Talking about a lot of cases.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Thanks, everybody.
Take care now.